Dad. Put the station in our ear right now. Good morning, everyone. Shout out to everyone here waking up with us at 7 a.m. Shout out to KC, who's in here for Kyle Madsen.
Yeah.
Kyle Madsen about halfway around the world right now, I'd say. I'm not sure if he's in Japan right now, but
I think he told me he was going to lose Friday. Like the way everything, the travel, there will be no Friday in his life.
Oh, that's tough.
And he's going to be in Japan on Saturday.
Yeah, so he's somewhere halfway around the world, but I'm leading the show today. Casey asked me before the show, hey, you want to do this? You want me to lead it? And I was like, I'm not going to lie. I didn't tell Casey this. I was a little nervous. And I was like, hey, you know what? Throw me out there in the pool. I'll learn how to swim.
Come on, man. You got this, big dog. Let's go. I'm on your show. I'm on your show. So
this is a jump. Shout out. Yeah, shout out.
Yeah.
Hit us up if you want to talk to us today. 916-909-1320 is also the text line. Shout out Mojo's local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line, 916-909-1320. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, all that good stuff. We're here. I was planning the show yesterday, and I'm like, what are we going to talk about? I mean, we'll talk about the Kings game and all that. Looking around the NBA, Rockets lost yesterday to the Warriors in OT. That one, I got questions about the Rockets. I don't really buy them. And maybe
we'll talk about it.
Maybe we can get to that later. We got returns.
It don't matter. They a playoff team.
Yeah, we had returns yesterday. We got returns today. Trae Young. I'm really tapped in on what the Wizards are doing. I might be too bought in, but I like what they're doing. Jason Tatum back today. For those that don't know,
are you having a watch party somewhere? Where you at? Tatum is back.
Maybe I go to Mojo's and watch the Jason Tatum come back today. I think they're playing on ESPN.
Oh, they getting the ESPN game.
On ESPN, but yeah, we got Jason Tatum on Mojo's, baby.
Yeah,
he's back. Point being, kind of not beating around the bush here, but Russell Westbrook definitely gave us something to talk about yesterday.
Hey,
that was.
Hey, I love Russ. I love Russ. We'll talk about. We'll go in depth. And I thought it was all fair, man. I thought it was all fair. I think the criticism that this team has received this year has been fair. It hasn't. I don't believe. Like I said, I don't hear everything, but I don't believe people have been disrespectful, so to speak, been out of bounds. But there's been a tone. There's been a tone. There's been some snark and all this other stuff. So, yeah, Russ gave a lot of that energy back last night, and I get it. And I'm not even exempt from that. I've had my jokes about the King. Like I think everybody has because the season has been so bad. But Russ reminded everybody last night, man. Like, yeah, we hear you. We're here.
Well, that's the thing. I was talking to you before the show about it. It's like, yeah, we say these things on the radio and we can say, oh, yeah, they're the worst team in the league and blah, blah, blah. You kind of have to say what you want. You have to back that up. But also, yeah, these guys all hear this stuff.
Absolutely.
It's not the old, it's out of sight, out of mind. We don't know. Like, no, we're in this age of social media where everyone sees everything.
And if
say some.
If they don't see it, their homies see it, or their wife sees it, or their girl sees it and shoots it to them.
Someone's getting tagged on Instagram, Twitter, or something.
Yeah, exactly, man. And I think it's all fair. Like I didn't think, we'll play Russ in a little bit.
We'll get to it in a minute.
But I didn't think he was out of bounds. I didn't think he was disrespectful to anybody. And that's all right. That was life, man. Like you say something. Might come right back to you. Be ready for somebody to say something to you. And Russ said something last night.
It was a tough night. Kings, well, I guess tough depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, what you talking about?
Yeah, depending on how you look at it. It's great for the tank race. All the other bad teams, we'll get to those in a bit too, but all of the bad teams lost yesterday. The Nets lost, I believe. The Wizards lost yesterday too. Mm-hmm. Kings beat the Pelicans. Kings lost to the Pelicans, so that helps. You're about a game behind the Nets and Pacers, 2 behind the Wizards still.
Yeah.
Or ahead, I guess, if you're looking at it that way. So it helps in the tank race, and it was kind of more of the same. Start out well in the first quarter. Oh no, they're kind of letting go a bit in the second quarter, and then some insane run in the third by whatever opposing team. It's every game now at this point.
And
Pelicans go out on a run. It's like the Kings are playing catch up the rest of the fourth quarter.
Doug talks about that routinely, about how there's a spurt from the other team that allows them to create separation. And last night it happened again. That's something that's been the Achilles heel for this team all year long. It was on full display.
The same bad movie every time.
Yeah, it was on full display, and I thought earlier in the season, and I still think it's the same way right now. When you talk about like this team as a whole, you know, we'd be on there, and I'd be like, man, I don't. Outside of that 10-day stretch, like they haven't quit. Like I think they try every single night. You know, they put forth the effort. They're a team. They like play together, but they're just snake bit. They always find a way to lose this year, and that's not who they are as individuals. That's not who they might be next year. But this particular group, they always find a way to lose.
Yeah,
and that's just what happens.
Well, games like yesterday are tough. Not that the others haven't been tough as well, but it's just like, what do I do with that? Because you win the game, and we'll talk about it later on in the show. Like I said, we got plenty of stuff to cover. We got some NFL we'll cover on later on to them towards the end. But you end the game with Drew Eubanks, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Russ, and Precious was in there.
Mm-hmm.
The young guys are out.
Amari Stoudemire.
Yeah, shout out. Young guys are out, and it's just kind of, I guess it benefits the tank. And Drew Eubanks was playing fine. I think Doug was just, he talked post game. I think Max and Nick were feeling tired, he was saying, so he gave them a little break. But it's, what do you do with a game like yesterday? Sometimes I guess there's no major takeaway.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have thoughts. Devin Carter, again, we'll talk about it later, but played 0 minutes, so there's something there. But for the season that they've had, it's like, all right, kind of wrap this one up into a trash ball and throw it up, Kobe, all that stuff, and move on, I guess.
Yeah, I think Doug was trying to win that game last night.
Mm-hmm.
Was leaning on the vets a little bit more than some people would like him to. It doesn't bother me. Like we talked about a little bit on D-Lo and KC about games like the Pelicans, games like the Grizzlies, especially if they're close. Doug is going to go out and try and win those games.
Yep.
And right now, he doesn't have the faith in Neek or Maxime Reynaud to be able to close out some of those games. Sometimes he'll leave them out there, and I believe him in his explanation yesterday when he said they looked a little tired. So, you know, he was cognizant of that. But we saw it before, like earlier in the season when they would have close games, and Dylan Cardwell will close out the game instead of Maxime Reynaud. Because you talk about Doug, and I agree with him in this situation. You know, I need some stops. You know, I got guys that can score. I got DeMar DeRozan out there. I got, at the time, Zach LaVine, and all. They'll be able to score, but I got to get some stops. And he would close out the game with Dylan Cardwell over a guy like Maxime Reynaud. I don't know if last night was that case. I think it was the combination of he was trying to get a win and wanted to go with the vets, and those guys looked a little tired, like he said. So I think that had a lot more to do with it. But he, in these games, like, be on the lookout for when they play Brooklyn. Be on the lookout for when they play Indiana. It feels like if the game is close and it's winnable, he's gonna go to those guys that have been in the league for X amount of years and can go get him a win.
Those teams feel like just kind of a runway train with no brakes, just on the way to losing. It doesn't matter what you're gonna try. Brooklyn, Indiana, doesn't matter. They will lose. But
Yeah.
It all just kind of depends on how you want to go about it. I've been talking to Kyle about it the last couple of weeks. It's weird to root for losing, but also it is more beneficial for this organization going forward.
Yeah.
Rather than picking up 5 wins the rest of the season, it's like, oh my gosh, now they're picking 8th.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the takeaway after that? There's not.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I'm not gonna be mad that they won. I don't have that. And when they beat Dallas, I wasn't mad that they won. Like, oh, what are you doing? I was just like,
You check the standings after, and it's like, okay, you got that one, but let's be
Settle
real
down
here.
here.
Yeah, let's
Settle
be
down.
real about what's going on here.
But and this is where maybe this is what Russ was talking about. We've said a number of different times, those guys want to win basketball games, man.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook, even the rookies, all those guys on the team, they want to win. This is something that we as fans, as media members, forget a lot of times. And they don't care about your draft pick.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Like, they don't care where you picking in the draft. That's another person coming to. I'm not saying they think like this, but that's another person coming to take their job.
Well, also,
like, they don't care.
Also, but call it what it is. Your Sacramento Kings team, worst in the league. This might be the last stop for some guys. Where like Drew Eubanks, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be out the league or anything like that, but Drew Eubanks only has so much time to prove himself. He's not a top 5 guy on this team where he can just get minutes. So yesterday, I think he was like, what, 15 and I think he had 15 points. I can't remember his rebounds.
Yeah, 15 and 11. 15 he had a really good game.
11, really, so we played really well. So like, Drew Eubanks isn't trying to tank. Drew Eubanks isn't trying to help this draft pick. Drew Eubanks is trying to put film on tape.
Get one more contract.
Yes, get one more contract. So.
Versus Achua trying to get a long-term deal somewhere.
These guys are pros still trying to do something here, and it's a matter of the team's just not very good.
Yeah, so they're always going to go out there and look to compete and look to win. They don't want to, as much as Kings fans and the system of the NBA says that they should have the worst record in the league. The players don't want that title of being the team that had the worst record in the league. So they're going to go out there and compete, regardless of who you put out there. Regardless, you could say Russ don't need to be out there because or DeRozan because they're trying to lose games. Or here's the snark: oh, if you are trying to lose games, keep them out there. Like, they hear that kind of stuff. Like, nobody on that roster is out there worrying about the draft pick, worrying about the worst record in the league in the way that the fans are. They want to stay away from the worst record in the league. And they're going to go out there and try every time.
Yeah, we mentioned Russ. I mean, I'm sure some of us have seen it yesterday post-game. It's early morning. Shout out The Jump, 7 to 9. Kyle Matson, Jesse Tapia, KC filling in for Kyle. Hit us up on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line, 916-909-1320. Shout out Justin. Says, I cannot tell you how excited I am to hear about post-game Russ. It's good, Justin. We'll just run the tape right now, buddy. We'll run the tape right now.
Look at my boy. Look at the steal shot of my boy. Russ.
He was they didn't know. They didn't know what was about to happen. Here we go.
Russ, how you doing, man? All right. 19 games left now. Like, just kind of what's the focus, like, as you guys close this out? You had 50 losses tonight, and kind of doing some things, developing young guys and stuff. Like, what can be accomplished, like, in these last 19 games?
Go out, compete. Just a game. You professional, go out and play. That's all you can do. Which I think, though, because y'all got a lot of answers and y'all always be talking.
I got no answers.
It's very interesting. Y'all don't got no. You guys have a lot of opinions about how we do what we doing. What you got? No, you. Yeah, you make a lot of statements and broad statements that you have no context. So where do you get your context from? Are you in practice?
Real quick, that'd be my biggest fear sitting post game. What do you got? Oh, he's pointing to me. No, I don't have nothing. Don't point at me. No, that's my biggest fear.
No. Are you at our film session?
No.
Are you anywhere around the building?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen that practice.
Not inside the practice.
So the false context of, and actually, do you know me?
I know you.
No, you don't know me.
Well, not your person.
You don't know me. You don't know me. But you make a lot of comments as though you do know me.
Comment about your basketball.
No, my intent. I see it. But I'm asking you now, but you don't know me, right? So you don't know anything about me.
Not you personally. No.
Thank you. That's good. Anybody else? You guys have any comments about how we play, what we doing? You guys are quiet today, but you guys have a lot of comments when the game's going on. After the game, what we doing, what we should be doing, how we should be doing it. I'm confused. Oh, let me hear it. You must have been in our film session too.
I'm not in your film session, but you guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
You guys have been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
Hey, shout out to Sacramento Beast, Chris Biederman.
Chris Biederman, he stood up, man. He stood up. He said, "I'm gonna speak."
Yeah, shout out, Chris.
I mean, I think that's fair.
What's fair?
It's fair to point that out.
That's been pointed out, but that's not the only thing that's been talked about. What else is to point out?
Well, I can only speak for myself.
But that's not the only thing you say. I've seen things you say. It's not just about our offense and our defense and what our record is. We've been the worst record for a long time now.
What have I said?
I don't want to go down the round, but I mean, we can. I'm asking you. You have a lot of things to say, so this is your time. This is the floor to say it.
Any questions?
I mean, this
To break the ice right there.
I just think in sports when teams don't have success,
Right.
they're up.
You think that we should have success, right? Do you feel that way? I mean, a lot of you
should
guys
have
feel,
success?
huh?
That you should have success?
Yeah.
I think you guys are trying to have success, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's good. What about you? What you think?
I think it's been a rough year for everybody.
Hammer.
Tell him, man.
And I mean, as somebody who's covered the league for a long time and this team
Yeah.
for a long time, this is by far the worst season I've seen.
Yeah.
And I don't blame you for that
No, listen, I don't think nobody's better than me. I'm just saying.
or any of the players.
What I don't like is that I've been in the league a long time and I've been around a lot of different organizations, media, beat writers, and we have a lot of young guys on this team, a lot of guys that don't know what's happening or what's around, whether it's from the coaching, from the players. You guys' job is to talk about the game, what's happening in the game, not stir up a bunch of, I don't want to cuss here because I want to get fined, but stir up a bunch of stuff that
Thank you.
it's not accurate. And that's my problem. Like being in the league a while, I've been able to experience a lot of these times where people outside of our building, or outside of the film session, outside of what we do daily, how much work we put in. That is not an easy job to do. It's not an easy job to do. And I think the respect level is that we respect y'all, we respect what y'all do. Y'all come in, y'all make y'all comments, and nobody say nothing. But I don't have to sit back and not say nothing. I've been the media's, that's been my thing and been on the road. But as a leader of this team, it's my job to speak up for the guys in the locker room. We talk about it, they see it. I hear it. Because of the comments you guys make, you got guys thinking about a whole bunch of random things that have nothing to do with the game. You guys are making false comments about our team and what we're doing here, and I don't appreciate that. So my ask is that you respect what we do and we respect what you do.
Let me ask you this: is this something different that
Oh.
you've seen throughout your career, as far as media coverage?
No, not for me. No, I've seen much worse, but it's not about me, it's about our team. So I'm talking about our team and our group of guys, the organization. I wasn't, I came here a little late, but I feel like you guys expect us that we're going to win the championship. The way the conversation and how we talking is like, yeah, you guys, we don't win the championship, it's like it's a bust or something. And that's not the case. This is our job. Like y'all have your job, y'all go to work. It'd be great if we can critique y'all, but we don't. We have our job, we come do our job the best way we know how to. Wins, losses, all a part of the game. And after that, we go home. Y'all go home and see our families, we go home and see our families, and that's that. But don't make false comments about people as individuals, people who they are, what they do, what they're thinking, why they're doing this, how come they're doing that. If you don't know, don't say nothing you don't know nothing about. And that's particularly for you.
Russ, I think in Sacramento
We
recently,
can probably cut it right there. 'Cause
Yeah, shout out Jeremiah,
he
man,
actually
yeah.
gets it back to normalcy
Shout
and
out
all that.
Jeremiah. He tried to get it back on track.
Yeah, but that was pretty much what we're talking about there. And I mean, that's kind of part of the job. And I mean, we call it what it is. He was talking to Matt George.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was talking to Matt George. Shout out to my guy. But I don't, because I was looking at Matt's Twitter, and I don't think Matt's really said anything crazy at all. There was one where I brought up where he tweeted a few days ago, not a few days ago, like a week ago or so, where they beat the Mavericks, I think it was. Says about not thrilled about Russell Westbrook leading the Kings and scoring with 25 points, blah, blah, blah. Talking about the young guys after that. And it's like, oh, that's kind of, that'll stand out after a win and things like that. But other than that, I haven't really seen anything from Matt or the media in general, I guess. Like, I don't watch too many shows. After I get done with this, I go home, cut social media, go to sleep for a bit, come back, deal on KC. Then after that, go home to the wife, dog, and dinner stuff, all that stuff. So I'm not really tapped in what everyone else is saying, but I haven't really seen anything too crazy. But if Russ feels he needs like he needs to say something and kind of put that out there, I respect that too. Because I don't think you said anything out of bounds as well.
Right. I thought the way he handled it was all in bounds. It was fair. He wasn't disrespectful. But he voiced his opinion and he voiced his feelings. And I think not only was he speaking for himself, I think he was speaking for some of these other. A lot of people thought he was talking about like sticking up for the young guys.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. Don't nobody talk bad about the young guys.
I feel like the media has been pretty good to the young guys.
Yeah, don't nobody talk bad about them. But I do think there has been a certain tone around Russell Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine. And like I said, it's not disrespectful, but James on Locked On his podcast said there's been a level of snark to it. I would say that. Yeah, there's been a tone towards it, and Russ addressed it last night. Russ talked about it last night, and I think he's well within his right. I think he's correct in what he's feeling. Sometimes it has, like, once again, it hasn't been disrespectful, hasn't been out of bounds, so to speak.
Yeah.
But there has been some kind of a tone that has been, in some cases, unnecessary towards those guys, and dismissive of the way that they've tried to approach this season. They've approached playing the basketball. We've said a number of different times on these airwaves on D-Lo and KC. I believe Zach LaVine when he said he's trying.
Yeah.
Like, I watch him, like, he's out there really trying. And, some people continuing to push a narrative that he doesn't care, or that he's not doing that, this and that, is unfair. Same with Russ, same with DeMar. These guys are out there trying to win. We just broke down, like, why they are and why they want to do it a certain way. And there's been a tone that would lead people to believe that they don't care, or they're selfish or something like that. And he spoke on that last night.
I think there's a line too, because I'll speak for myself at this point right now. It had me thinking, after listening to what Russ had to say, it had me thinking about, do I talk crazy? Because I know I get my jokes off and things like that. I will. Yesterday I tweeted, let Drew Eubanks play the rest of the fourth quarters, the rest of the season. Talking about the tank, like, I'm not going to be up front. And it's kind of like, all right, maybe that's kind of what Russ is talking about. Also, maybe it's a little out of bounds because Drew Eubanks was playing fine. And it's like, there's no reason to do that and things like that. But again, try to have fun on social media, try to cover the team and kind of toe that line. Makes you think. But I mean, like I said, it's just about how it's perceived, because we've been talking about the winning player the last couple of weeks, whether it be here on the Jump or D-Lo and KC 2-6. Shout out to you guys. And it's like Zach LaVine, I'm sure, has heard that he's not a winning player. But you look at a team like the Timberwolves, dysfunctional. He gets to the Bulls. They found something good with Lonzo in them. Lonzo has this catastrophic injury where it's like, I don't even know if he's going to be able to play going forward. And that was it for the Bulls. Is Zach LaVine a losing player at that point, or a winning player? It's just the things we say, like, we just got to be mindful, I guess, just because man brings it up right here. Like, you're 14 and 50, bro, he says in the chatty house. I think it's less about that for us and more so how you say it rather than exactly what you're saying.
Right.
Like analyze the team if you're going to do that, but like you said, the snark, don't question guys' effort, things like that, and just kind of how they're playing.
Right. And also, I'm can't speak for it. I don't know exactly what he heard, or what he was talking to, but maybe it's more of a they question these guys' integrity. Say they're selfish, say that they're doing things just to. I'm not taking shots or nothing like that, but like the me thing. Like when you talk about DeMar DeRozan and to hell with what's going on with what's just been working. I got to get my shots up and I got to do all this. And saying it in a way that will lead you to think that these guys don't care about winning. Don't only care about themselves and portraying them and setting a tone and a narrative that these are selfish individuals and selfish players. And if that's not the case I'd take offense to that if I was them as well and feel some type of way. And once again, Russ just addressed it. He didn't curse nobody out. He didn't call nobody out. He wasn't disrespectful, but he had heard some things, whether it's about himself or his teammates, and he addressed it with the people that he heard it from. And I thought that was perfectly fair. I'm a big believer that this thing should go both ways. We shouldn't be able to critique them and talk about them on a daily basis and they never say anything. Like, if they feel like something's out of bounds or not fair, they absolutely have the right to say it. They can say it however they want to. They can say it publicly, like we say our stuff publicly, or they can pull somebody to the side. James talks a number of different times about how players pull him to the side and say, hey, I had a problem with you saying this and that. I want to get my thought. All of that is fine, man. I think the way it was handled by Russ, I have absolutely no problem with. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, call us with your thoughts about it. 916-909-1320. Mojo's local Tap and Kitchen studio text line as well there. Let's go to the chatty house. Tony says, are they trying to play a team game? I know Doug isn't a great coach, but these guys seem to want to win doing it their way. I don't think it's that simple. Russell Westbrook right now is your starting point guard, so there's going to be games where it's Russell Westbrook does starting point guard things. He's going to get his shots up. That's kind of the point we're at right now. We can want Nate Clifford to get up 20 shots, 23 shots, whatever you want. Same with Max. But I don't think that's who they're going to be as NBA players going forward. So I'm not sure how beneficial it is. Nick had the 42-minute, 26-point game, and it's like the game was over halfway through the first, and it's like, sure, Nick, go do your thing, but how much progress is actually being made there, I guess. And it's just like Russ is going to have to get his shots. There's times where DeMar, lately, he's been kind of deferring to the younger guys and just everyone else, but DeMar's going to have to get his shots. This is what the team is. It's less about, I don't think it's about playing a team game. It's just more, that's just what the Sacramento Kings are right now.
And that is a perfect example of what Russ is talking about. That comment holds a negative connotation to those players, as if they are, like, if you read between the lines, sorry, I'm not trying to, if you didn't mean that, Russ,
it's just a message, yeah.
But that is like saying they're selfish. They are selfish players. They want to win their way. They're not playing a team game. And this is what Russ is talking about when he says, are you at practice? Are you in the film room? Do you know what the strategy is, the game plan is, what's supposed to be done on a particular play? We don't know. We go over this a lot in football, right? Like where somebody's like, oh, well, that was just a stupid throw. Like, why would he throw something like that? Like, you don't know what the play call was. You don't know if the receiver didn't run the right route, if there was a miscommunication, whatever. The play in it always stands out in the quarterback thing on Netflix. And Kirk Cousins throws just a terrible interception. And it's just, oh, Kurt, what an idiot. And Justin Jefferson goes up to him and says, Kurt, that's my fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's my fault. That's my fault. But we wouldn't know that because we're not there. We don't know what the game plan is. We don't know what's going on. And in comments like that, talking about they want to win their way, like that's what Russ is talking about. You're not there. You don't know what we're supposed to be doing or what we're trying to do. But to go out there and put it out there as if we're selfish or we're not doing things in a team way, yeah, that would rub him the wrong way, rub me the wrong way if I was in that situation.
Yeah, because these guys all have egos, like not in a bad way or good way, but to get where you are at this point, Hall of Fame or all that stuff, like you have to have an ego, and it's just that has to bother you when you play a certain way your whole career. It's like, no, I haven't been selfish. Like, just kind of look how it's been, things like that. And you hear, just like I said, the people that aren't there, the people that aren't there, or whatever, like, oh yeah, it's not playing a team player. They're not trying to play with the young guys. It's hurting the Kings and things like that. It's more complex than that.
Yeah. And
you can talk about how this is the worst team in the league, because it is. Like, no one's questioning that or anything like that. This is the worst team in the league, which is more so, I think, for us to just watch, I guess, how you say it rather than exactly what you're saying.
And he addressed that with Biederman, right? Biederman talks about, you guys got the worst record in the league. He said that's already been established, but he feels, and when I wish he would elaborate a little bit more, because I don't know what Russ is specifically talking about. Yeah. But he said, we've talked about, like, we've had the worst record in the league for a long time, but there's things that are said or written that isn't fair to us as individuals. I think that was his point. And I get it. I understand it, man.
Yeah. I mean, both ways. Like, I don't think Matt's in the wrong or anything like that. I don't think Russ is in the wrong. It's just some talking had to be done yesterday. But we'll finish our last thoughts on this. We got to talk about the game itself. Like I said, they lost. Helps the tank race. So we'll talk about that coming up. This is The Jump on ESPN 1320 with Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, Casey in for Kyle Madsen. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. What's up, everyone? Shout out to everyone who got in here after 7 a.m. Good morning to you all.
Was good.
Hit the thumbs up. What's up, Spencer? Appreciate you, Tyler. Shout out KC, because we're starting the show or whatever, like the first couple of minutes, and my heart's do. And it's Russ, and Casey's like, yeah, we'll get to rest in a bit. It's like, yeah, we'll get to rest in a bit. Slow it down, calm down a bit. And I was like, yeah, we're good.
You're perfectly fine, man. You're doing your thing. You are doing your thing.
I am also here, dizzy. Good morning.
Shout out Joe in here.
What, Joe hung over?
No, I'm all good.
You said you're dizzy. What's going on?
No. That's Spencer. That's Spencer's name.
I didn't even see pull some out.
Dizzy in the chat.
Yeah, because I heard the mimosas was popping yesterday.
Yeah, not that crazy though.
Yeah, man. So everybody just
good morning, everybody.
Everybody said, We'll deal with this food out on the counter tomorrow.
Yeah, for
Oh,
real. That's
yeah.
gonna be me.
And shout out to the guy who's all the oranges but one. There's literally there was a stack of oranges on the tray, and it's like, all right, yeah, whatever, take one. And now there's just one orange left. It's like, I know not everyone took oranges. That's not how it's gonna work.
Well, no, look, I've been that guy sometimes, like when it comes to candy or something, like I ain't gonna like deplete it.
Yeah.
I've taken 9, but I'll leave something here so they can't say I took them all. I've been there.
Yeah. I get it. I might take a Rice Krispie treat home sometimes. I don't know, for the ride.
Kyle ended up cooking. I don't know if he wants to talk about that when he gets back. It's gonna be a while. But Kyle ended up not being a food runner. Can you guess?
Yeah, he texted me.
Can you guess who was?
I'm sorry, Joe. You and Andy. Yeah.
There it is.
all
There it
good.
is. I ended up being the runner, guys. After all of that.
Well,
Yep.
after all of that,
Well, yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing.
Joe, there's nothing wrong with being the utility man, though. Take it from me. Take it from me.
You know, no complaints. I offered, so it's all good. I just thought it was funny.
after all of that, oh my gosh.
Shout out, Cat.
Get back on the winning side of things, Cat. Yeah, man, I think a lot of times, man, you guys and sometimes fans can get mixed up with media members. Y'all, yeah, like I said, a couple people in the chat, y'all talking crazy, man. Like y'all really be talking crazy.
It's just part of sports. I think we can talk about it when we come back, because I see it both ways. Pelicans and might just be playing the Kings, but I was watching them yesterday. It's like, maybe you just don't give up on this thing just yet.
Zion specifically?
Yeah, Zion, and the Pelicans, or not the Pelicans, the Hornets, the Pistons, they took about 7 years. And it's like, it's not just a straightforward line type process here.
Pelicans got talent, though.
Yeah.
They for sure got talent.
Yeah, no, sorry. Ham's a vet. Shout out to everyone that was there, but Ham's a vet. He was ready to go. Ham's been there for much worse, too, I'm sure.
That was an all-timer last night, though.
Yeah.
That was an all-time. That was an all-timer. That's for sure.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Yes, it is. Good
Kenny
morning to
Caraway.
everyone. Filter. Yeah, Kenny Caraway is here as well. Shout out to everyone still filtering. Good morning to all you. Shout out to everyone driving to work, getting the kids ready, whatever it may be. Shout out to you this morning. Shout out to Kenny. This is The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia, but Kenny in here for Kyle. How was the morning for you? How was that early wake up? I had to prepare myself about a week or two before like the first episode of this show, just to kind of be ready to wake up, because I wake up about 4:30 now.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what was that like for you this morning?
It was okay. It was okay. There are times when that really, and I'll get back to it once my daughter sleeps a little longer throughout the night.
Yeah.
But I would get Reese up, and we get up at 5 and we'd go to the gym early in the morning, try to be there at like 5:30 or something like that. So it's not completely out of the norm. One thing that I don't know will ever change, I got to figure it out in these next couple of weeks, but I don't go to sleep unless I'm like dog tired and I just fall asleep. I don't go to sleep early. Like I don't go to sleep before midnight. So last night I ended up being up till about 1 and
Oh,
set the alarm for
that's
5.
a no for me. No.
And it wasn't like I got into bed maybe at 12:30.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of up because I'm kind of wired. It's kind of tough to wind down a little bit.
Yeah.
So I checked the phone at one point. It was like 12:58. I was like, damn, that 5 a.m. go ahead early.
Yeah.
But I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I was thinking about this yesterday. If this show or any morning show, 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. makes a big difference. The fact that this starts at 7 a.m.
I've thought about like, what if
makes
this was
a
at
big
6? It's like,
Oh.
I don't know if I could do 3:30.
That feels tough.
Because you got to go to because I go to bed at by I got to be asleep by 10 o'clock. Like eyes just sleep. I got to be asleep by 10. If the Kings are still playing because they got an 8 a.m.
Yeah.
or 8 p.m. NBC game. It's like, all right, I'm
8 p.m.
gonna
is
try to
crazy.
do
You
as
was
good
at
as I can.
halftime.
I made it to the end of the third quarter. It's like, all right, game's about cooked here. I'll check back in on the fourth tomorrow. And it worked out. It was fine. But yeah, I got to be asleep like by 10 because that's worst case scenario.
Yeah.
9:30 hit. Shout out to my wife. Chris was like, hey, it's 9:30, you know, like
Oh,
you got to go.
man.
Like it's getting late. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm working on tomorrow's shows, blah, blah, blah. But,
I just be getting
I'm
started.
strict.
At 10 p.m.
I'm on the shout out D'Lo, shout out Damian Barling. I'm on the D'Lo schedule right now. Wake up at 4:30, get ready to go, get the dog ready, come to work afterward. Just I'm all just regimented at this point.
Getting up and like, cause I remember, doing this when working out, getting up and like getting something done at 5, 6 a.m. or just being up. It's a great feeling. Like, it is a great feeling. I remember, like I said, when I go to the gym and it'd be 5:30, I'd be done at 6:30, almost 7 o'clock, ready for. I was like, oh, that's a great start to my day.
Yeah.
The killer is I'm a vampire, man. So I couldn't imagine a scenario where I'm asleep at 10.
Yeah.
Even if I had to be, like, if I had this slot, I'd probably still be up till midnight.
Yeah. See, at least you wake up. Then that's the thing. You get up, you be productive. You get up, you go to the gym. I get up at 6 a.m. on Saturday. I can't sleep in anymore. So I'm up at 6 a.m. on Saturdays. Shout out Jazzy too. Uncalled for. Very, very rude comment for Kenny. Clown behavior.
Because she'll go to sleep before the sun goes down if you let her.
Yeah, I get that.
That's
I
how
get that.
she'll be knocked out, and I'm up.
You're waking up to go.
The night has just started at 10 p.m.
Oh yeah, no, it's crazy. I can't do that. Yeah, you're waking up to go to the gym. I'm waking up to fire up the PS5. I got week 8 matchup with Alabama, my dynasty mode, and we got to win.
I can't wait. Hey, look, I can't wait for the show 26.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Now we're talking. Come on now.
Joe's in there now. Joe's like, now we got.
I can't wait for the show 26.
So excited.
Joe gets down with it, like for real. I think, like,
you online and everything.
Oh yeah, I play ranked.
They beat the crap out of me when I tried them
really
2 times. Like they couldn't get no strikes.
Yeah, no,
like, anything in the strike zone, they were taking yard.
Yeah, no, I'm still old school. I guess still play the dynasty and franchise.
That's it.
Let's hit the phone lines 916-909-1320. Mitch hitting this up this AM. Mitch, what do you got today, Mitch?
Hey, my favorite guys. How we doing, Jesse, Gacy, Joe? Thanks for my call. Yeah, I like that, Russ. I like Russ. He's respectful. Maybe he got a little tired of people ragging on his 3-point shooting percentage. But he's a Hall of Famer. Let's give him some respect. But I don't think anybody's out of line. The Riders have to write something. No one wants to be bored. The teams, had we been healthy, I think we would have had 15 wins. It still wouldn't have been enough. But we're just doing what everybody's doing. It's just pathetic with this tanking. Everybody's losing 44. And I think we're a couple more guys. I think Williamson, if you could get him for a bag of balls, let's do it. Even for Zach. The Pelicans got some good guys. I think you can fill up 5 good guys. Derek Queen's are coming off the bench. But we just have to make some good draft choices coming out year. It's not a guarantee the first 1 and 2 are going to be all-stars. No guarantee. So hopefully we've done our homework. And I like to see Russ next year. It'd be good off the bench.
Gotcha. Shout out Mitch.
Shout out Mitch, man. Shout out Mitch. And Mitch brought up something at the end that I think has also been something that maybe is kind of gotten under Russ's skin, is the thought and the discussion of Russ coming back next year. It hasn't been talked about well.
Well,
it hasn't been talked about well around the city with the media. And I, for one, I'd like to see him come back. I'm perfectly fine Russ coming back. I do want to see his shot output go down next year if he came back. I don't want him shooting at the same rate. But
Like, I'm sure
I'd love for Russ to come back. But
yeah, I'm sure you
a
don't
lot
want
of
to be in
people
a
don't feel
starting
the same
point
way.
guard either.
No, no.
Yeah,
no.
that's kind of it. Like, it's a different role, and I wouldn't be opposed to Russ coming back next year because we talk about development. Talking about Maxime, Nick, and all those guys, and just kind of answer this one for me. It feels like an easy question. Who's kind of helped Max? Who's fed Max the most this season?
Man, it's been Russ.
Exactly. So it's like, yeah, you might not like the shots that he's taken this season, but also there's the other side of it where, like, oh, he's feeding Max down in the paint, kind of getting him touches, helping him develop. So yes, you might not like all of Russ, but there's an aspect of that where, like, yes, if we're going to talk development, I think that's something we need to discuss as well, and how that'd be a benefit to Max if Russ did come back next year. Like you said, you don't want him taking all these shots per game and all that, being the starting point guard, but if he comes back at a different role and he's helping out Max, like, I don't have an issue with that.
For sure. Another aspect of what Russell Westbrook did last night that people might not care about because the record is what it is, or they don't like Russ, or they don't like Zach or DeMar or any of these guys, is Russ, that was leadership. That was leadership. That was something that those guys in that locker room respect and appreciate. They've been taking bullets.
I'm sure that's something
long.
they've all thought in the locker room.
Absolutely. And they've been taking bullets. They've been taking shots. Some would deem unnecessary shots, mean-spirited, whatever you want to say. And they haven't really said anything, but they've heard it. They felt the way about it. And Russ stood up for those guys last night. You saw DeMar DeRozan. He posted something, the Scarface clip on Twitter in support of Russ. Zach LaVine with the salute emoji to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Like I said, people may not care because they don't like this team or they're not winning enough for them or whatever. But in that locker room, Russ stood up for those guys, man. He stood up and he spoke up for those guys. And that was leadership last night from Russell Westbrook.
And shout out to Mitch for calling in. Shout out New Jersey.
Shout out Jersey.
He kind of helped make a point that I want to talk about next, and we brought it up during the break. Shout out to the chat house. Catch us on YouTube, Twitch, all that stuff. But how fans talk about these guys, and we'll talk about the media too. But like Mitch is saying, like, yeah, I'd trade Zach LaVine for a bag of basketballs, and it's like there's just. And I don't think Russ was talking to the fans or anything like that, but like we brought it up during the break, like I said, and that's just part of it, I guess, because there's this aspect of doing this job, and I'm not at like super sourced up or anything like that, but you do kind of see how things work behind the scenes, and just more so, it's like it's different rather than watching it how I've always have as a fan, and just more so you only get to see what they show you. Like, shout out Tony in the chat house earlier. I don't think he was making like a bad point or anything like that. But like for what Tony sees, it's like, yeah, Russ is getting 15 shots up, 10 shots in this first quarter. That's not team basketball. But in reality, that might not be exactly what's going on here. But again, I don't fault fans for feeling how they feel. I don't fault fans for being like, yeah, you're 14 and 15 or 14 and 50 just because it's what else do you have to go off of, I guess. So that's where it's on like the media and I guess us to kind of talk better about it, but I don't fault fans for having their feelings or I guess kind of being against what Russ had to say or anything like that because I understand it.
No, I don't fault it either. We talk about that. I'm trying to pull the.
It all just comes down to like just wanting the Kings to win and just finally get the right foot going forward and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, and there's a lot of frustration going on. I completely understand it. I get it. You
wonder if you have a post-game press conference like that if they're not 14 and 50 this season.
No,
because Russ kind of said it too. Like, yeah, I've dealt with much worse. He's been in LA. He's been on title teams where the scrutiny is there and all that stuff. I mean, he's played with Kevin Durant. We all remember what that was like in the media and all that stuff. But it's just it all kind of just felt like it probably just boiled over yesterday. Finally.
Yeah. No, it was something that was building up that they've dealt with. All year long, we talked about Russ. We talked about Zach LaVine. Like I believe Zach LaVine has tried everything he can to be a better player, better defender. When he talks about I'm giving him my all. I'm worn out because I'm trying out on the defensive end. I believe him because I see it.
Yeah.
I look at the game and I watch him. Like he is giving effort out there. He's not dogging it. Does that mean he's going to turn into prime Kawhi on the defensive end? No, but the effort is there. The buy-in is there. He's trying that. Russ is trying to win. You mentioned Russ is trying to feed the young guys, teach Maxime right now, all this other stuff. DeMar's doing the same thing. And I think a lot of the times fans just they want a result.
Yeah.
They want a result. They don't care necessarily about the work you're putting in or how you're trying or anything else like that. They just want to know, do you win or lose? And the problem with that is if you're losing, all of a sudden you're a bum. You know what I'm saying? And you could be out there working, doing everything that you can in the game, before the game, after the game, doing everything that you can. And maybe it's just not your year. Like I've talked about, they just kind of snake bitten this year. It's not their year. But they've applied themselves to the process. They've tried. They go out there, they play together as a team. I think they do play together as a team. And I think they're there for each other. And it just hasn't worked out this year.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the fan part, I guess, because we do that. You not at all probably, but we do that with one of the greatest players of all time, and James Harden. He's a top 70 player of all time, and it's like, no, he's a losing player. He can't win. I say it all the time. He falls short in the playoffs. I've tried to fall back on the winning player, losing player stuff, and just more so, yeah, he's just not a playoff performer. But again, it's just that extreme take where, yeah, he's not a winning player. You can't win with James when in reality, it just didn't work out for James Harden. And I go back to the Kings game yesterday, and I'm seeing the lineup that they're finishing with, and it's not the young guys. I mean, Precious is there, but he's not a young guy. He's a vet in this league. He's established as of what he is. But it's like, oh, they're trying to tank. They're not going back to Max or Neek or anything like that. And then you listen to what Doug's saying post-game. It's like, yeah, Neek and Max probably needed a bit of a break. Drew was playing well, so you play them. And it's like, no, they're still trying to win. It's just more so you're going with this lineup because this is what it calls for on today rather than, yeah, no, they're trying to tank. Look, they're playing these guys. And it's like, no, it's not that simple.
Right, man. These guys are getting after it, man. And a lot of it comes with the territory. You know, that's just what it is. You play in this league, high-profile league. It doesn't mean that you deserve disrespect, but you get a lot of money, you know, and that comes with the price of it. I'm not even absolved of it. Like sometimes, you know, I'm sure if DeMontis Sabonis or Mike Brown or Luka Doncic listen to D'Lo and KC and Hermie, they probably take offense to the jokes I make or something.
Luka come in and talking about, oh, I'm not a winning player. I was just in the finals 2 years ago.
Right.
It's like, yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I say routinely he's got losing habits. I believe that, but I can understand him taking offense to that or being, if he heard that, saying like, no, you don't even know me like that.
Yeah.
So I get all that. It comes with the territory, but you know, I try to remember, man, these guys are out here working and they're trying to win just like we want them to win. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they execute the game plan. Sometimes they aren't able to execute the game plan. And the game plan was right. The strategy was right. The play call was right. But the other team gets paid too. And they found a way to stop them. They found a way to do it. So everybody just really on edge because this is such a terrible season for everybody involved. And last night it was Russ's turn to voice his displeasure.
Yeah, shout out to the media because that's not an easy situation to be in.
No,
you can have your takes and all that stuff, but there is an aspect of we're journalists, we're asking questions. You try to keep it professional, and when Russell Westbrook, one of the greatest players of all time as well, top 75 all that. Oh, he's top 75, right?
Yeah,
he should be. Either way, it's one of the greatest players of all time. Is like, hey, I'm talking to you,
right?
Or what do you guys got to say? It's like you don't want to just sit there and be quiet, and it's just that's a tense situation to be in. So I'm like, shout out to those guys for still having to go through that.
You like to think you know how you would handle that situation, but it caught everybody off guard.
Yeah.
So you'd like to think you know how I would have said this, or I would have questioned him about this, man. You don't know until you're in those situations, and I've never experienced it like that, but I'm sure those things are happening so fast. He's asking those questions so fast. You're on the spot. You're like, man, is this the space for me to really say how I feel? Or should I try to ask him in private? Or
that's a tough spot for Matt to be in, I feel. Because it's like, okay, I can answer Russ back, but now this might turn into a Russell Westbrook versus Matt George kind of face-off here in the post-game press conference, but that's kind of overtaken it. But also it's kind of like, you don't say anything, and it's like, you had your opportunity there. So it's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, the only thing I will say, and like I said, we just talking today, but we're having a good time. The only thing I will say is saying I'm on my way to go do my podcast and respond to this. That's a tough look.
Yeah.
That's a tough look. you got different ways that you could have handled that. And yeah,
it's part of being in the content game. It's part of the business. You got decisions to make. Like you kind of talk about it too. It's just a matter of you talk about dealing with Casey. It's a matter of, hey, would I report this or would I hold on to this? And it's just the decisions you got to make. And it's, hey, do I want to make this into content or do I just maybe want to talk to Rush behind the scenes and hash it out and figure out what this is down to? And it's all tough decisions to make.
Yeah.
But like I said, no fault to anyone. It's just a tense situation. Worst team in the league. This is kind of what you get.
Man, that was an all-time moment though.
Yeah, no, it went low key viral. I think the worldwide Wild had it. Yeah, he was tweeting about it.
A lot of people were tweeting about that, and I saw a lot of people, and it just NBA basketball people all over the country, and a lot of people were like on Russ's side, like go Russ.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like get after him, and that was. I'm glad you brought that up because that was tough for those guys in that room.
Yeah. There's no really win there for them.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, shout out, you move forward, and that's kind of what it is. We got TC on the call line 916-909-1320. TC, what you got for us today?
TC,
you got us?
Hey, my bad, bro. I had it on mute. Hey.
You're all good. What's up? Good morning.
Good morning, bro. Casey, what's up, bro?
What's up, fam? How you doing, man? Talking to you early in the morning now, man. What's up?
Yeah.
Man, let's go. Listen, man, check it out. D-Lo, what's up, big dog? You know, Joe, listen. Hey, so check it out, man. Hey, I see both parties on that note. And I get it, Kenny. They got the right to come back, right? But also, as fans, you know, or whatever media, I feel like they got the right to be like, hey, that's how when I was talking about Zach, when I was like, bro, if you don't want to be here, big dog, like, I know you, I mean, we don't want you know what I mean? So I get it. But I also get Russ like, hold on, man. We understand that, bro. It's a bad season. I mean, you don't got to keep saying that. We know it's bad, and we're trying to make the best of it, right? I'm trying to play my OG role in what I'm doing, and that, quite frankly, I really don't want to hear that. You feel me? So I get it. I get it from that standpoint. But at the same time, what I'm going to say, at this note, everybody that wanted tanking and wanted to go through a season like this is what happened. So that's why I say you got to be very careful for what you ask for sometimes. Right, unless that's what you really want. Unless you standing on there and you're like, this is what I want, bro. I really don't really care about the outcome because I see it. But other than that, sometimes we can speak super fast, bro. And I think that's a situation when everybody's like, let's take. I know we might be getting AJ, Darren, Boo, or whatever. But at the end of the day, nobody really want to have a season like this because you end up having little hiccups in the season like this where Russ it's miserable. You don't want to be miserable. We already be miserable sometimes as Kings fans. You don't want to be extra miserable, bro. So listen, man, happy Friday. I love everyone, bro. Y'all be safe, man. Have a good weekend, bro.
Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you have a good weekend as well. Right?
Take care, big dog.
Yeah, we can kind of move on from the Russ thing post-game and kind of get back to the loss and the season that it's been. Yeah, like coming out of that game, it's like, all right, they lost. Let's keep it moving, I guess. It's good for the tank. But, yeah, again, this has been a tough year where it's been kind of a waste. We've talked about it, but there's not really anything to take away here other than you hope they get a top 5 pick.
I'd ask everybody, and hopefully this ain't the case, but I'd ask everybody, you ready to do this for another 5 years? This type of season? You know, we talked about the Charlotte Hornets yesterday. Charlotte Hornets been at this for a long time.
It was kind of at the brink, too. We heard LaMelo trade rumors, things like that. And it's like, all right, have you kind of reached the end of this? And is it time to move on? And luckily enough, you drafted Colin Knippel, and now this group is meshing together, playing well, and they're winning basketball games. Just beat up on the Celtics, and it's like, nope, it's good.
Yeah,
everybody, hold on, they can win. It's fine. He's a winning player now.
This 5 more years or something like this. Hopefully, that's not the case. Hopefully, you get a draft pick, maybe make a trade, and everything turns around next year. Like I don't know what's going to happen, but you know, a lot of these times I think about what's the worst case scenario. What can the worst case be in a tank or a rebuild?
Yeah.
And you look at something like Charlotte, you know what I mean? You look at Utah and what's going on with them. You look at Washington, and we're talking 4 or 5 years before. And Charlotte is doing really well. They're playing great, but Charlotte Charlotte's in a play-in. In the East.
Yeah, they haven't done anything really. It's just more, they're finally above 500.
Yeah, they got a pulse now for the first. But they
won 19 games last season.
Yeah, they're looking like they'll probably lose in the first round. but they have promise. You know, they got young guys that you could see something developing past that.
Yeah.
But like, took them 6-7 years to get to the point where they're the 10th seed, the 9th seed in the East.
It's a long process.
That's
and
just tough.
You look at the Kings game yesterday, not too many. I mean, it wasn't a full stadium or anything, full arena or anything like that. It was empty. Someone throws it in the chatty house, empty ass arena, and shout out. You know what I'm going to do right now? What that makes me think of? I'm going to give away some Kings tickets right now.
Let's do that.
We're going to give away some Kings tickets as March 15th against Utah. Be caller number 13, 916-909-1320. Again, be caller number 13, 916-909-1320 to win a pair of tickets against Utah March 15th. Joe's going to hook you up. And if you don't win here, we got you again later on in the next hour. So we have a couple opportunities. So tap in. So call Joe right now. But yeah, kind of getting back to it. The arena was empty yesterday. And you look at Sacramento Kings fans, and that's not something you really ever see. They've always been down for the team. I remember working 50-50 raffle tickets at the games and just like, what are you guys doing here? They're playing Detroit on Tuesday and they're not winning. Like, what is your guys' problem?
Yeah.
It's not sold out or anything like that, but there's people there and people supporting the team. And now it's kind of gone to a point where it's like, oh, this is kind of like New Orleans. This is kind of like Atlanta.
That's tough too.
Yeah. Like, and I don't blame anyone because this is what it is. They're not, this is what it's come to, but it's a tough situation to be in.
Well, you know, I've always, you know, try to be respectful and understanding of like, the economy's tough, man. Money is tough, and the ticket prices for anything, for basketball games, baseball games, concerts just go up. I remember last year we was talking about, I was trying to go Giants Dodgers. It was gonna be like, for the family, it was gonna be like $1,200.
Yeah, I know.
To get tickets, to get down there, all this other stuff for one baseball game. So it's tough. Like, I understand it. But, you know, this was one of the things that I talked about when people were like, hey, Vivek should just tear it down. This guy's got a business to run. And I had asked you, are you going to still show up to the games? No, I ain't showing up. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Understandable. I get it. I'm not judging you. But put yourself in his shoes as a businessman. I'm going to tear this thing down in the hopes that it gets good at some point. And in the meantime, I'm going to have a half-empty arena. I'm going to have to give away tickets a number of different times. I'm probably going to lose money on the ticket.
There was a period of time where we weren't giving away tickets.
Right.
We were not. Yeah.
Right. That's what you want me to do. You want me to do that, and you're going to tell me it's going to be less beneficial for me financially to do that. Okay. Some people say, all right, I'll do it. I'll bite the bullet. Some people are like, no, I'm not going to bite the bullet. I'm going to go get John Morant.
Yeah.
Because having people in the building for a 9 seed is better than what we saw last night for the worst team in basketball.
Yeah.
Maybe that changes with the young guys. Maybe that energizes the fan base. It gets them out to the games. But record-wise, I don't see it changing. And if that's the case, like, I don't see that attendance changing.
Yeah, I think this is at least a 5-year job for Scott Perry, where maybe you're starting to see, hopefully, because we're talking about the Hornets, and we'll talk about them and the Wizards. I got some thoughts about them. Wizards played yesterday. Trae Young made his return, so we'll talk about that. But like, you're hopefully competitive by year 4. And then in reality, like, looking at those teams, it might be year 6, year 7, maybe year 5. But it's probably going to be a lot of losing these next couple seasons, few seasons.
I know we got to go to break, but who's the best rookie in recent memory? Wemby, I guess.
Yeah, Wemby. Cooper Flagg's been really good this season.
Wemby is
Tyrese. Maxey was pretty good. He didn't kind of like he didn't start off great, but he kind of got there.
We'll just go with Wemby. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Wemby about to finally make the playoffs in his 3rd season. That's the best rookie in the last
generational.
Yeah. And it took him at least 3 years to get there.
Yeah.
Just think, if you have a really good rookie, how long is it going to take him to get to the playoffs?
Yeah. We'll see. But we still got the Kings game to talk about yesterday. We're going to look around the league. Like I said, we're going to talk Trae Young. So yeah, we got plenty to talk about. This is The Jump on ESPN 1320 with Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, KCN for Kyle Madsen. We'll be back.
Let's go. Concanippo that's a good name. He's a good rookie right now. He'll make the playoffs in his rookie. Well, he'll make the playoff in his rookie year.
Yeah.
Luka, I think Luka made the playoffs in his 2nd season, I believe. No more than third, but I think it was his second season he made the playoffs.
You gonna be tapping into the World Baseball Classic?
Oh hell yeah!
Let's go.
Come on, man.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
Watching the game tonight.
WBC is fire. Absolutely.
I know.
Definitely watching it tonight. Shohei went crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. That the pitch he hit for a grand slam, like, bro.
Oh,
he had no power in that swing. That's unreal. It's insane. I watched the Czech versus Australia last night. Just a bunch of guys, you know what I mean? That was a fun one.
What was that Australia's catcher who didn't dap up? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
What was his issue?
I was reading. I think what they were saying is because the batter had a bunch of pine tar on his gloves. That kind of makes sense. I mean, I get that.
Did he go for a fist bump?
Yeah, I don't know. He could have done that for sure. It wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look. But online, I think the people were saying it's because of pine tar. I don't know.
No,
it was weird though. It wasn't a good look.
They stalled. I mean, he could do whatever he wants. I'm just trying to figure out the origins of why he would do that.
Yeah, none taken, guys. I want USA to beat Brazil. I do.
I had to look it up yesterday, and I was wondering why, because the Dodgers and the Reds were playing spring training, and Ellie De La Cruz was out there. I was like, why isn't he playing? And then I said, I think he's Dominican. He is Dominican, and I wonder what the deal is, why he didn't play. He might not have got any playing time, though. That might have been the reason why.
Yeah, dude, the Dominican roster is stacked.
Yeah.
It could have been insurance problems. I don't know. There's
there's been a lot of that.
There's some weird stuff. Like if you had been on the IL previously, like within a span of time, they won't let you play.
I think it was Puerto Rico missed out on a few guys because of that or something.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, quite a few teams.
Shout out Randy Rosarena and Team Mexico.
Yeah, still trying to figure that out.
His story is awesome.
Shout out Randy.
One of
us. Shout out Team USA
he
too.
said, "Let me play.
Yeah.
Let me give me citizenship. Let me play." That's awesome, bro.
That what's his name? Nolan Arenado playing for Puerto Rico.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
He played for Team USA last
probably got
time.
like a grandparent or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's lineage, but he was playing for Team USA.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You play for one team. I feel like you can't switch. But again, it's all tricky stuff.
Jazz is the team captain for Great Britain, I believe.
Yeah.
That's sick. Like it's gonna be a good tournament for sure. The game last night was crazy. It looked like.
Yeah, Jesse was saying your boy went crazy this morning, boy.
Who?
You see Shohei?
Oh yeah, he hit that grand slam, right? Yeah.
What was he, 5 for 5 for like 10
I think
yards?
4
I didn't see his
for
final stats.
5.
I just saw the grand slam. I think it
Dude,
was.
yeah, he went crazy.
He
He went crazy.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's what he did. He almost hit for the cycle. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
He went
yeah.
5. I think it was 5 for 5, and he almost hit for the cycle with the grand slam.
I'll concede Bonds being number one because you look at the numbers and it's all just everything is bold as far as led the league and everything. I don't care about steroids or none of that stuff. Like that was part of the league for everybody. So I'll take Bonds one, but Shohei's number two.
Shohei crazy. We had that discussion, but Shohei's crazy.
I've never seen anything like that before.
That boy is crazy.
Dude, the ball he hit,
Oh,
it was all all arms, bro. Crazy.
You know what's interesting too is they beat up on Chinese Taipei, and that stands out to me because they're always so dominant in the Little League World Series.
Yeah,
and
I think Australia beat Chinese Taipei too, or something like that.
I think they
Australia
did.
beat
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
was
yeah, I
kind of
think
a
they
notable
did.
upset.
Yeah, and I was, I've never seen Chinese Taipei do well in the WBC.
Yeah,
and I'm like, well, what happened when the kids were doing their thing? Like, what happens?
Australia didn't look bad last night, actually. They didn't look too bad.
Yeah, shout out to the WBC. We'll be tapped in for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I'm stoked for the game tonight.
Yeah. College basketball is starting to heat up. The conference stuff is still messing me up because you see the women's conference tournaments going on. It's like, wait, why is the women's tournament's already happening? Why is Cal playing NC State? It's like, nope, this is the ACC tournament.
That's right.
Yeah.
Champ week starts. Well, tournaments have started, but Missouri Valley Conference is the first championship game, I think, on Sunday.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Yes, it is. We've been talking Russell Westbrook for pretty much the majority of the first hour. Got some finishing touches on that Kings loss yesterday. Helps the tank race. But I got my guy Casey in here with
Yes,
me.
sir.
Filling
Yes,
in
sir.
for Kyle Madsen, who is somewhere across the world. Joe Brazil producing the show. Shout out Joe for being in here. And
Kyle Madsen literally lost the day.
Yeah.
He's going to just not even experience a Friday.
Friday is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So shout out to Kyle traveling the world. Like I said, I've been talking a lot of Russell Westbrook. We got D'Lo later on, solo 2 to 6. He'll have James Ham in there with him.
Yeah.
Eddie Gonzalez will be there too. So, I mean, you'll get their thoughts on everything going on, especially Russell Westbrook. So make sure you're tapped in with 1320 all day.
Hammer was in the building.
Hammer was there. Hammer was there, 10
bit.
toes, ready to go. Shout out Ham. He's with us. But yeah, just gave away some Kings tickets too. We're going to give away some more later on towards the end of the show against Utah, March 15th. So make sure you're sticking around with us. And let's just get back to it. Kings lose 133 to 123 to New Orleans. A lot of the same. First quarter, great. Second quarter, looking shaky. Third quarter, there's the run. And fourth quarter, it's over.
Yeah, Doug talked about it after the game, too. They fell victim to what they fall victim to often. And that's a stretch of time, whether it's 5 minutes, 8 minutes, the whole quarter, where they just don't do the things they need to do for winning basketball, whether that's defend, whether that's take care of the basketball, make shots. It's something different, it feels like, every time. But they had that period again in the third quarter. First half, they were out there playing well. They were gritty. They led. I think they went into the half down, but they were up with like a minute to go in the half. And, yeah, they came out in the third quarter and weren't able to capitalize on that, what they had established in that first half. And it's a story that we've seen so many times this year. It's 50 times this year.
Yeah.
And, I don't think they're going to figure it out.
There's no grand take to have the rest of the season. There's no identity. I think you do. We don't have to get into this too much, but you don't have to. I think you can bring back Doug next year. Just this has been such an incomplete year and an evaluation type where it's like I can't tell you whether he's like. There's been things where it's like, yeah, maybe he's not the best coach, but I can't. He hasn't had resources to prove why he's a good coach either.
Right.
So I think you probably bring him back next year, and this year's just a full-on evaluation mode type of year. There is a kind of a takeaway here, and I can't lie, it stands out to me. Devin Carter, no minutes yesterday. I think that has ran its course here in Sacramento.
It's got to be maybe personal isn't the right word. I don't necessarily want it because I don't know if it's personal, but it's beyond basketball. Because to me, there's no reason why he shouldn't be playing. There's no reason. If this is about development, if this is about trying to see what guys have, I think Scott Perry has talked about, this is an evaluation period. He should be out there on the floor.
Yeah.
Killian Hayes,
he's a lottery pick from last season. Like
right.
That's hasn't amounted to much yet, but that's still something. There's talent there. The guys that get drafted in that spot.
Or let me see that there's not talent by letting him get a run of 40 games where he played every game. Killian Hayes 11 minutes. That should be going to Devin Carter.
Yeah. And
I know they're probably all signs point to them just being out on Devin Carter. And I understand it to a certain degree. Maybe that's not the people that drafted him, all this other stuff. But yeah, man, I think he should be getting some of that run.
Yeah, and now we're seeing that he's not. I don't disagree with you. Like, I think it's kind of like I said, it's ran its course. I don't think Devin Carter is part of the Sacramento Kings future plans or anything like that. But again, he's a young guy. See what he's got. But looking at him, it's just he was never able to get on track here. We go back to when he was drafted, and this is coming off of Beam Team 1 year, I think it is.
Yeah.
It might have been two. Might have been two. But point being, it's not over with. You're still trying to make playoffs. You're still trying to build. And you add a guy at a position that you don't necessarily need. And also, he's out for the first 6 to 8 months. And by the time he gets here and he's like, all right, guys, I'm ready to help. Oh, Mike Brown is about to lose his job. So the coach that was here with him is about to be gone. The team is splintering. It's all about to break. You don't really have time for a rookie to kind of slowly develop here and get his feet wet or anything like that, because no, it is dire. You need to win. Because again, this is all on the brink of breaking apart, which it did. And now you've got Doug in, and it's like Devin's still trying to figure it out. Doug's still trying to put duct tape on a plane in the air.
Yeah.
So he's
Trying to
doing that.
fix the plane in the air.
There's no room for Devin Carter there. And then we get to this season, new GM. The GM that drafted him has been fired. Who knows how Scott Perry feels about him? And so far, it feels like they don't feel great about Devin Carter. Feel like he's part of their plan. So, I mean, he hasn't necessarily played the greatest at all times. He's had flashes, but it just seems like he's not part of their future, and that's not necessarily his fault. But it's what it is at this point, for me at least.
And Devin Carter, we always go back to that. I think it was Orlando game where he came in, he shot a bunch, he just didn't play well. I don't think he's been awful in the times that he played. Like he hasn't like been a difference maker.
He's had moments.
He played well against.
There
Dallas.
is the times where he goes, "Oh, it's Devin Carter time," and he's kind of
but my thing has always been let him work through that.
Yeah,
let him learn that doesn't work, or let him learn, how to maneuver in those situations. If this is an evaluation period, if this is something where you're trying to get these guys reps and get them experience and develop and all this other stuff. You're developing Neek and Maxime Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell. Try to develop the young point guard too.
Yeah.
And I'm not even like the biggest believer in Devin. I'm not like securing the Carter or anything else like that. But if this is about evaluation and development, I think he should be getting some of those minutes as well. But it's clear that
we've just reached the end of the evaluation, I think. Yeah, because Aaron Mick, shout out to the chat house, shout out Aaron in the chat house. Well, you have him for next year and he has zero trade value. I'm at the point, cut Devin Carter and let him go find his place in the NBA somewhere else. Where there's a team that like they want to sign Devin Carter. They think, oh, there could be something here that we could work with. Let Devin Carter go somewhere where he's actually wanted probably for the first time in his career. Okay, because he's a young player, was a lottery pick, and you're talking about like just you're evaluating. I think we've kind of reached the end of that evaluation as Doug Christie. Maybe he's dealing with something else or whatever, but just from what we've seen, like I said, I think we reached the end of that. My thing is cut him and let's see if some other team feels like they could use him.
See, I'd be trying to say, can I get a second rounder somewhere for him?
I don't think you can, pal. I don't think you can. Because I think if you could have, you would have already.
Man.
And this year didn't help anything.
Well, maybe they by himself he could get a second rounder, but they were keeping him around as for the contract.
Yeah.
To match contracts. So maybe that ship has sailed, or maybe it hasn't. Maybe you revisit that in the summer. Because that doesn't seem like that difficult of a task. Because you could look at, they did it with Sarge. They were able to match salary or get Sarge to Chicago. I think that's where he went.
Yeah, I think so.
So you could use Devin in some type of trade maybe in the summer to help match salary or facilitate. I don't know if you just straight cut him. I don't even
now. Honestly, it's less about best for the Sacramento Kings and more so I feel not. I don't want to say I feel bad because it's just the way things go in the NBA. But let Devin Carter try to figure something out in the NBA. Like it didn't work here. And holding him here until you have a deal ready for him isn't sure it could help you eventually, but it's not helping his career. And he could be out of here soon.
That's fair, but on the team side,
I get it.
That's not really my concern.
I'm GMing with a heart right now. I get it. I'm GMing with a heart. It's like, Devin, I'm sorry. You know what? Go find yourself out here in the NBA. And I get it. I'm GMing with a heart.
Not really my concern, man. I got to get these picks. I got to get these assets, man.
I get it. Sorry, Devin.
I got to make this money work, man.
I tried to be rational and nice, and Kenny's like, yeah, no, he's here. End of the bench until we can move him. Oh, I get that. But.
Yeah, man. That's tough. The Stars were out at the Golden One Center last night. We talked about an empty stadium.
Oh, my gosh. They half a star. Not even half a star.
Hey, that was one.
No, Kyler Murray was not there.
One of the funniest moments this year.
Yeah,
I wasn't alerted to it till this morning.
Let me see if I can find
that. Was hilarious.
Yeah, that was tough. Kyle Draper, shout out. I remember watching you call Celtics games. Yeah, man. Shout out.
I saw Drake the other night.
End of the show, all that stuff, buddy. That was not Kyler Murray. And you guys spun the block on that too.
I saw Drake the other night. That's my boy. I got to go break bread with Drake, man. We got to go get some lunch or something. That's my guy. But that was crazy.
Yeah, no, that's like, can you imagine Russell Westbrook happening after the game? But before it's like, yeah, we got Kyler Murray courtside at the Kings game. That's that, buddy. Like I saw, because I was watching the game too, but I was off doing something on the side, so I was listening at the time. And it's like, oh, that's weird. What is Kyler Murray doing here at the game? And then you go back, you showed me the picture this morning. It's like, oh, that looks nothing. That looks nothing like Kyler Murray. I don't know what that was, but that is not Kyler Murray. Not even close.
Man.
Not even close.
That was so funny.
Yeah. And that's just kind of, you know what, Kings?
The 2025,
yeah, this is what it is right now. It's fine.
Okay.
And again, it's like they went back. They went back.
Once again, this is my guy. But with the close shot, the close-up shot.
This is all fun. This is all fun.
He goes, there he is.
No.
Former Arizona Cardinal in the
like producer, where are you at? Pick Drapes up. Come on, pick your guy up.
Yeah, see, they needed a Russell Westbrook right there.
Exactly.
They needed a good teammate right there to say, hey, Drapes, no. Say, no.
Oh yeah. Like that one time where Katie's microphone wasn't working. We had to kill Katie. Like sometimes you just gotta be out front with it. Hey, that's not Kyler Murray. That's probably what you had to do at that point.
Yeah, then Drapes could play it off and be like, oh man, I didn't have my glasses on. It looked like him from a distance, but no, clear. Like, yeah, where the teammates at?
Yeah,
where the teammates? See,
that's
I don't put that on my man Drapes. I put that on the team, man.
Yeah. Shout out Drapes. It's fine. It's just like you said. It's like I said. It's just the Kings this season. You get that, then you get rest post game. You just got to take the L and move on, and just know, hey, that's not Kyler Murray next year. But
oh man, I want to talk to fake Kyler.
Yeah, no.
I want to get him.
Maybe in case you're the jump summer guest.
Fine. Want to talk to fake Kyler, man.
Yeah, but that wasn't just Kyler Murray out and about yesterday, returning things like that. Trae Young made his return to the Wizards yesterday.
He did.
They lost. Me and Kyle were talking about it yesterday morning show, and I was like, if Trae Young goes for 25 and 10 today, I am just going to lose my mind. And it's like the Kings should have traded for him, because I'm just, I guess, firmly on the Trae Young is still good hill. You can win with Trae Young. Like, I'm there. I don't buy into the defense stuff, because I'm watching him yesterday against the Jazz, and he only played about 20 minutes, was on a minutes restriction. Probably what's best for the Wizards right now. Get Trae out there with the guys, just get him familiar, and then lose the game still. But 20 minutes, 12 points, 6 assists. You watch him defensively, and it's how much of it is, and he's a bad defender. That's fine. Like, that's fine. But how much of it is like he doesn't stay in front of his guy or just doesn't move, and rather he's a tiny guy out there.
Yeah.
And again, we can call him a bad defender, but I think you can still work with him. And I guess you look at the Wizards, and less about the game yesterday and more about the way they rebuilt. They never landed, I guess, the guy in their rebuild. Talking about their draft picks, you got Alexander Sarr, I think, with the second pick, and that's probably about as good as it's gotten so far. Yeah. Traded for guys, things like that. And now you've reached the point where you made the move for Trae Young and Anthony Davis. We'll see what Anthony Davis looks like probably next season. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm going to be honest.
I'm not sure.
I'm more worried about Trae and
Wizards. Not because of injury. I think he gets moved potentially in the summer.
Yes, I'm not really too concerned about him right now. I'm more worried about Trae and the young guys, how that looks. But you kind of look at Washington, who probably sped up their rebuild, because if you didn't trade for Trae, it's probably a couple more years of losing and hoping you're able to land a top 5, top 3 pick, compared to the Hornets, who did go the full 6-7 years, and now this is where they're at. It's kind of what we've talked about before the season, during the season. That's a tale of two paths. Which one do you want to take? Do you want to draft the guys who are good but not necessarily franchise changers, and eventually go after the Trae Young, or do you just stick it out and hope you get the LaMelo Ball, the Brandon Ingrams, the Con Knipples, and all those guys they got there?
Yeah, and I think some of that has to do with the fact we talk about this all the time. We reference the Phoenix Suns and what they're able to do because they have Devin Booker.
Yeah,
Charlotte was able to hang on a little bit and try one more draft because you had a Brandon Miller, you had a LaMelo Ball. You know, those guys were there. Washington doesn't have that. They got, and I like the guy, but they got Trey Johnson. They got Sarr. Like, man, we don't have those type of rookies. Man, we might have to go make a move real quick. Like, and that was they evaluated where they were at and made a decision to go after it with Trae. I'm with you. I wanted Trae here.
I really like Trae Young. I'll say it. It's not popular, but I like Trae Young. He's a good player. He's a great player.
All things that were reported, he was available for him. Like they had an opportunity to go get him and passed on it. And We'll see. Maybe it just wasn't the right time. That's one thing that we talk about often with Scott Perry.
Well, because if you trade for Trey, you're probably just keeping Sabonis here and just some of the vets, I'd imagine.
Yeah. I mean, Sabonis or Levine would have been in that deal. I've heard both. Like Levine we heard the story. He was trying to get to Atlanta, be part of that deal. I've heard that Sabonis was the guy they were going to use in that deal, but one of them would have been gone. If Trey goes off,
is he going to be a what could have been potentially for you? Like, are you going to watch Trae Young and let's say like him and the Wizards are in the play-in next year? They have some sort of success. You're going to be like, the Kings, that's a move you should have made, or is it like, nah, we'll wait 5 years and
it depends.
We'll see what happens.
I'll probably wait a little bit, maybe not 5 years, maybe like 2 or 3 years.
I got you.
But it depends on what happens with this draft. If you find one of them ones, if you get Darren, AJ, Cam, Darius, Acuff, all these, if you get those type of guys, it's like, okay, that softens the blow. Because it's like we probably wouldn't have got that guy if Trae Young was here. Although the Wizards they're looking at a top 4 pick.
Yeah.
So you probably
it's all good right now. Like I said, Trae played yesterday, they still lost.
You could have got Trae and that draft pick, but I'm gonna give it a little time.
I got you.
I'm gonna give it a little time, but I was gonna wish Trae was here.
You think this year's lottery pick for the Kings has any potential impact on how they move forward, whether it's taking a Wizards route or the Hornets route? Like, say you get a top 2 pick, you probably are on your way to being the Hornets because you're able to get like the guy. But if you get 3 through 5, can you still get like the guy? Do you get a franchise guy at that point?
You definitely can. I don't know if what happens with this pick makes them decide to go the Wizards route. You know what I mean? I think it might take another year.
And like I said, it's not like you don't do anything right now, but it's just more so, all right, they didn't land a top 2 pick in, 2026? And that's kind of, since then, it's like, they haven't been able to land that top pick. And like, all right, maybe you get a Trae Young type in year 4, year 5, rather than sticking it out.
Man, I feel like Scott Perry is committed to seeing this thing out through the draft. And I don't think he's going to do anything that puts the salary cap even more in jeopardy of being a problem. So you talk about the jobs, you talk about Trae Young. It's like, unless he loves those guys, he's not really doing that.
I got you.
Like he's not. That's just my belief. I could be wrong, but it's like I'm not really doing that. If for guys that I like but don't love, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if he loves a guy, like, I don't even know if Kuminga falls in that category, but just say, for instance, it does. If Kuminga was available at $30 million a year, whatever his contract, 24, he might, all right, I'll do that because I love Kuminga. But Trae Young, like, I like him.
It's a lot of money you're gonna have to pay him though, eventually.
It's like I'm not.
I get the other side of it.
Yeah, I think that's the way he's gonna go about it, and that is something I understand. I get it.
You're listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320 with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia. No Kyle Madsen, though. KCN for him. Kyle's losing his Friday somewhere halfway across the world. We've been talking plenty of Kings. Got to Trae Young returning yesterday. Let's get to some of the other things that happened in the league yesterday and are going to be happening today. LeBron, the GOAT, passed Kareem and all-time field goals made.
Salute to the GOAT, man. Do we have air horns? Do we have?
I think, do we have air horns? I don't think we do. Let me just play this. It kind of fits, I guess. Oh no, we're gonna catch a fine. I'm not playing that one. We're gonna catch a fine. Little something like this. There we go. Just some happy music. Real quick. I don't have air horns right here, but
LeBron's not the GOAT though. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Has LeBron won 3 straight NASCAR events?
You know what, brother? I'm not gonna lie. He hasn't. I can't.
Come on now.
With you there.
Come on.
The happiest Michael Jordan has looked probably since '98. By the way.
And look. I'm not. This is the Jordan effect. This is the Jordan effect for somebody like myself. I ain't gonna say I'm watching the whole race, but I'll figure out what's going. They're in Arizona this Sunday, I guess. I don't even know when they do races.
NASCAR KC.
I don't even know when they do races. I think it's on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'll tap in. I'll see what's going on.
I've been to a couple of NASCAR races, help cater, inside jobs, stuff like that.
Really?
Out there to Sonoma, you at the Save Mart, stuff like that.
I've never
Save
been
Mart
to
350, Save Mart 5, one of those type races. And I was out to help putting drinks in tubs, things like that. And then once you're done, you go walk around. It's fine. It's not. I would never go for fun. But
I've never been to
racing's
a
always good.
NASCAR
It's
race,
fine.
and I don't.
Yeah,
I'm never
Let me
going to
see some
say like,
F1,
oh, I
some Formula
never
One.
will
I'll
be.
tap in some Formula One maybe if it comes to Sacramento one day. Oh, they're going around Cal Expo right now. Oh, Lewis Hamilton is about to win.
Oh,
Yeah.
and this turn over here at Fairy Tale Town
Yeah.
it's a tough one. They're in William Land Park.
Yeah, shout out.
Yeah, nah.
Shout out.
I'm not gonna say I'd never go to a racing event, but
It's just not a tie on the list. I don't know if I would get to the end of
if I was in the Jordan suite though,
Hey, I'll go for that.
yeah, if I
I'll
was in
go
the
for
Jordan
that.
suite.
But
But shout out to LeBron though.
shout out LeBron. Been a tough year for the Lakers. I think they're losing first round.
Yeah.
And I think, let me look at the standings. Ooh, not anymore. They were slated to play the Rockets if the season ended last week at one point. Right now, they'd be playing the Timberwolves in the first round. But let's stick with the Rockets. They lost to the Warriors in overtime yesterday. I can't buy the Rockets as title contenders. I just can't do it.
I'm not worried about that.
I love Kevin Durant, the 10th greatest player of all time for me. I love what he does, but it's just I think Fred VanVleet's hurting them. Ime Udoka has just completely turned me away from Sengun. Like he's a fine player, but I wonder if he's going to get kind of hunted in the playoffs, and that kind of might be their Achilles heel. And I'm not out on Sengun or anything like that, but it's just I just don't love the vibes there on Houston right now.
Part of me feels you can't do that.
Ime also did the whole thing with the Celtics where, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown need to stand up and stop being little bees and all that stuff. I don't know if you can do that everywhere. I don't know if that works everywhere. Not everyone was receptive to that.
I was a bad loss last night.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I was a bad loss last night, but I'm not tripping about the Rockets. The Rockets, for me, are a playoff team. They are worried about the playoffs.
Isn't that what we said about the Suns and KD though?
Well, they weren't even close though.
They weren't, but it's like that team when it was Bills, like, yeah, it's gonna
That's
get
not
through the
fair to
season.
these Rockets.
No, okay.
That team was 11th.
I'm just asking.
That team was 11th.
Yeah.
The first year, I guess we did say that. Well, I didn't believe that.
Mhm.
I didn't feel that way. People did say that about the
Yeah.
Suns, but I didn't believe that. I do believe that about the Rockets. And I think once you get them into the playoffs, they're going to be formidable. That was a bad loss last night.
Oh, it was.
No ifs, ands, or buts. Did the Pods go off last night? Did I see
26
that
points.
correctly?
26 points. Led the Warriors in scoring, I believe.
Yeah, that can't happen.
Yeah.
Rockets.
But you said they're a playoff team, so we'll see what happens.
LeBron, do we believe that he hurt his elbow?
I think LeBron his elbow. And that means whatever LeBron wants it to mean. Maybe he did hurt it, maybe he didn't.
If he
LeBron his
didn't,
elbow.
why did he do that?
Because it's LeBron James. It's LeBron James.
No need to do that.
I got one more thing. We're gonna be talking some Raider stuff coming up, some Niners things.
Ooh,
We
Raiders got
thoughts.
news.
Yeah, Raiders got news. So yeah, we got plenty of NFL stuff to talk before we head out to the weekend because you got D'Lo later, and AC 2 to 6. But Jason Tatum making his return back for the Celtics.
Come on,
Top
man.
5 player in the league. Miraculous Achilles return. Given it's only been 10 months, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you know me. I'm a Celtics fan. For those that don't know, I'm tapped in. I'm ready to go. But this is a big deal. This is a top player coming back in the league right now, in a crazy time. Meaning that's kind of playoff time.
And I hate the Celtics. I love my boy Jesse Tapia. I love Mr. Tapia. Those are my boys. But I hate the Celtics. But I love Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. I've done a 180 because before I was like, nah, don't bring him back. Don't bring him back. But think about it more. You talk to Eddie and if he wants to come back, as long as he's not being pushed and forced to come back.
Yeah, Danny
if he
Ainge
wants to come back, let him come back.
Danny Ainge and those doctors from the IT days are gone. I think they. If Tatum wasn't 110%, he wouldn't be back today.
Yeah, so
he's playing the
he's
Mavericks
for it.
today. So
he's for it. So I'm anxious to see him back, man. I'm tapped into it.
Yeah. So we're gonna be talking Raiders, 49ers. Bills made a move. DJ Moore on headed to Buffalo. So we're gonna talk plenty of that. This is The Jump with Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, Casey in for Kyle Madsen. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hit the thumbs up, everybody, if you can. Shout out to all you guys being here this morning.
Yeah, man. Y'all tapped in, man. Love that. AZ Fudd signed the Jordan brand. There we go. Money rolls, cars and clothes. That's how my partners roll.
Shout out to T.I. Underrated, I feel.
You know, I've been very dismissive of T.I. Recently, but he's good. He's not. I say he's not my favorite. I don't want to be like I don't like him. Like he's fine, but I don't go to T.I.'s catalog often. But he got some stuff, man. He for sure got some stuff.
Yeah.
Damn, this Russ stuff is everywhere.
Is it?
It's everywhere nationally. It is everywhere.
Oh yeah, no. Shout out Joe for alerting us. Dylan Brooks got arrested for DUI this morning, I believe.
Oh, Jesus, bro.
Yeah. Should never get behind the wheel. No, there's just no reason to ever do that.
No reason ever, but especially in his situation. Like,
yeah,
you got a lot of resources, a lot of money, a lot of resources.
What you guys got going on, Chatty House, this weekend? Filthy, I appreciate that. This is the first day, so plenty to work on, but yeah. This has always been putting out work. And shout out D-Lo in case it was giving me opportunities.
Man, boy, grinding out here, man. Grinding.
Hey, Michigan, chill on my phone case, dude. What is your problem? It's fine. I've had problems. It'll break. Like, what do you want me to do? Yeah, like, chill out, man. Gosh. Yeah, I will do that probably about 8:50ish. I'll tease it right now when we come back. Shout out Soren says he's going to the snow this weekend. I'm not always down for the snow, but I'm down for the snow sometimes if I'm not driving and someone else is handling and all that. And I just get to go outside, go on the little sled and
I just
go get me a little sandwich at the clubhouse.
The bunny slopes.
Yeah,
just give me that, man.
I tried going snowboarding once. The most frustrating thing I ever did in my life. And
Dude,
one of those things where I'm not gonna go back and do that again.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try it.
Dog, I think I've told the story before. I went snowboarding one time.
Yeah.
Got to the top of the hill. I was like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
And I went to the little cabin at the top of the hill. And I was like, hey, how do I get down from here? They're like, well, you gotta snowboard. I said, I'm not snowboarding.
Nope.
And they said, well, that's the only way to get down. I said, I don't think you understand. I'm not snowboarding down this hill. How do I get down? And they're like, well, the people do the last call sweep. Like, maybe you could get a ride with them. I was like, cool. That's what I'll do. I'll wait for the last
I'll wait.
call.
Like, I got time. Bro. I got time.
Like, it's not happening.
I got time.
I'll say like the worst I've ever hurt myself was definitely snowboarding. And
I'm not trying to do all that.
I ride dirt bikes, snowboard, skateboard, like all of that, and it's definitely snowboarding for sure, bro. Like the injuries are crazy because the board's connected to you. So like when cool. Dude, it hurts.
It's cool. I'm good. Yeah, the wife was there too. You know, the wife was there. I drove past her on the snowmobile. And said, hey, they'll come back to get you. They said because she snowboarded. I said, they'll come back to get you.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys down there.
Yeah, see you guys later. No chance.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Yes, it is. I'm Jesse Tapia. I got Casey in with me, subbing in for Kyle Madsen. It's been a crazy show today.
Yeah, man.
Given what we saw yesterday.
That was an all-time moment, Jesse.
Kyler, not Murray, was at the game. Kyler V. Murray is a free agent in the NFL, which we're going to get to in a bit, talking about some of the moves being made today, and some Max Crosby notes. Got plenty. We had some Raiders to talk about coming up.
Yeah. Also, I got to, because it's a discussion on D-Lo and KC often. Shout out to your boy. He went crazy in the first game of the WBC. Shout out to your boy Shohei.
Oh, yeah.
Whew.
Missile launch.
That boy bad.
Yeah, just hitting home runs on top of home runs. Shout out Shohei, probably the best player I've ever watched. I got to Barry at the end, so that's why I'll acknowledge Barry as the GOAT. That's fine. But yeah, Shohei probably the best player I've ever seen, just in front of my eyes.
WBC underway. I think the rest of the games they were in Japan, so that's why those games started in the middle of the night. But I think the rest of them started about 4:00 today. So I'm tapped in.
Shout out Team USA.
Yeah, man.
Aaron Judge. It's not October. We're good. We're locked in. You can win it. You can take it home for us.
Did you hear his speech?
No, I didn't.
It's a little underwhelming.
I bet it is.
It was. He shouldn't be
just like his
he shouldn't be the one. Oh, come on, man.
But,
come on. I didn't. Yeah. Nobody asked for all that.
I know. I offered it up.
Aaron Judge, he about to do his thing for Team USA. Let's go.
Roman Anthony's there. So shout out. The Roman Anthony's there and ready to help. Shout out Team USA. Shout out Team Mexico. Shout out Randy Arozarena. He's with us.
Shout out Randy.
Yeah,
that's my boy.
Shout out. Those are my two teams in the
Are they in the same quadrant? USA?
The same pool? That's a good question. I think they might be.
Yeah, Joe, if you want to check that out.
I'll double check.
But point being, the WBC is fire, so I'm excited.
It is on fire. Logan Webb is the starter for Team USA.
Yeah, so USA is in Pool B with Mexico, Italy, Great Britain, and Brazil. It looks like.
Well, that's fire. Some good players in there.
Yeah.
Some good players.
And we got Webb tonight too. Yeah. Local guy pitching for Team USA, 5:00. It's gonna be a good one.
And they're in Houston.
I want to say Miami. Let me check.
Oh no, Miami's for the Latin team.
And real quick, while you're hanging out with us, we will be giving away more Kings tickets, a pair of Kings tickets later on around 8:50. So make sure you're tapped in. March 15th against Utah. So make sure you're sticking around for Kings tickets. We already had a winner earlier, and if you missed out, you can be the next one. So tap in.
That's going to be a very important game too.
Yeah, it is.
A very important game.
Tank Bowl. But while Joe looks that up, let's hit some NFL stuff real quick. Geno Smith, the Geno Smith era in Las Vegas has reached its end. Shout out Madrid in the chatty house. Shout out Loki. Shout out to the other Raider fans in the chat house. Steven. It didn't work out. Neither did Pete Carroll. But I do like when teams, I guess, just kind of wash their hands of these things. And it's like, yeah, it didn't work. Let's move on. And now you look towards the draft if you're the Raiders. And it seems Fernando Mendoza is going to be the guy.
Would you, I guess maybe he makes too much money for that. But I was going to say, would you have kept Geno around, some mentor, backup?
No, that whole situation, it feels like let Geno go his separate way and let the Raiders go their separate way.
It
didn't work. That was Pete's
bad.
guy. Pete's not there.
Yeah.
It's just he was, if not for Tua Tagovailoa, let's be fair, he was probably the worst quarterback in the league.
He was bad.
The worst starting quarterback in the league.
He had some issues where the offensive line just didn't give him time, and it was impossible.
Yeah.
But there were also times when he just made terrible decisions.
Yeah.
And it is kind of surprising to see because he did play pretty well with the Seahawks that you got the complete opposite version of Geno Smith with the Raiders.
You got the complete opposite version of Pete Carroll.
Oh, that's true too.
Yeah.
That's true too.
But I mean, shout out to the Raiders. We got one more note about him. If you're a Raider fan, call in. What's your thoughts? Taking Fernando number 1, which seems to be the guy. Do you feel good if that's about to losing right now? Do you feel good if that's the guy for the Raiders? And I guess if not, why? 916-909-1320. It's also the Mojo's local Tapping Kitchen text line. So hit us up.
Did you see that real quick? Did you see that video of Cam Newton saying this is one of, if not the worst QB class of all time?
I don't disagree. Fernando can be what he is, and maybe he's good. But when Dan Orlovsky's talking to me about taking Ty Simpson from Alabama, top 5, it's like, all right, like I know NFL Live's ratings aren't hurting that bad. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with Cam. I'm a Dolphins fan. They're going to need a quarterback. You're not getting your quarterback this year. You're not. Unless you want to draft him in the 4th round, 5th round, something like that, and take a flyer. But there is no franchise quarterback here.
Yeah.
If not for Fernando Mendoza. He's the only one where I think it's like, yeah, maybe. And even then, it's like I think his ceiling might be a Sam Darnold type.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good quarterback. He just won the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
You kind of just hit your spots and do what you need to, all those things.
Yeah.
But like there's no there's no Josh Allen here or anything like that.
Yeah, Fernando, he's good.
Yeah.
I think he's good. He's solid.
You put the right system around him, you'll be successful. I think.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you're looking at.
But I don't see it for some of these quarterbacks, but you never know.
Yeah.
I think that happens a lot in basketball where it's like, oh, this draft class isn't good or whatever. And, you get some all-stars out of there.
Mm-hmm.
You get some really, really high productive guys out of it. So only time will tell. I like Mendoza.
Yeah.
I like Simpson. I don't know if I like
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, he might be better than Fernando. It's like, all right, dude, relax. You already got your pack from ESPN. It's cool. We don't have to do that.
But he has some really good moments at Alabama, man. So we'll see.
And then one more Raiders note: Diana Rossini tweeting today, Max Crosby is drawing serious interest around the league. The Dallas Cowboys, we're going to talk about that, are closely monitoring the situation and remain very interested. While the Baltimore Ravens are also a team to watch, GMs believe the Las Vegas Raiders are willing to work on a deal. You had something in The Athletic yesterday, so now that's picking up. It's just getting more traction, more noise. He's going to get traded soon, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too. I think, and I think that's the move if you're the Raiders. Like, not because Max is bad or anything else like that, but Max Crosby right now isn't. We talk about timelines or whatever, but he's not helping you progress. Not by anything that he's done wrong or whatever. It's just not the right time. And if you are in a situation like the Raiders are in, where you're trying to build that roster back up, and see if you can get the redraft picks for Max Crosby.
Yeah, if
do it that way.
If you're the Raiders, you definitely look at it, and it seems the return is going to be pretty good, just given how Jay Glazer has talked and everyone else. We've heard Micah Parsons type of return, and that's kind of where I turn to the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
What did you trade Micah Parsons for? If it just leads you back to Max Crosby,
because Michael Parsons would make too much money.
Well, Max, I think he's got a high
he does.
high deal and all that. Like I'd assume it's kind of in the same realm. I'll look up his contract numbers. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Micah was supposed to be the highest paid player in the NFL. Wasn't he, or was it non-quarterback?
It might be non-quarterback, but like I said, I'll pull up the
Dak is making 60. He wasn't making more than 60.
Oh, did you see real quick? That reminds me. Dak, what's your this is real. Dak, what's your message to George Pickens? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, don't let the money take over or anything like that. You signed that $60 million deal. What are you talking about? All right, sorry. Anyways, sorry, I had to get that out of there.
Yeah, I mean, Max is making a pretty penny, but I don't know if it was Micah Parsons level.
I got you.
I don't know if
Micah Parsons is about 46.5. You might be right, because I see Micah Parsons 46.5 annual average. That doesn't have the guarantees. Max Crosby 35.5. Yeah, that's 10 million.
So now that would, I always thought, and I didn't know if that was always a tough situation for me for the Cowboys, because you probably went $10 million AAV too high with Dak, which kind of snowballed on you. Because if you're going to go that high with Dak, you got to give him a weapon. So now you got CD, you got to pay him. And Micah Parsons, who probably should have gotten the second highest contract there, I wouldn't, after those two contracts, I'm not giving Micah Parsons that. And they were like 7 and 9. Like, I'm not giving him that contract. So
Max Crosby's cap hit actually shrinks too. This year is at 35.7. Next year is at 29.7, and then there's a potential out. So you can work a deal or just kind of, all right, thanks for your service, Max. We'll see you. Have a good career.
What's the deal you're looking for if you're the Raiders to trade Max? Because you're not just giving him away for anything.
At least 2 firsts, and I need a player back. That's kind of the Micah Parsons type. That's at least right now. And you're getting Max now. You brought it up. Perfect. Making it work for me. You're getting Max on a good deal. Because Micah Parsons is making 46.5, and you're getting that type of production for about 10.5 million less. So yeah, I'm gonna need 2 first-round picks. I'm gonna need a starting player, probably defensive. I don't know. Maybe you look for a defensive tackle. Dallas got Kenny Clark. I'm not sure if there's available DTs out there, defensive lineman, but maybe you look at your secondary, find a linebacker. But point being, I need a starter. I need 2 first-round picks and probably a little bit more, because you're getting Max on a good deal here for at least a couple of seasons, because there's no out until after. Till 2028, excuse me.
Well, Jesse.
Oh, nice. I'm in the big boy chair. That means I get to play. All right, let's go.
That's why we
I'm Mark Davis. I'm Mark Davis. Let me get a fade after this, by the way. We're done with this haircut. We're done. All right, we're done after this. I don't know what's been in my mind, but we're done. All right, sorry.
That's why we negotiate, right? I mean,
we're at PF Chang's, by the way.
I know, that you want 2 first rounders. I understand that. And I want to make it perfectly clear. I was just seeing what was going on that day in high school or middle school. I didn't participate. I was just trying to see what all the commotion was about. And I went to Morton's, and I want to win a Super Bowl so bad. And I know we were negotiating, but I just want to win.
Jerry, that's great. We're actually at Mojo's right now. We're at Mojo's. You told me you'd give me 2 first-round picks, a third, and I can't name a Dallas Cowboys secondary player, whatever, starter off the top of my head. But point being, you told me you'd give me all of that, Jay. We're at Mojo's, by the way. Shout out Mojo's.
Well, what about Diggs? What about Trayvon Diggs? I know that we cut him, but we still retain his rights, even though I don't think that's true. What if we trade him and that's the player that you receive?
Jerry, just give me Kenny Clark instead. Give me 2 first-round picks, Kenny Clark, and a third, and we'll call it a day.
Dadgummit, you've hit the glory hole.
Oh, geez. Hey, it's supposed to be 2 more weeks of me and KC, but they're going to cut us out right now. All right, I think we have a deal. That means we have a deal. Shout out.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. Max has probably played his last game as a Raider.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Max Crosby's probably played his last game as a Raider. DJ Moore's played his last game as a Bear. Insane deal, by the way. He's headed to Buffalo with the 5th-round pick.
Okay. Okay. Insane deal in what way?
They're giving up a 2nd-round pick for DJ Moore.
Now,
look, DJ Moore is good. And maybe the offense kind of shifted in Chicago because DJ Moore was a great receiver before his numbers kind of dipped. And maybe the offense shifted. Ben Johnson running things his way. So maybe Buffalo's kind of like, you give up. At one point, you could have talked me into giving a 2nd-round pick for DJ Moore. No doubt. Like DJ Moore was that good. But we have context in the last 2 years. I don't know if I would have gave up a 2nd for DJ Moore.
I hear you.
But Buffalo's going for it. I mean, they need a receiver with Josh Allen.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's kind of a good deal for both parties because the Bears were ready to move on. They save a lot of money here, and you get a 2nd-round pick this year to add to what you're trying to do and what you're trying to build. It's a great deal for them. Buffalo, while DJ Moore may not be the same DJ Moore he once was, they're going for it. The time is now.
Mm-hmm.
The time is now. You got Josh Allen doing his thing. You're opening up the new stadium here.
Yeah, Joe Brady's here for the next 5 years.
Yeah, man. The time is now, and if that's the best receiver you could do, you could get in this trade market, you go get him if you're the Bills and go help Josh Allen. So I don't know how it's going to play out, but I like the swing from Buffalo. I do like the swing. It's a hefty price. I agree with you, but I like the swing.
And Buffalo, depending on how you feel, could be a title contender this year. But point being, they're making a swing. They need a guy. They got a guy.
Absolutely.
We saw the Rams earlier this week trade for All-Pro Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs. Their secondary, how much did you talk about it this season? Secondary is kind of weak. What did they do? They went to go get an All-Pro.
Yes.
All right, so you do that. The Bears trading away DJ Moore, they did open up cap space. They lost their starting center to retirement the other day. So you can either go get Tyler Lindenbaum from the Ravens if you want to sign him or bring in another playmaker with that cap space.
Yeah.
Eagles are always making moves, so we'll see with them. They're looking for a first-round pick for I don't know if they're looking. Rumors are they're looking for a first-round pick for A.J. Brown, so we'll see. But I kind of use all of that and put the spotlight on the 49ers and what are you guys going to do this offseason? Because the rest of the league is gearing up, and I think we could reach a point if you go the whole draft route, Ricky Pearsall, Deebo Samuel working back. Juwan Jennings is back on a good deal, and kind of you're going to develop that way. I think the league could pass you up a bit.
I think they're going to make some type of deal.
I think
if I had to guess, though, it'd probably be more on the defensive end.
On the defensive end?
Yeah, I think they'll go after that defensive line. I think the fact that we just kind of conceded as observers of the NFL and observers of the 49ers that they're just not gonna rush the quarterback. Like we conceded like week 9, like
it was done. It was over with. It's just the 49ers are not going to win doing
They
that.
get one hurry or one pressure on in a game. And we're just like, that's just the Niners. I think they want to change that. I think they're really going to make a concerted effort to change that through free agency, potentially through trade and through the draft.
Yeah.
I think they need to go get a wide receiver.
That's where I'm at.
Like, I think they need to go get one.
That's exactly the move we need to make.
But who do you go get if you're
Garrett
like
Wilson? That's the name we were talking about yesterday on the jump. Chris Peterman's mentioned it on the jump before. Garrett Wilson is, I think, you give up the 27. We'll pick to the Niners have. Either way, you give up your first round pick for Garrett Wilson. I think Garrett Wilson can be a top 10 receiver in this league. He's been kind of buried in New York. He'd be perfect over there where it's like, oh yeah, the 49ers made their move and it's like, all right, now fix everything around you, fix like shore up the defense or whatever. But Garrett Wilson, I think, is the move.
No, I like it. I love for them to go do that because I think that's what they need more than defensive line help. I think with people coming back, the Michael Williams, Nick Bosa, some of the guys that you invested in last year in the draft, getting another year under their belt, I think you'll by way of that you'll get better with your pass rush. I think you need to go like really get after that offense.
Yeah,
go get you a playmaker. Plus George Kittle being down, you don't know how he's going to recover from the torn Achilles. You got to go get these playmakers. I love Garrett Wilson. I would love even Jordan Addison. I would love A.J. Brown. I would love you to make that move. I don't know if they will, though.
I think they have to, but I mean, we'll see. I think you need to. I think, like I said, the league could pass you up a bit, but we'll see. Let's finish off with some Kings as we head into the weekend. We got Rich Eisen after this.
This is my boy Jesse leading that show. Come on, man. Jesse sounded like a 10-year vet in there.
My heart was gonna jump out of my chest when that show first started. I'll tell you that much.
Man, you killed it. You absolutely fucking killed it, man. I could not have been more proud of you this morning. It's different to lead. You can sit down and you can talk. Anyone can do that. But it is a lot different to lead a show, man. And Jesse killed it. Squire, what's up? What's up? We talking today, huh? Make sure the backdrop is clean. There we go. The writing on the screen is blurry. Does it look like that to y'all? Does it look weird? Is it just me? Is it just in here? Jesse signed into the computer. I could probably refresh and nothing will happen. Yeah, let me just hit refresh. This looks super weird. Hang on, guys. Whatever, man. I'll just deal with it. Does it look normal on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as it looks normal, as long as what everyone sees is normal, it's fine. Yeah, Jesse, stay cooking, man. Stay cooking.
Have you ever seen Old School?
We should have done that. Yep.
I told my dad it was like when Will Ferrell goes up to the podium and he's freaking out. He's all nervous, but then he blacks out and gets everything right. After that, wakes up, oh, that was good.
Oh, man. That was terrific. Got a couple minutes before we hit the air. Whew. It was tough sitting around waiting for this show to start. Shit. There are some things that I want to say, too, that I won't. There are people who have just been begging for attention for so long, and I just refuse to give it to them. But there's a lot of motherfuckers out here talking for the sake of talking, and they are not saying anything. Like, just talking to read their own fucking words on the screen, man. It's pathetic. Pathetic. Sorry, what did I... Yeah, that was a hell of a win for the Warriors, man. That was a hell of a win. Jesus, I looked up and Kim Mulkey was on my TV. Yeah, Jay. James will be on at 4 o'clock, I think. 4 o'clock. James will be with me. Eddie at 2:30. James at 4. It's us the rest of the way. We got Kings tickets somewhere in here, probably around 5 o'clock or so. Ready, boy, man. That's crazy. That's it. Matchups are crazy, and that Rockets Warriors one is pretty wild. Pretty wild. Salute to the Warriors. That's a hell of a win. We were talking about this yesterday while that game was happening. That team always plays hard. Always plays hard. I'll give them that. Yo, that was hilarious. We saw that. I think it was right when the show ended. That was hilarious. Oh, no, I'm going to be unfiltered. I'm just not going to give people attention who don't deserve my attention. Like, I've already seen too much of them today. But that's my fault. I'll explain. That's my fault. I did something I don't do, and it's my fault. Everybody good, though? Sacramento Ash, what up, baby? What's good? What's good? No, it's good. We start. I'm ready. That's right, Weezy. That's right. Oh, there you go. Underman possession. That's an important position. You know, we talk about that guard position a lot, man, but that center position, good for your Chargers. Yeah, man. Solo the next 2 weeks. So I got Jesse to help me get through, and you know, we'll book the show out. Yeah, but with KC in the mornings, it's just me for the next 2 weeks, man. I got y'all, all right. Yep, this is it, Zay. This is it. I'm sure Raider fans are devastated. I feel bad. When that happened, I laughed. I genuinely felt bad. I just chuckled when the tweet came up. Just chuckled. Yep. Course side Rod, what up, baby? We see you. We see you. Looks like it's time, y'all. Let's go. Let's go to work.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk today, huh? We got to talk today. One more for the Friday. What's good? Hey, welcome in here. It is the Friday, March 6th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yeah, boy, it's always D-Lo and KC, even when KC's not here, man. For those who have been tapped in all day, and it looks like a lot of you have. KC's working in the morning with Jesse Tapia. Salute to my man Jesse, who absolutely killed it this morning. He's working with Jesse for the next 2 weeks over on the Jump from 7 to 9. So make sure you tap into those guys, and then it'll just be me riding solo from 2 to 6 until our man Kyle Madsen returns from Japan. But we've got you covered. I got Eddie Gonzalez set to join me with us for the marathon coming up at about 2:30. James Ham. He's going to join us coming up today at 4 o'clock. And I'm anxious to talk to James because he was in the room last night. And it's never like a good sign. It's never a good sign when the story coming out of a basketball game is not the basketball game, right? Something obviously goes wrong if your team plays the night before and you come back and you're not actually talking basketball. And that's fine with me because, and we'll talk about the game, some elements of the game, particularly when James joins us. But it was a familiar story that played out at the Golden One Center last night. And it was The Sacramento Kings playing a competitive stretch of basketball and then not. It's just kind of that's what it was. It was a strong start. It was a good first quarter. Things got sketchy in the second. Opponent pulls away in the third. Like, it's lather, rinse, repeat when it comes to the basketball game. But that's not the story. That's not what everybody is talking about this morning. Talking about the post-game media scrum. My man Jesse's got the clip pulled up, and I'm going to say, like, if you're listening to this show, you've probably seen this 5-minute clip. You've probably heard this 5-minute clip. I'm going to hold off on running it because I think everybody has seen it, particularly if you're a Kings fan, if you're a fan of Sports Talk Media. You've heard this 50 times already. And Russell Westbrook, he took to the podium. He was asked a question by Jason Anderson, and then he started directing his attention towards other media members. I was a little bit confused as to who he was talking to, especially when I heard Chris Biederman talk, because when Chris Biederman started talking, I thought, that's not Chris. Like, there's no way he was talking to Chris, because Chris really isn't that kind of media person. Like, Chris is a more, like, I don't want to say traditional journalist. Obviously, he shares his opinions and gives his thoughts, but he's not the hot take guy, and he's certainly not the disrespectful guy. It was just Chris who stood up to the podium and started talking, and I recognize it's social media. And I'm going to blame a lot of myself for some of this, but I recognize it's social media. For those that have never, like, Chris's voice breaks a lot. Like, it's not like he was hesitant or he was emotional or he was shaky. That's Chris Biederman. That is literally how he talks. If you've ever listened to the show, you've heard Chris's voice do that same exact thing. But I get it. People don't know that. And it's fine. It's whatever. Chris stood up and had a response to Russell Westbrook, even though I'm not sure that Russell Westbrook was talking directly to him. And it seemed that most of Russell Westbrook's attention was focused on Matt George. Obviously, I'm friends with Matt George. Like, I inquired about maybe what specifically Russ could have been upset about. I think Matt, like, toes the line a lot. He's toed the line here once upon a time when he was a weekly guest on this show. I've never taken Matt to be an overtly disrespectful person, and I don't know that he had said anything overtly disrespectful. I had a few things shared with me that could have drawn the ire of Russell Westbrook, and Russ could also be responding, to the frustration of losing, and maybe a clip was sent to him, maybe a clip popped up on his feed as he was scrolling Instagram or TikTok or whatever it may be, and that could have just ultimately been what set Russell Westbrook off. And, like, okay, like, I guess I get that. Like, there's only so much. I get as an athlete, you're supposed to have thick skin. As a public personality, you're supposed to have thick skin. But after a while, it does become taxing. And I can't imagine what those guys deal with, on a day-to-day basis. But when you work in a public forum, you open yourself up to criticism. And he seemed to have some very specific issues with some things that maybe have been said about him, or some things that just have been said in general, maybe about his role on the team, maybe about the basketball team, maybe about the motives of the basketball team. To be truthful, I'm really not sure. But he was clearly frustrated. What got me, and this is where I said a minute ago, this is my fault. Most of you know I'm not a big Twitter person. I got to, like, be aware and say, I'm like, it's not that I'm not a big social media person. I love Instagram. Instagram is more of a happy place. I like TikTok because it's more of a silly place. Twitter's a little too visceral. It's a little too absurd. And it's hard to pull fact from fiction from anything that I'm looking at anymore. But I do use Twitter in the sense of, Chris Haynes tweeted something. I need the verbiage of it. Or Shams Charania tweeted something. Ian Rappaport tweeted something. Adam Schefter tweeted an article. Like, I need the verbiage of this. I need to reach Sam Amick's most recent article. Like, I'll use Twitter a lot for that. What I don't do anymore is scroll. Well, your boy scrolled today. And again, that is my fault. But the discourse around what happened last night has hit, like, an absurd level. Like, the dialogue that is happening is ridiculous. And there are people who don't even belong in this conversation interjecting themselves into the conversation. Sometimes I feel like with Sacramento media, there's a grouping of adults having a conversation and the little kid come up and want to be a part of it. It's like the little brother that steps up and wants to be a part of what Big Brother's doing. And I saw like the fact that people were talking about, this is something that I actually saw. One from whoever, it doesn't matter. The other one from like a respected, basketball account that people follow. And there was this discourse about like the power dynamic between a player and a media member. And I just kept thinking, what type of effing media members are you? There is no power dynamic between a player and a media member. If you allow there to be, there absolutely is. But this idea that Matt couldn't have stood up and had a conversation with Russell Westbrook right there in the media forum. If a player addresses me, I'm going to address them back. If somebody addresses me, I'm going to address them back. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no PR staring me down. I don't care if Shannon, Mike, or name the other 50 people in the Kings media relation person are looking at me as if I got 3 heads and don't like what I'm doing. That's not my problem. If the player on the podium addresses me, I'm going to address them back, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the idea that there's this dynamic that's not allowed and frowned upon is this old school nonsense media stuff that has to be let go. The power that idea of a power dynamic is nonsensical. Russell Westbrook is a grown-ass man. I am a grown-ass man. If 2 grown-ass men are having a conversation, sit down and let the 2 grown men have a conversation. And the thought that, no one could respond, they just had to sit there and be quiet. Man, what media rooms are you in? Either you're in the wrong media room, your mentality is wrong, or you just flat out don't know what you're talking about. Because that's not how this game works. It's a conversation. What happens at a press conference is a conversation. Conversations between the likes of James Ham, Matt George, Chris Biederman, and Doug Christie, and DeMar DeRozan, and Russell Westbrook. You can have a conversation. Talk. Chris Biederman stood up and talked. James Ham, without a microphone, responded to questions that seemed to be directed at him by Russell Westbrook. Matt, I think off mic, was responding to certain things, but I'm still unclear as to what sparked all this, and I think we'll just remain unclear. And the other thing is, which is why I think this is caused such a national reaction, is it's Russell Westbrook. And Russ has a history. Like Russ doesn't have a great relationship with the media. And I think that's by design. Russ has spoken about that before. I think Russ, I can't, if I wish I could remember it, but I wish I could remember the name. I can't. There was a documentary on Russell Westbrook. And if memory serves me correctly, it was the OKC Miami finals. And he pointed to that instance as the media just like completely flipping on him. Like to that point, he had been the darling. He had been this tough player. He'd been the hard-nosed point guard. He had been this driving force. He had been the guy, to set up KD. Remember, Harden was the 6th man at the time. He had gotten Serge Ibaka going there at the basket. All of these different things. And then remember, the Oklahoma City Thunder won that first game and ultimately lost the next 4. And he points to the specific game, and I don't remember which one it was. But he says that was the time where my entire mentality on this shifted. Because and we actually talked a little bit about this yesterday when we were talking about Lonzo Ball. And we'll actually talk a lot more about this later, but people start to just regurgitate the same thing. It's like a domino effect. When you start something like maybe Russell Westbrook had a difficult relationship with that was the final. So we'll say the national media. And then it starts to, all of these things are written from one national media member to another national media member to another, and then it trickles down to the local media in Oklahoma City, and that becomes another thing and another thing and another thing. Okay? So his relationship with the media flipped. And I assure you, more than one media member has taken it upon themselves to pull me aside and say, I know you love your boy, but he's kind of a jerk. It's fine, man. Like, it doesn't bother me. Like, I'm sorry that he was a jerk to you, or I'm sorry that he was a jerk to your colleague. I don't condone that. I don't write about Russell Westbrook. And at the time, I didn't cover Russell Westbrook. He was just my favorite basketball player. And that's where I learned what an interesting dynamic Russell Westbrook has with what an interesting dynamic Russ has with like the NBA audience. And it might have been around the Kevin Durant stuff, where it became this bizarre like love or hate thing. You either loved Russell Westbrook and you rode tough with him, or you viscerally hated him. And that was really spearheaded. It felt like, could be wrong, sharing an opinion. It felt like that was really spearheaded by like the Golden State Warriors fan base, because obviously, the cupcake thing, the Kevin Durant thing, the perceived or real beef between the two. And it seemed to be really spearheaded by them. But again, the regurgitation, it caught on. And it's like, that's cool. I mean, I'd rather be someone you loved or hated rather than someone you were indifferent to. Even in this game, I don't want to be indifferent in this game. I want y'all to be like, yo, I love D-Lo. Or, I hate D-Lo. I don't want a lot of those, but I get that they're out there. Like, you just comes with the territory. But that became Russ, and it became like, like people make jokes about like the Russell Westbrook fan base and how like they're the Beehive, the Beyonce fan base, or the Swifties, and they will stand up, they will sit up, and they will defend Beyonce. They will defend Taylor Swift. They will defend Russell Westbrook to the death. And that's because the hate became so strong. And it was multiple angles, whether it be social media or whether it be write-ups from media members who just don't like him. And so you have a basketball team right now that is a 50-loss basketball team with lots of games left to be played. 14-50, just stunning. Russ has never been on a basketball team even remotely close to this bad. And I have no issue with Russell Westbrook calling out any member of the media if it's warranted. I have no problem with any player calling out a member of the media if it's warranted. De'Aaron Fox called me during this show because he didn't like something I tweeted. And he wanted to know why I tweeted it. So I told him. And he shared his side of the story. I shared my side of the story. And we agreed to just be good and move on. I didn't believe everything he said. I pushed back on a lot of things he said. He confirmed every single thing I reported. And we just kind of left it at that. And there's nothing wrong with that to me. It's a conversation between two individuals. Tell me I'm wrong about this. I'll tell you why I think you're wrong about this. Tell me what happened here. Tell me, that's the game. So a player has every right to call out a media member who might say something that is a bit too disrespectful. Or not too disrespectful, that is disrespectful, period. And I think there's also this thing where, Russ talked a lot last night about context. And again, it's the dangers of social media, and it's the dangers of look, we do it. Like, I'm not every day. Jesse's in that room and he's working on clips of the show. He's working on highlights of the show. And these highlights are going to Instagram. They're going to TikTok. They're going to YouTube Shorts. They're going out there to Twitter. It's part of what we do. I have never been too concerned about that stuff because I just don't believe it adds to anything that we're doing. Now, does it bring awareness to the show? Sure, maybe. But what it does do is it takes a subject that might dominate the better part of a 4-hour radio show and dumb it down to a 90-second clip. And that is Casey brought this up the other day. It's the number one reason that I don't tweet as frequently as I do. I don't tweet every thought that's in my head. I don't tweet after every game. I don't tweet after every phone call I get, after every little thing I hear. Like, I don't do that anymore because I look at it like, why would I tweet something in 240 characters that's going to be taken one way by one group, one way by another group, perhaps one way by this group, when I have a 4-hour radio show to provide complete context to what I'm talking about. And if you only know who I am by social media, then I truthfully don't care what you think because you're not doing anything for my life. You're not listening to the radio show. If you know me from social media and social media only, you're not listening to the radio show, so what do I care? So I try to provide context to every opinion I have, but it always gets condensed to something that can go on social media. And like I said, my guess is something appeared on social media that got Russell Westbrook's attention. And Matt has been heavily critical of Russell Westbrook in terms of his role with this basketball team. And that's the other part. So this is where I'll probably like rub a few people the wrong way, particularly some of my colleagues. And it's fine because I'm not saying there's a right way or a wrong way to do things because I've openly admitted there is one team in all of professional sports that I'm a fan of. I don't have a football team that I ride with. I don't have a baseball team that I ride with. I don't have a Premier League team. I have nothing like that. It's the Sacramento Kings. I'm born and raised in Sacramento. It's what I knew growing up. My grandpa was a huge San Francisco 49ers fan. And it was like it was like fun to watch with him growing up, and then it was fun to kind of turn on him and be a Cowboys fan. Then obviously I'm out on the Cowboys. But I am a fan of the Sacramento Kings, and sometimes I recognize when I cover this team, I cover it like a fan, and that's a dangerous thing to do. And I think that Sean Cunningham is the shining example. He hates when I do this. He absolutely hates when I do this. But Sean Cunningham really is the GOAT to me. He is the godfather of sports media in Sacramento. And I believe that Sean has always, the reason Sean can sit down with Domantas Sabonis and the reason he can sit down with Malik or Cross Sports and Eric Armstead, all of these different individuals across different sports, is because he'll share his opinion in the right forum, but he always conducts himself professionally. I genuinely have no clue if Sean Cunningham is a fan of the Sacramento Kings or not. Because I always say it when he joins us, he's never too high, he's never too low, he just covers what he sees. And to me, fan or not, he is the shining example of how media people should conduct themselves. Now, the difference is Sean's job doesn't consist of him talking with an audience, for the better part of 4 hours. When you're on the radio, you have to, generally you want to have a strong opinion on something. Just being straight-laced and down the middle, like, what are you even listening to when we do that? Like, what is that? It doesn't matter. You want to have an opinion on something. People want you to have an opinion on something. It just doesn't have to be a visceral opinion. And for the love of God, it doesn't have to be some like burning hot take. It just has to be your opinion on something. And sometimes when you share your opinion, you share it from the perspective of a fan. And I think with Russell Westbrook, I think is such a great example because I know Matt has taken great exception. And to a certain degree, maybe James has too. And we'll talk to James about this when he joins us coming up at 4 o'clock. But the amount of minutes that Russell Westbrook has played, the amount of shots that he has taken, the amount of impact that he still has on this basketball team, as if you just shouldn't play him. And I guess it's kind of a moment where you have to remind, whether it be fans or other media members, this team doesn't have a single point guard on it other than Russell Westbrook. We talked about this with Bobby Gerald yesterday. I do not, under any circumstances, want to see Nick Clifford as the point guard. Devin Carter got another DNP yesterday. My opinion on Devin Carter couldn't possibly be less relevant, because the Sacramento Kings, or at the very least, Doug Christie, Coach Doug Christie, has shown us what he thinks of Devin Carter. They signed Killian Hayes to a second 10-day contract. Killian, with all due respect to my brother, hoping he can get it together, he's been terrible for this team. It doesn't matter. Like, I get that. Like, I understand. 14-50, it doesn't matter. But you've got one goddamn point guard on the roster. What do you want them to do? Just not play him? You want to screw Nick Clifford up even further by saying, hey, man, I know this isn't your position, but go start at 1 because, we're not trying to win. We're going to play Russell Westbrook. And that's the other thing. Or we're not going to play Russell Westbrook, excuse me. And that's the other thing. The whole, we're tanking. We're not going to win. Tanking is fan language. I pointed this out to you yesterday. And I believe there is a lot of validity to this. Everybody got up in arms over what the closing lineup was last night. Max wasn't out there. Neek wasn't out there. Everyone's like, oh, what's going on here? Why are we playing the vet? Doug addressed that in the postgame. He was like, yeah, particularly Max and Neek, they look tired. Because those are the guys Doug has been running. Because Doug's trying to win basketball games. Whether we believe that or not, he is. It's just the team isn't very good. Malik Monk admitted yesterday to Sean Cunningham in the locker room, they're just trying to get to the end of the season. There isn't a person on this team, in that organization, or who follows this team that doesn't know this has been an unmitigated disaster. But Doug is trying to win. Media members want to tell you how Doug Christie should conduct himself, how this organization should conduct themselves. They should do this. They should do this. They should do that. They should do that. Like, all right, like, cool. Doug might never get another opportunity to coach a basketball team. He is on a 2-year contract worth NBA minimum wage, as I frequently refer to it as. But he's supposed to purposely go out there and lose games? He's supposed to not put the first best effort. Why? So Scott Perry and his front office can get a better draft pick. He can be fired, and the next coach can come in and reap the benefits of this disastrous season? That's what Doug is supposed to do? Man, get the F out of here with that. Again, it's fan language that makes its way over to media personalities. We have had extensive conversations about tanking. We'll make our jokes about Domas out, Zach out. I've said, don't bring Keegan back. There's no purpose in it. Don't bring Keegan back just because I don't want him to get hurt again. The season is cooked. And we've talked about, so this is where I think some of y'all are really going to lose it. This is where I think some of y'all are really going to lose it. They're going to win some of those games coming up against those bad basketball teams. You got the Pacers coming up, which is the goddamn tanking Super Bowl. You've got 2 games against the Brooklyn Nets coming up. They're not in this conversation, but they're a pretty bad basketball team, and that's the Chicago Bulls. Or at least they're playing pretty bad basketball right now, and that's the Chicago Bulls. they might mess around and win a couple of these, and the worst record becomes the second worst record. And then it becomes the third worst record. And the low-key funny part about all of this is they're 14-50. They just started shutting guys down, a month ago. It was the squad that was put together at the beginning of the season that got them to 14-50. It was the Dennis Schroeder and the Keon Ellis and the Domantas Sabonis and the Zach LaVine. That all got them to 14-50. But you have these other teams that are coming in that don't have DeMar, that don't have Russ. Precious Achiuwa is apparently the greatest forward to ever live. It's Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Precious Achiuwa now. But
rapidly rising up on that list.
Good Lord, man. 29-12 for bro last night. I think they might accidentally win games, man. And I don't mean accidentally for them. I mean accidentally for us. And going back to what may have set this all off, remember what the conversations have been: tanking, losing. How did the Kings lose games? How does this happen? How does that happen? And it gets condensed and it gets thrown on social media. Russell Westbrook comes across it while he's thumbing through the app, while he's going through the reels, and then all of a sudden he gets sent to the post game and he's frustrated. I can't imagine that Matt put something out there that was so disrespectful. I just have a hard time believing Matt had a social media clip, because I don't believe that Russell Westbrook is sitting around listening to podcasts and radio shows where he was overtly disrespectful to Russell Westbrook. Now, he might not like Russell Westbrook's role with this team. He has told me repeatedly he doesn't want Russell Westbrook back here next year, and that's fine. That's Matt's opinion. He gets paid to share it. But Russ obviously felt some way about that. And all of these people who are left who try to interpret what Russell Westbrook was talking about in the realms of, he was protecting the team, he was protecting the coach, he was doing it's like, where are y'all getting that from? It was a frustrated basketball player on the losingest team in the NBA being frustrated. It wasn't rocket science to me. But some of you, particularly you other media members, y'all showed your ass this morning. We'll come back, man. Our man Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Stephen Brown, truth be told, Matt loves pissing off everybody. Could absolutely be the truth. Could absolutely be the truth. I don't know. Could absolutely be the truth. Yeah, it could be, but that's not Matt's fault. I mean, he was right. That shit was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, Securin, I hear you, Securin. Fuck, man. I know, Securin. I know. Your post about winning with a coach you're going to fire. I know. Yeah, I don't get the thing about the whole team, but I mean, if he sees it, where'd you go, Michael? I'm gonna save this. Where'd you go, Michael? Shit, we'll say that for later. What else we got? Levine, I don't think Levine has ever been characterized as a leader for the Sacramento Kings. But Russ, yeah, like I guess I don't know. I guess I should have. Obviously, we'll get back to this, but I didn't like when I first saw it. My true only thought when I saw the clip was, who's he talking to? Like I did not because I was trying to make out whose voice is that, and I just couldn't make it out. The only voice I was able to make out who was talking off mic was Ham, and then I heard Tony, but I could not make out that was Matt George at all. And so all I was trying to do was figure out who it was, and then I saw social media and thought, fuck. All right, man. All right. Bring my boy in here. Woo! My boy look good. What up, boy? Yeah.
I almost wore a hat just to avoid that moment.
Oh, man, you look good, boy. Stop it.
What's up with you? What's up with you?
We good, boy. We good. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm the race
back
this
out.
week.
You back out here, huh?
Yeah, the race this week, so I'm enjoying the sun right now.
Oh, there we go.
All natural sunlight right here.
The race Sunday?
Yep.
Okay. What's is it like a 6 a.m., 6:20 a.m. type deal?
So where?
Hey, hold on, Eddie. Hold on. Sorry. Hey, let's get right into it. My boy Eddie Gonzalez with us here. He live from Los Angeles. My man doing big things, man. Let me hit these air horns for my boy. He running that first marathon this week out in LA, baby. Let's go. That's an accomplishment, man. That's fire business. What's the longest run you've done so far?
20 miles.
Okay, there you
20
go.
miles. So I'm confident, but I'm cautious. Let me get through it before I get my air horns. But I appreciate you.
Nah, you'll get through it. Load up on them carbs. Stay away from that sugar. Stay away from that sugar, man, and you'll be good to go, man. I'm excited for you.
Yeah, I just had my last messy meal of the week, so I had a nice little burger. It was good, though. It was worth it.
There you go. That's good timing. Yep, it's good timing.
Our
man Eddie in LA. Did you you been on Twitter today? You get a chance to see Russell Westbrook last night?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you. I waited till I got here too. Who was he talking to specifically?
He was talking to Matt George.
Okay.
He was talking to Matt, and I like
so you busy day at the office for you guys.
Boy, hey, you are close with one of the most I don't know what word I'm looking to use. Short fused NBA players. Quick. You are very close with an NBA player who is quick to tell you how he feels.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook is right up there with Kevin Durant. We've been I've said this. I'm not trying to stall him out because he's my guy, but I don't think Matt said anything overtly disrespectful. I think he just probably said something about the direction of the team that maybe Russ didn't really care for. But are you good with players responding to media members like that?
Actually, kind of like as a media member, it's funny, but I do like that they do this here and there. Now, again, it's tricky because it doesn't seem like Matt said anything crazy. Matt didn't question Russ's character as a man or, what the stuff he tried to allude to. So it's tricky. Like you would at least like there to be some, merit to the complaint. But I don't mind these guys going, hey, what you said about me was wrong. And here's what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny in this situation because this is the worst team in the league. This is this seems to be Matt didn't say anything too crazy, but I mean, Russ don't play, man. Russ don't play about his name. Russ, so I think one of the things he mentioned that was key to me was just about how young the locker room is, and I think he's just defensive about the guys there. And I do think there's this idea that just because this team is bad, they're not working hard. They seem to be getting after it. They seem to be trying. They seem to be trying to figure out what the issues are, at least until recently when the tank really started. But, yeah, I think that's what he took offense to. I don't know that Matt said that, but I don't mind it. I mean, he was tense and he was stern, but I think he was respectful for the most part. That's a little different than, cussing people out or putting your hands on somebody or something like that. He's just speaking his mind. Obviously, frustration's boiled over. The funny part is Russ is, for the most part, a pro. So I eventually expect them to piece it up and, maybe they're not going to be best friends, but they'll end up having a conversation and they might not leave it agreeing, but I bet Russ will let Matt say his piece, essentially. But
I'd actually be surprised if that happened. Is that how Russ rolls?
I've heard, again, the OKC media is very specific, and there's been a lot written about this and a lot talked about this. But from what I know in his time there, he was like very receptive and would talk to guys. But they protect those guys almost to a fault. So I would be curious. I would think at some point, especially because how much this blew up, Russ will talk to Matt. They got another 2 months to deal with each other. But we'll see. We'll see. This season's over. And Russ might be done playing here pretty soon, so it'd be very interesting to see. But I watched the whole video. Again, I thought he was stern. I thought he was obviously like in a mood. I don't think he was disrespectful to a sense, and he gave everybody a chance to talk too, and just didn't agree. So it was an interesting watch. I'm actually surprised this type of stuff don't happen more, truth be told, because these dudes be disgruntled all the time, and the media is who they usually disgruntled at.
Yeah, and again, you said it perfectly. This is a 14-50 basketball team, and I speculated maybe he was scrolling across Instagram and he came across the wrong post at the wrong time. And I know we throw the word tank around and we do things like that when in actuality, those guys who step on the floor, in more particularly that head coach on the sideline, they're coaching to win basketball games. Yeah. Those guys are playing to win basketball games. They're not out there actively trying to lose. And this idea that, that there is the only person that losing serves is Scott Perry. Yeah. It does not serve anyone else. It doesn't serve Doug Christie. It absolutely does not serve Russell Westbrook or DeMar DeRozan or truthfully anyone else on the roster. It only serves Scott Perry and whatever his vision is for building this, this roster moving forward. And it's got to be tough for those guys to take the floor every day. And it's the same story too, Eddie. That's where I think that's where when you're talking about a boiling point for Russell Westbrook, every game, the blueprint is exactly the same. Kings are competitive. Team goes on a run. Opponent pulls away. Game over usually midway through the third. Yep. It's like clockwork.
And again, like you're saying, the players aren't trying to lose. Now, is the organization making decisions that's putting them in a position to likely lose more than not? Yes. But the guys on the court are giving it their all. They're not shooting to brick. You know what I mean? They're not defending to let guys go by. Is this a less talented bunch and are they often running into it? Yes. But when Russ is on that court, he's trying. When DeMar DeRozan's on that court, he's trying. When those guys on the court, they're trying. So it's frustrating. And they don't want to lose. You know what players do not care about? Draft picks. Draft picks mean nothing to them. If anything, that's a guy that's going to come take my spot and it's going to change the calculus of what I'm doing. Like, this is affecting me. So they don't want to lose. It behooves the Kings to lose. It behooves Scott Perry and Vivek. And it behooves them to get AJ or Darren Peterson or whomever they're hoping to get in the draft. But it doesn't help any of the guys on the roster right now, especially the younger guys who are playing and trying to find their way into the league. And reality is they're not going to be on this team next year. They're going to be scrounging to find a team. They're going to be playing in summer league. They're going to be working their way into this league. This is where they put tape on this is where they put their tape on. This is where they're compiling their resume. So they're not trying out. That was the one thing that stood out to me, besides obviously Russ going at the media, was he was defensive of the young guys. And I thought that was interesting. And look, Russ is a character. Russ has always been this kind of difficult, and you and I are big Russ fans. But this is worst team in the league stuff. This is frustration boiling over. I'm with you. Maybe it wasn't a personal Matt thing. He just saw the wrong video or whatever. But yeah, he had a bone to pick yesterday. I thought the phone out the box was funny. I thought it was all funny.
That was hella funny. I thought that was going to be the main takeaway. I was like, yo, what? Did he just unplug his phone out of a box? Like, yo, what
I'm like,
what is that?
I start overthinking. I'm like, is this some new tech I don't know about? Is this one of those deals where he's putting his phone in a box like you go to a comedy show, like he don't want to use it as much? And I'm like, I need to know more. And then he starts going off. I'm like, oh, this is the point of this video. Okay, let's see what's going on.
Locked his phone up like he was at a Dave Chappelle show.
I was like, yo, I might need one of those. I don't know, what is that?
Real. I went to the honor to give website right away. I was like,
Cause I'm like, yo, you can put that joint in there, but it charges it. I might need that. So I was right there with you.
Russ seems to have taken his role as a leader, both with, or whether it be a leader or a mentor, for not just young players on the Sacramento Kings, but seemingly young players in the NBA. He seems to have taken that role really seriously. You see him regularly engaging with players, particularly young ones, after the game. And I made a point last week, I think it was, that it could have been earlier this week, that like you and I, we're not alone in our love of Russell Westbrook. No matter how polarizing he is as a player, no matter how split the NBA fan base might be on Russell Westbrook, a lot of those young players in the league, their favorite player is Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
And he responds as such, and you can see it regularly before and after games.
Yeah, and like you said, I think it's something he takes seriously. I think it's something that matters to him. There's a lot of Russ's children in the league, and this is a guy who has now seen his AAU kids get to the league. And you know, he had that issue, he had that situation with Jalen Green, and it was like, I ain't trying to hurt him. He was on my AAU squad. Like, what are y'all talking about? So like, he's that level of elder statesman, and you know, we talk about Kevin, LeBron, and Steph a lot, but Russ is right there amongst that group of just like a lot of kids just grew up playing with him, grew up on him playing, and now are playing with him and have that reverence for him. I think Kyrie is in that group too. Like, there's a lot of guys coming up in this league who revere him amongst the all-time greats, like they should. And so he has that, and I think he takes that seriously, just like the other guys do. All four of those other guys do as well. You see them trying to mentor and tutor guys, not kids, but young players, and it's important to them. Because I think the thing for them too, and this is kind of like, this is a whole other convo, but they came up in a league where they had real vets, real old heads in their locker room, taking them to buy suits and showing them what to do on the road and all that stuff. You know what I mean? And would lay out a hard foul to show them they got their back. That doesn't necessarily exist anymore. So I think that those guys have kind of like taken to that role and try to do that as much as they can. And that's something that Russ is doing. So, I mean, they had the video the other day. I think the King Social asked them, like, you know, do you wish you were athletic? And the kid was like, the young boy on the team was like, I want to be athletic like him. And it's Russ. Russ started dying laughing. But like, it was clear they had rapport. And it was like, it was just very interesting to see them, and clearly he's taking guys under his wing and try to be that guy in the locker room. And so, like I said earlier, that was my takeaway from the video. He kept mentioning the young guys, like, yeah, why are you guys doing this? So it's always something going on in Sacramento, man. It's always something in Sacramento.
It's never winning basketball, bro. It's
been always a long time.
Bro, this has been the longest year in history. I don't know that for a fact, but it absolutely, you can't tell me that this basketball season hasn't been 2.5 years long.
National TV this week too, and it's the exact format you said. Competitive bunch for a little bit, third quarter it's over, and then like everybody bows out and it's over. It's like frustrating to watch, man.
Yeah, man. But national TV is, our man Eddie Gonzalez with us here on D-Lo and KC. National TV gonna be popping tonight. That boy is back. You told us weeks ago, hey, he's coming back. He's coming back, and he's coming back to the TD Garden. And your man Shams put the tweet out yesterday. It's confirmed today. Jason Tatum is back for the Boston Celtics.
I know a little bit, man. I'm excited for JT. You know, we've been talking all week, and it was like, this was definitely imminent, and just figuring out how he felt, and he was feeling good, and you know, he's been healthy for some time now. It's just getting the reps, getting ready to play, and he definitely wanted to come back at home in front of the home fans, the Celtics, and you know, the noise started getting a little louder and louder, and it's one of the things, like, I'm not asking him outright, yo, when are you coming back? But I do want to go, so let me know. And so this week it was like, yeah, man, but I'm going to be in LA and da-da-da. So I think I'm going to try to go out there next week. They play the Wizards next Saturday. I think I might try to swing out there. But I'm excited for him. I'm happy for him. Sent him a text today, like, you know, this is not a regular game. I know you're supposed to say that, supposed to feel like that, but this is a big deal. But have fun. The game missed you. And now he's right back in the thick of it, man. Now that team, you look at that team and you start wondering, oh, they can clearly win the East. Yeah. How smoothly can they get through it? And then what happens? Who do they meet? That team's looking real scary. And from all I heard, and I said that on this show too, like after those first couple 5-on-5 workouts with the G League team, all the noise was oh, he's back. This is the same old JT. You know, I don't want to put extra pressure on him. He putting up pressure on himself. But if that's true, they got as good a chance as any to make a run out that East. I mean, I would pick them over these. I'd pick them over every team in the East. Kind of hoping we get that Knicks rematch. But it's going to be, they got a month to get ready, and then it's go time.
So you laid that all out so beautifully, because the Boston Celtics have had a fantastic season. The story of the Boston Celtics up till March 5th, 2026 has been incredible.
Yep.
That's all gone.
Yep.
That has all been erased, because the story of the Boston Celtics will now be, what does Jason Tatum's return look like?
Yep.
How does it look in the postseason? And whether right or wrong, we talk a lot about, especially in the Open, we talked about like media creative narratives. And there's the Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum thing. And Jaylen Brown has very much had an MVP caliber season. And now Tatum is coming back, who has always been recognized as the best player on this team. And everybody who covers this league is going to be looking with a microscope to see what this looks like moving forward.
Look, we had, shout out to Cousins with Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady. We had Jaylen Brown on yesterday, ironically. That won't be out till next week, but we put a clip out today. And of course, we had to ask Jaylen, yo, what's the convo like with JT? How are you feeling? How are you this? And what Jaylen told Vince and Tracy was, those guys are on the same page. They talked yesterday. They talked to the team. He's super happy that JT's back. He's like inspired by him coming back from this injury. You know, one thing he said specifically was just his willingness to sacrifice himself for this team like that, sacrifice his body. That's a lot. And it shows what kind of guy he is and how much he cares about the team to want to do that. Because he could wait till next year and nobody would mind. He could, take his time. And in his mind, he did. But Jaylen was happy to have him back and feels like they're all on the same page. And that is the page. It goes instantly, like you said. March 5th, exciting, fun team, no expectations. Wow, they over-exceeded everything we thought they were going to do. Jaylen Brown's been great. March 6th, 0 walks on that court. Now it's championship level expectation, and Jaylen said it himself. Somebody brought up the example to me, and you'll remember this one well, the 03 Kings. Pager looking like he could be an MVP. Everybody's waiting for C-Webb to come back soon. What's up? Brad Miller was looking crazy. And it's going to happen to JT now, for better or for worse. First game they lose, man, is JT messing up the chemistry. You know, like every game they win, okay, championship. Every game they lose, oh, did he come back too soon? Did he get in the way of a good thing? Reminds me of Jameer Nelson in the 09 finals, same thing. Well, they put Jameer Nelson in the starting lineup. Ray Foster was playing well. Did he mess it up? But it's going to be times 10 because Jason Tatum's in his prime. He's one of the faces of the league, and this is the Boston Celtics. So it's a double-edged sword. Excited to have him back. You raise the level of expectation, but you also shift the blame. We were doing well without you. Yeah. Now you're here. Not to say his teammates feel that way, and I think they're super excited to have him back, and they're happy that they're now able to chase the championship. But that is what's going to come with it, and Jason knows it. The Celtics know it. I think they're strong within that locker room, but you will hear the noise, and you know it's coming. And, the same thing happened in the Olympics. We were talking about it then. It's like, now when you finally do play, every shot is going to be scrutinized. It sure enough, JT goes out there, he airballs his first. I think he hit side of the backboard his first shot at the Olympics. And it was like, now you're the bad guy. You know what I mean? So that's going to happen, but I think he's got the right mindset for it. I think the team has the right mindset for it, and they got a month to get right. But when them playoffs start, it's go time. And I'll tell you one thing, and it's not what we're talking about, and we don't have to talk about this fully, but they just lost to a team that they might end up seeing in that first round of the playoffs.
Ooh.
And them boys.
I want to get to that. It's in my notes. I want to get to that. Okay. Let me ask one more question about Tatum before we get to where you're going right there. Did you see the Carmelo podcast?
Yes.
Do you have any idea like what prompted? So Carmelo said it was something along the lines of like Jason Tatum needs to be mature when he comes back and recognizes this is Jaylen's time and Jaylen's team or something along those lines. And I thought that was maybe it was just weird phrasing. I wasn't quite sure what Carmelo was talking about or why he used that particular phrasing when talking about what he thinks Jason Tatum needs to look like when he returns.
Yeah, I saw it. I love Melo. I love Kaz. That's my guy. I love that show. I think there's a lot of there's a lot of what we mentioned earlier, the narrative of whose team is this, who is the guy. That doesn't exist in their locker room, but it's an easy talking point, so it turns into that. So there's this idea that Jason Tatum has to come back and stunt his game and step aside for, these other guys doing whatever they're doing. I don't understand what Melo was saying, because I look at JT's career so far and I'm like, I'm not sure what superstar has sacrificed more. I watch stars like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, like Nikola Jokic, like Luka, guys who have the ball all game and do whatever they want all game and don't necessarily got to share the load. They can, and they use their role players to their advantage, but JT isn't a guy who has always had a guy next to him who's always willing to share the load with him. And then they also run an equal opportunity offense. Like, everybody gets their run. JT has less touches than most of these guys at his level. He doesn't command the offense as much as these guys do. He gets his shots up, obviously, but so does Jaylen Brown. So it was like, when has he not sacrificed and been willing to be a bigger part of the team? If anything, he has sacrificed so much to be a winner, where he could have had these gaudy stats and done all this and maybe won MVPs, but they were in pursuit of championships instead. That's always been his MO. It will be it now. So I just didn't understand it. What I don't love is Drew Hanlon getting in and kind of jumping on Melo's back, and then obviously got the blowback from that, and he's kind of walked it back since then. We do got to respect Carmelo. Carmelo is the man. He does get to have his own opinion, and it's valid. Now, what I would rather point out than like Melo being a loser, Melo's been in situations where he hasn't been made the most willing to sacrifice as well. So maybe that was the angle Drew Hanlon should have went, because we all remember the Jeremy Lin situation. We all remember him joking about coming off the bench for the Thunder. I love Melo. Melo, who, me? Yo, they talk about me coming off the bench. I always remember that, but it's like, I'm a fan. He gets to have his discourse. I don't think JT took too much offense to it, but it is funny. And one of the things I told JT, man, you've been out 60 games, and they ain't shut up about you, boy. Yeah. You really might be the face of the league. Yeah. And it's this week, I was telling Shams, because Shams was trying to figure out when he's playing, and, I got to break it to Shams. Like, I don't know, bro, and I can't tell you. But it is the biggest story in the league right now. It's going to be the biggest story in the league for another month. But, he's back. I think the game is better with him. Kyrie's the other guy, like I kind of wish came back this year. I know he's not, but the game is better when those dudes are all suiting up playing.
I love watching Kyrie play basketball, man. You brought up the team that roughed up the Boston Celtics a couple of days ago. We called that a professional wrestling angle when we were watching it. That young upstart team was beating up the Boston Celtics, and then that theme music hit, and here comes Jason Tatum for the big return a game later. But man, Charlotte, I think it's 6 straight wins, all by 15-plus points. The last team to do that was your boy Kevin Durant and the Golden State Warriors, I think in 17-18. This team legit?
Oh, this team is legit. And it's 2 things I love about this. One, it's a lot of apologies for LaMelo Ball. And I'm so excited with that. And it's like, you could say a guy plays losing basketball, but maybe they're on a bad team. These guys know how to play basketball. And LaMelo Ball's attributes that help a winning team is great core vision. He's a streaky shooter, but he's a good shooter. He's a creator on a team that needs it. So I'm happy there's been a little bit of validation for him so far as to, like, Zach Lowe literally apologized. Some people were saying, hey, I had it wrong about Melo. Loving that. The other part is, Con Knippel and Brandon Miller, man. This is like the modern player, the modern pair of players you want too. Brandon does it a little bit more off the dribble, obviously, and Con is obviously like already a world-class, top-of-the-league tier shooter. But having that on the wings, just being able to score from anywhere on the court, being able to create a shot from anywhere on the court, if you can shoot like Con Knippel does and do it a little bit off the bounce too, you're going to get on the floor for any team in this league. They're fun to watch. I watched them beat the Rockets a little bit ago, and I remember talking to Kevin, and it's like, they just run. Like, they just go and go and go. They're not the best defensive team in the world, but, man, they run, they get it up, and they keep going all night. It's a fun team to watch. I think they might, they're going to push. They're going to try to get that 6th seed. I think it's going to be tough. They only have so many games left, but I'd pick them over every play-in team we got right now, and then, that means they end up getting the 7th seed. That's a scary team to play. If we see them against Detroit, we see them against the Knicks, like it's a lot. Again, I think the Celtics are a different matchup for them with JT, but they just ran the Celtics off the floor the other night. So I'm enjoying watching that team. It's like it went from one of those sleepers earlier in the year, one of those league pass teams. Now everybody's dialed in and they know what they got going on over there, and it's fun to watch. So salute to them. This is what it's about, man. You get these young players, you kind of thug it out for a while. It's like a message to the Sacramento Kings. You hit on a couple of these picks, get you a Brandon Miller and Con Knipple, you could be something in a couple of years. So I'm not only thinking about this year with them, I'm thinking about what happens next year. And they have a good summer. They add some guys, they shore up that bench, and they go from there. So they're fun and they're scary. I wouldn't be surprised they knock one of these teams off in round one.
And the LaMelo thing is funny because prior to the season, there was nonstop. Like I say sometimes in media, there's like a domino effect where like a national reporter writes something and then all of a sudden everybody is writing the same thing. And there was a stretch where like Trae Young was the focus of conversation, and then it became LaMelo Ball and anonymous Western Conference general manager, anonymous Western Conference executive says, LaMelo Ball has no value in the league. LaMelo Ball is a losing player. LaMelo is this. Like no one will give up this for LaMelo Ball. And now all of a sudden you've got Brandon Miller, who's healthy, unlike he was last year. You've got what I think is the rookie of the year in Con Knipple. Now all of a sudden you have better players around LaMelo Ball, and you seem to have settled into who your head coach is. You have stabilized your organization to a certain degree. And now all of a sudden they look like a more competent basketball team, and he looks like a significantly better player.
Yeah, and it's, again, sometimes you just need an opportunity. Sometimes you just need to be surrounded by stuff that actually complements your game to know what you fully are as a player. And sometimes you don't get that. Was LaMelo Ball playing losing ball and taking it, looking unserious? Yeah, but he was on bad teams for 4 years. So I'm happy he's getting that opportunity to show it. I'm happy he's doing well in it. It's quick how the media will turn on you and then watch them turn back around. They're all enjoying the Hornets. And you're right, they got the coach they want. And if you remember, that coaching job came down to Charles Lee and J.J. Redick, and they picked Charles Lee. And a lot of people were kind of worried. People were high on J.J. I think J.J.'s doing a good job where he's at. But, man, it's something about that Celtics bench. It's something about being on that Celtics bench over there dealing with Brad Stevens, over there dealing with Joe Mazzulla. Like, they got guys. Will Hardy in Utah is a very well-respected coach. I know what Utah is looking like this year, but everybody recognizes him as a good coach. It's something about what in that water in Boston, something about what they do in that organization, what they're teaching those guys. And, Charles Lee was ready. Everybody knew he was ready. It was just like, all right, give him his chance. Now that he got it, he earned that role, and he's showing it. They took some patience with him too. They let him lose and figure it out for a year, and he's paying it back now. And again, this is a fun team to watch, exciting team to watch. I cannot wait to see them in a playoff setting. And again, I don't see who in that play-in is going to get in much of a run. So I see them finishing as high as 7. Maybe they have enough time to catch that 6. There's a couple too many games, not enough games left to do it. But I would like to see it.
The marathon continues with our man Eddie Gonzalez here on D-Lo and KC, KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2, Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. It's 60 minutes, commercial-free sports talk. Warriors got the Rockets again, man.
Man.
Like, I actually gave the Warriors a compliment yesterday because Steph Curry or no Steph Curry, like, those guys play really hard. Like every game, like even when they're losing, like they're really, really competitive. They have a style of play that they play every single game. And man, there is just something about the Rockets that they can get the best of, be it in overtime or regulation or whatever. They seem to have the Rockets number.
They got a real bone to pick there, man. And I'm a little confused. Like I didn't love how happy they were after this game and how they made it like it was the best win of the year and they were all excited. Y'all just beat the Nuggets, no Steph. That was no big deal. There's no beef there. Like, it's just over here y'all got the beef. And I know they won a close game and they had some guys contribute who don't always lock in like that. And Melton had a great game as well. He made the game winner essentially. But I was a little caught off guard by that. But again, that Rockets beef with those guys, it goes all the way back 2015, 2013 times. So I guess, but I mean, they look great.
Makes it worse. The fact that KD is there makes it way worse.
Of course, and Draymond's turned up for that game. He's guarding Kevin all overtime and forth, and it's just I think the Rockets' deficiencies jump out in games like this. They have such a tough time shooting. They have such a tough time scoring, especially if Kevin's off the court, especially if Reed Shepard's not going crazy. And you see a lot of that. It's slow, it's prodding, it's, Şengün and Amen like to be in the paint, but that's kind of the easiest part to guard if you're guarding that team, especially because you can collapse and all the shooters on the court. It was tough. Kevin misses a free throw late, obviously very frustrating. It's a game they should have won. A game they should have won in regulation. They did not get done, but salute to the Warriors. They're still fighting. Here I am thinking they're gonna lay it down and essentially shut the season down and not risk anything to Steph. And now he might be back in 10 days, and these guys are gonna try to make a run anyway. So I salute to them. It was a great win. I wasn't sure why it was like the greatest win of the season for them, but again, the Rockets stuff goes back deep for them, and it always is a little bit incentive, I guess, when Kevin's on the other side of the floor.
That's 100% why it was the greatest win of the season. They love beating any team that Kevin Durant's on.
Of course.
And you could always tell when Draymond ready to get up for a game because he runs in a really specific way. It's funny to watch. Like if you're watching during the game, Draymond has this very specific stride that he's taking when he's really amped up for a game. And it's always when Kevin Durant is on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, right before he I can't remember who he tripped, but right before he grabbed Brody's foot, it was like, oh, yeah, Draymond turned up for this one. He ready to go.
Yeah,
and I think to a certain degree, that team responds to Draymond Green. I'm not the biggest fan, but they seem to respond to him. Even though Steph Curry started to look at him like he's crazy, they responded.
They do. And again, like he has his own style and he's grading. And I think, they're always going to bump heads with a player like that. But, I mean, Draymond does command a respect around the league, on the court, and especially in his locker room. And you can't knock that. He's going to get that from every team he's with. He's a champion. He's shown how it is. He's an all-time great defensive player. And, yeah, is he a lit fuse sometimes? Of course. But he wouldn't be as great as he is if he wasn't that. So, he irritates me on the other team, but he's classic. If he was on my team, I bet he'd be my favorite player. So that's just what you get with Draymond Green.
I got we talking about, like, I think the Warriors are interesting because my thought was losing the play-in, you might wind up with the number one overall pick in the draft. Like if you're the Golden State Warriors and you do that. But for me, I think the most compelling storylines for this upcoming postseason are in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Like between the Pistons, between Tatum's return, like what happens if the New York Knicks lose? Can Cleveland make this push after acquiring James Harden and Dennis and Keon and making those moves that they made at the trade deadline? Like for me, and then out west, it's really like, to me, it's really San Antonio is their time now. And if Minnesota doesn't get over the hump this year, they might never get over the hump. But I've got the East loaded with storylines right now.
Yeah, after the results last night, I believe it is those three teams. It's the Thunder, Spurs, and Wolves 1, 2, 3, and I think the Nuggets because they got the win. But that is the class of the league in many ways, is those three teams. But I'm with you, the matchups in the East are more interesting. We could see some upsets. We have some teams that just like haven't quite got it this year, like the Magic. And I think even the one seed out there, the exciting part about the Pistons is they're just flawed enough you can see something going wrong. You can kind of see the issues they had. They had issues in the playoffs. And so, like, it's not a runaway. Obviously, the Tatum story. And then the Knicks. The Knicks are always the Knicks. And the Knicks have looked hot, and they've lost tough games. And, I mean, I just watched them come back from 20 against the Rockets in person. And you see how explosive that team is. It's just like it's going to be a shootout out there. And any team can win that conference. So that's where the excitement's going to be. I think in part because of the dominance of the Thunder. And I do expect the Thunder to be the class of the league when the playoffs start. My hope, cross my fingers, is, the Thunder and the Nuggets run into each other, and then they got to duke it out and see who's the team that gets to the conference finals. But we'll see how the cookie crumbles over there. But I'm with you. The Eastern Conference is where it's exciting this year. It's where all the question marks are. And I'm ready to get there, man. It's that part of the year where it's like, all right, we kind of know who's going. Can we get on with it now? Let's be healthy and let's get there. The Cavs are the other team too. I know we did this 2 weeks ago, but that's a scary team. If James Hand is okay and he's playing, so it must be, and they get healthy, that's another team where it's like they match up really well with a lot of these teams, man. And they've been waiting to get a healthy run, and they got a lot of vets on that side. They got a lot of playoff experience guys. That's the other team that can knock a few of these teams off, and it's gonna be a crapshoot.
I think with the Knicks and the Cavs, it's kind of, we'll see what you do in the postseason. Like for the Knicks, we saw them get all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. For the Cavs, We saw them have that 64, I think, 65 win season last year. And ultimately they didn't come out of the conference. Is the same true for Houston? Is Houston kind of skating as the 4th seed? Because like Kenny brought this up yesterday and I hadn't really thought about it. If they had been the 2 seed like they were last year, no one would care. It wouldn't matter. Nothing that Houston is doing is going to matter until we're talking about an elimination series.
Yeah, and they're in that 3 to 7 bunch. I think Devin Booker was just talking about this the other day, where it's like that's literally shifting every day because of how close they are in games. And you could be in the play-in. You obviously don't want to be. You kind of want to be in that top half of that bracket. I think the thing with the Rockets is, funny enough, they won 7 out of 10 games, but they lost last night, and it just feels like, it's the end of the world, right? It's a game they shouldn't have lost, and it's frustrating. So it's like they're taking care of business to what they need to against certain teams, especially at home, and then they're losing some bad games, and they're just showing some bad habits, and some of their flaws, again, with shooting, with offense, come up at the worst times, it seems. I think they're a team that's made for the playoffs, but they're a team that has big flaws that can and will be exploited in the playoffs. So it is that. It's like I think people are like, okay, Kevin's having a great season. Okay, we're getting where we're getting for the young guys. We just got to see them in the playoffs, and that's when the scrutiny starts, and that's when the real stakes are for that team. That team was, you trade for Kevin because you're trying to make a run in the playoffs. So same thing, it almost doesn't matter until then, and it's gonna be real matchup heavy for them, and things could break well for them. They get the right matchups, and they could end up in the conference finals. With the wrong matchup, some people feel like they could lose in the first round and have a long summer of reflecting and wondering what's next for that team. That's how thin the margin is in the Western Conference, and they're pretty much the door for that. They're pretty much the bridge in that sense of like, this team could do well, this team could get swept, and then we'll be looking at what's next for them. I think the Lakers are kind of on the same boat. Same team where it's like, if they get the right matchup, they got to feel good about where they're headed, and at least second round, and then it's anybody's game from there. But this is a team that could lose bad, flame out bad, and it's like a long summer of figuring out, are we going to pay Austin Reeves? What are we going to do with LeBron James? What are we going to do with the rest of this roster? This roster is clearly flawed. Now what? We're going to pay Luka Doncic. We really love Austin Reeves, but this might be a sell high type of situation. Yeah. A lot of questions to be asked there, and they're going to be even stronger and harder to answer if they lose in the first round, and it's ugly loss.
I wonder if that 6-7 is going to flip that Phoenix into the 6 and the Lakers into the play-in. Like, Phoenix has been playing well lately. Obviously, we watched them pretty closely on Tuesday. I've grown to really, really love Devin Booker. And I have an appreciation for what Matt Ishbia was able to do. Like, what that whole squad was able to do. It feels like they've settled into something, and it really all kind of centers on, Devin Booker. I hate that KD's not a part of that, but like, I admire them for continuing to like push and try to build this roster around Devin Booker. Now they look like certainly a more solid basketball team than they did last year. And then I kind of look at the Lakers, and truthfully, I can't make heads or tails of whether that's a good basketball team or not. Yeah. So I don't even think they're very good. And now I'm looking at a 2-game separation between those two and the games ahead, wondering, hey, man, Phoenix might get to the 6.
And they just lost a tough game to the Bulls, a game they shouldn't have lost, a game they could have won late. And, Jalen Green was a tough layup. Yeah. They just had some, tough breaks there. And obviously the injury of Dylan Brooks, you're dealing with that. And now his off-the-court stuff, which doesn't seem to be as crazy as it once was. It sounded like, it was just a little bit of recreational, and he'll be all right. But he has to deal with that and get him healthy back for a lot, because they need him to make a real run. But I'm with you. That's a good team. They play hard. I think Jordan is coaching them up really well. I've heard stories about how loud he is on the court, how much he is yelling at them all game. He's after them all game. Colin Gillespie has been hooping like crazy. People are wondering if he should just start over Jalen Green when they had their full roster, and it might not be wrong at this point. But that's a team that's got some good shot makers, but more than anything, they get after it on defense. They're one of those rough outs for everybody. You show up to Phoenix, they're going to run all night, and they're going to pressure you all night. They're going to protect that rim, and they're going to get after it. So it's a fun team to watch, and I'm with you. I think they're better than the Lakers. I think it's all right. How do they finish in this stretch run? The Lakers are on my radar, man. It's just like a crash and burn. It feels like every time they lose, it's the end of the world. I feel like they feel it. And arguing with your coach is nothing crazy. It happens with every team in the league. But you are seeing the tension build up, it seems, over there. And look, when they lose, it's loud. They're the Lakers, and when they win, we kind of go, all right, they won. They got LeBron, they got Luka, they got Austin Reeves. But it seems like the losses have been a little louder more recently than even before. So
anytime your coach tells you to sit the F down, it's gonna make some
oh yeah,
it's gonna make a little bit of noise.
And Legends is always gonna find them videos.
Like we was on the air when that video popped up. I was like, hey, stop everything. Stop everything. Legends got the video.
He get angles. He get angles from all over the arena. I don't know how he's doing this, but he got.
I don't know, man.
Bro, he got cell phones in the huddle. Like I'm like, all right, buddy.
He live up to the name, man. Legends indeed.
That's a fact.
Hey, man, go carb load. hey, stay off your feet. No sugar. No walking around LA. No partying tonight. No alcohol, man. You need to be at your best Sunday morning.
I'm on that. Let me turn the label. I know y'all sponsored. Let me turn the label.
Right.
But I'm on it, man. I'm gonna send you my bib number. You keep track.
No, for real. Bet. Yeah, do that, man. We'll be locked in. I appreciate you, man. Always. Good luck.
Good talking, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a man, Eddie Gonzalez, right there, live from LA. For those who missed, our man Eddie, he is become, and I absolutely love watching his progression. He's just become like an avid runner. And as someone who did that in my early 30s to mid 30s, he like watching him do this is pretty dope. And he's run a couple of halves. He's getting ready to run his first full marathon in LA coming up this weekend. So shout out to our man Eddie on that, man. Good luck to him. It is funny watching it was funny watching the Warriors last night. They were elated to beat the Rockets. And it's funny, like, man, I get it, because I don't know that the players would be. I don't know that the players would even care. But for me, I get excited when the Kings beat the Warriors. I'll take it. The most fun I had this year was at the Warriors game. It was the Warriors game because I remember Draymond was in street clothes. He was sitting in front of me, and Russ went crazy that game. Russ had like 25, 12, and 10, or maybe 25, 10, and 12, or something like that. Steph wasn't playing, and I was excited. I think it was pretty early in the season. I think the Kings were like, man, I think the Kings, maybe they got to 3-5 after that game, but Russ playing the way that he did, and then the fact that it was the Warriors, Katie and I were there. We had to, it was like, we got to see the beam. Like, it was super exciting. And it was the most fun it was the only time I had fun watching a basketball game all year, but beating the Warriors contribute to that. But that's from a fan perspective. And you could feel it a little bit on the court. Like, I think Russ likes beating the Warriors too. It's not Steph. It's not Steph, Katie, and Draymond. It's not Steph, Clay, and Draymond. But it's still that uniform, and I still think there's a little bit of excitement when that happens, and you can see that in the Warriors last night. And salute to the Warriors. Like, I hate this, but they do play hard. Like, they play a certain style of basketball every single day, like every single game, and they seem to be bought in it. Now, whether they're good, bad, great, like, they play hard. And salute to them, man. They played hard against the Rockets last night and got that win in overtime after those missed free throws from KD. But that was a good one last night. That was a really good one last night. And credit to the Warriors. I'm praising the Warriors too much, so I'm gonna move on from that. But they are kind of an interesting storyline. I was talking with Eddie about, the storylines in the two conferences. And maybe there are a few more stories in the West than what I'm giving them credit for. I think when I just look at the top, I recognize I'm kind of bored with Oklahoma City. And I don't like, it's not like, oh, Oklahoma City is such a boring team, even though they kind of are. It's like, all right, like, okay, you're the champions. The story is, can you defend? Meaning the championship. Can you defend the championship? It's like, all right, they haven't really faced adversity this year. You had SGA out a little bit. Obviously, J-Dub didn't start. There was the quick start that, had the 70 game conversation, pop up really quick. That disappeared. And it's like, all right, ultimately, it just boils down to still the deepest team in the league, still have the MVP, might have the 2-time MVP. Unsure, but you might. But it doesn't feel like there's not a story. There's certainly not a sexy story with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It's unfair, but it's Oklahoma City. Like, unless Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden, or even KD and Russell Westbrook, it's like, how much of a story can you really sell with those guys?
Yeah, it's tough because SGA and J Dub aren't
Like,
the
they're
most.
all great players, but
They're boring.
yeah, they're boring. They just hoop. Oklahoma City, there's nothing really exciting about that place or anything like that, so people aren't really tapped in.
Yeah, they don't have very big personalities. And that's all I'm talking. I'm not talking about whether they can win a championship. All I'm talking about is like whether the story regarding that team is interesting to me. The most compelling storyline in the Western Conference is, are the San Antonio Spurs ready to win a championship? I don't think that they are. But it's a 45-17 team. Like, we keep talking about the conference leaders. Like, for context, Detroit is 45-16. Oklahoma City is 49-15. Yo, San Antonio was 45-17 this year, with 3 wins against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yo, that's a story. And that's the one I'm watching. For me, KC brought up Minnesota yesterday. And yeah, I guess when you're building out, the talking points of the upcoming Western Conference playoffs, like you're asking questions about Minnesota, but for me, namely, it's not necessarily what Minnesota does in the playoffs until they lose. Because to me, it's if Minnesota loses, like, is this it? Like, are you just done? Like, is this the end of their run? Do they make it's like we were talking the other day, do they make a panic move, or maybe an extreme move? Do they do that? Houston's story, I think, is it's either Kevin Durant taking the Rockets, taking a team to the NBA Finals, or it's Kevin Durant again not taking a team to the NBA Finals. And certainly those are stories, but do I find them to be the most compelling? The most compelling one to me is San Antonio. Denver will be more interesting as the playoffs go along. Los Angeles, the Lakers, will be more interesting as the playoffs go along. If Phoenix is able to win like a series, well, I mean, that would be beating San Antonio right now as it stands, because they wind up being the 7th seed. But I'm telling you, just keep an eye on that 6-7. And that's not even to like continue the week-long trashing of the Los Angeles Lakers. It's more so you look ahead at the Lakers schedule, you look ahead at Phoenix's schedule. It's like, hey, could be a little action right there. And that was a tough loss for Phoenix against Chicago. We were just talking about that with Eddie Gonzalez. But then you look at, Detroit. Detroit got beat by San Antonio by double digits for the second time. What are they ultimately going to be when the postseason gets here? Are they just this year's version of the Cleveland Cavaliers? Cleveland was really good all of last year. 60-plus wins, 64, 65 wins last year. No one bought it. And in the end, the Jesse Tapias of the world, they were right. Didn't quite get it done. Detroit went and got Kevin Huerter because they're not the best three-point shooting team in the league, and you wonder, does that catch up with you in the postseason? Does that catch up? If Detroit's in a series with Boston, shoot, if Detroit's in a series with New York, I mean, I don't have to tell Sacramento Kings fans this. Three-point shooting is important in today's NBA. It's really important when you get to the playoffs. You got teams like Boston. You got multi-level scorers in Boston and New York and Cleveland. You got that Donovan Mitchell who can score from anywhere on the floor, could get crazy, crazy, crazy hot from behind the arc. And then the big story tonight, Jason Tatum is back. The Boston Celtics storyline is now shifted. It's not really like, hey, man, what a great season it's been for Boston. It's like, no, it all starts now.
Starting lineup and no minutes restriction.
Man.
Reports.
Man. That's one is fantastic. That's fantastic. I can't imagine he gets this far in this process if he's not 1,000% healthy.
If it was Danny Ainge and the old crew, he would have been back 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's probably
I think Brad Stevens and this new little regime they have in there now wouldn't have brought him back unless it was like, yeah, he's 110% ready to go. It doesn't seem like that's just kind of the way they go about things. Like I said, Danny and the old group maybe, but
the stories and so much of today's show, both what we have talked about and what I haven't gotten to yet, is about sports media. And coming off the heels of the Russell Westbrook press conference last night and the borderline absurd reaction it caused on social media, it brings to mind what we're about to witness with Boston, because it's going to happen. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, it's been a subject of discussion for years. But this is the first year that Jaylen has been able to go out there and be the unquestioned number one. Well, what happens now? Like, you don't really have two number ones. You have there's always it's a president and a vice president, man. For me, like, go back to the Warriors. Kevin Durant was number one. Steph was number two. And I get it. Like, I know people don't like that, but Kevin Durant was the best player in the league at that time. Kevin Durant might have been the best player on earth at that time. He was incredible. Best player on earth probably going to be in this league, but you guys get what I'm saying. And I think that's the case with the Boston Celtics on the regular. It's Jason Tatum and it's Jaylen Brown. Both are incredible. But does Tatum just come back and resume his role as the number one guy after Jaylen Brown has put together an MVP caliber season? Let the Celtics lose to the Mavericks tonight. You thought the discourse surrounding Russell Westbrook press conference was stupid. Oh, let the Celtics lose to the Mavericks tonight. Now, you might not get that overly visceral reaction tonight. But when one loss becomes two, or two losses become three, it becomes a talking point. And as we have discussed, we were just talking about this about the Charlotte Hornets a few minutes ago. It starts to get regurgitated. It's like sports media is its own little bubble. And it's doing something right now that is making me really, really nervous as it pertains to the upcoming NBA draft. And we'll get there. We'll get to that. And we'll talk a lot more Kings basketball coming up at the bottom of the hour. We also got James Ham set to join us coming up at 4 o'clock.
Real quick, if this was an NFL team adding a top flight player, I guess, like I don't know what the right comparison would be, but I feel like the way media covers players in this league rather than teams, like, you get the conversations of like, oh yeah, like, is it Jaylen Brown going to take a back seat, or is Jason Tatum going to, like, how's that going to work, rather than like if it was the NFL and this team was adding another top flight player, it's more so like, oh yeah, now they're gearing up to go on a run and things like that. I don't know if maybe it's that.
Basketball is different.
Yeah.
Because the two players have to run concurrent with one another, depending on.
Because like we've seen these guys play together. We know it works. We know they know how to play together.
See, but you're right. You're 100% right. But it feels like people have been itching for it to not work. It's like the mega powers. You're just waiting for the moment that Macho Man turns on Hulk Hogan. That's what it feels. You're just waiting for the moment where the synergy isn't there anymore. It's like they're dying to pounce on this story, even though it has never materialized. It has never, ever once materialized. And it's very much an NBA thing, because it doesn't work in baseball. it doesn't work in basketball. It's probably it doesn't work in baseball, it doesn't work in football, probably because the sheer volume of positions and how, like, you're not going to, if you have Patrick Mahomes, you're not going to add Josh Allen to the roster. That's like having two major scorers on a basketball team.
Yeah. Yeah.
You add a top flight running back, it works. You add a top flight wide receiver. You add a defensive end, quarterback, whatever. You're protecting the quarterback, whatever. Like that can help build like the overall makeup of a football team. But in basketball, basketball is very much a more player-centric conversation. And that's why you have stories like Russ versus KD, the Rockets versus the Warriors. You have Jalen versus Tatum. Like you have, focuses like Russell Westbrook versus everybody. The focus is so often on players. And when I said Warriors versus Rockets, I should have said the Steph Curry led Golden State Warriors versus the Houston Rockets, because Steph Curry is just a menace to the Rockets. And when he's not there, the Warriors just take that mantle. It's like, no, Steph, we got you. Player-centric, player-driven. And it's one of the things that's great about the league. But it's one of the things where it's also like, what am I reading? Like, Tatum and Brown are great together. What's the problem? You know what else is great together is Baker Family Wine and Bike Dog Brewing. And they've got together, for those that don't know, Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento, it shares the space with Bike Dog. So if you're big into beers, IPAs, all of that stuff, you could get them in the same exact spot that you grab your bottles of Baker Family Wine. And they're hosting a spring market this Sunday from noon to 5. It's going to be an amazing event. It is such a fantastic space out there at Baker Family Wines. For those who haven't been there, I can guarantee you the World Baseball Classic is going to be on the televisions. It's going to be a tremendous Sunday out at Baker Family Wines, noon to 5, the spring market. You can head over there. You can grab your 755. You can grab your dark rosés. You could grab your Zinfandels, your Cabs, whatever you're into. You could find it out there. You can watch a little of the World Baseball Classic, load up on wine, load up on beer, have a great time with the family. And remember,
hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. We will come back. We will talk more Kings basketball. We'll focus a little bit more on the game. And for the first time, forgive me, for the first time, we'll open up the phone lines for you. It doubles as the Mojo Local Tap and Kitchen text line, 916-909-1320. Those are the phone lines again, 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Whew. That hour segment is a motherfucker. Oh, Leezy, I didn't text you back. Leezy, my bad, Leezy. I owe you, Leezy. That's on me. My bad, man. That's my bad, Leezy. Oh, man. What's the key to losing fat and gaining muscle simultaneously? My brother, it is the way you eat. It is 1,000% the way you eat. You got to train, for sure, but you got to eat really, really diligently. Like, eat the right foods really diligently. It's the holy grail. Like, it is really, really difficult, especially if it kind of depends on the shape that you're in right now. Like, if you have a lot of weight to lose, if you have a lot of fat to lose, you'll get like an initial boost of the convert. If you're a little bit You know, if you have a little bit of fat to lose, it's a lot harder, but it is 100% the way you eat. Right on, Cole. Appreciate you, Brody. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. It's a little bit easier once you get through, because I've done once you get through once you get through that hour, I feel like the show kind of settles in and it gets a little easier after that. Even though we almost always have a guest in that block, it just kind of, it's like, all right, I'm an hour and a half in now. That long stretch is over. Okay, now we can be a little quicker. Yeah, I'd chill with that plus 100 grams, and I'd also chill with that limit carbs. But everybody has their technique.
Shout out TMZ. I didn't see they picked up the Russell Westbrook press conference as well.
Did they?
Yeah, they tweeted it out this morning.
Oh no, Matt George, you made awful announcing, man. Don't ever be on awful announcing. No, I know what mine was. Don't ever be on Deadspin. My stupid ass was on Deadspin when Deadspin was something. Jesse just told me TMZ picked up the press conference last night. Man. Don't be on TMZ, Matt George. Come on, man. Must be a slow news day. Such a silly story. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in the phone lines. But it was the story of the game last night. And obviously as a Kings fan or Kings fans, what do you want to talk about as it pertains to basketball last night? You know what I mean? So it's like searching out a storyline from a game that offered the same storyline that we've been seeing time and time again this season. There's no grand takeaway. I mean, you look at a game where virtually every player in uniform played except for one. Doug McDermott played basketball last night. Doug McDermott stepped on the floor for the Sacramento Kings in uniform last night, and Devin Carter didn't. All this talk about, players maybe taking things personally, maybe taking things too personally, being disrespectful. I don't know Devin Carter, the person. I was very much turned off when Trista Crick told that particular story about him. I think it was right after that draft. But I have no problem saying to anyone who will listen, I do not believe Devin Carter is a good basketball player. And I ultimately feel like the Sacramento Kings are telling us they don't think Devin Carter is a good basketball player either. This is a former lottery pick that can't get on the floor. That's infuriating for so many reasons. Like talking about, Eddie said, hey, as like a Kings fan, you look at Charlotte, you look at it, they turned around, man, you got to land on these couple of picks. And obviously the Miller was a high pick. Brandon Miller was a high pick. You got Con Knipple cooking, and it's all kind of come together for them, and it's working. And we'll see, how this playing scenario winds up going. If they wind up getting to the 6th seed, what it means for them, moving forward and in the years to come with those guys. But we can't hit on picks. And you hope, that Neek is a hit. You hope that Max is a hit. You hope, Dylan Cardwell wasn't even a pick. That was a free agent signing. You hope that's it. That's the man. Every time I say Dylan's name, I'm reminded what a bummer this is right now that he can't play. Like you're desperately looking for something to latch onto. Seeing Dylan Cardwell play basketball would be fantastic. Instead, I'm watching another basketball game where Devin Carter doesn't play basketball. And I'm perfectly fine with that. And it goes back to the conversation we were having, about, again, the story of last night is the press conference and Russell Westbrook and what was said and what got his attention and what upset him. And it's I can speculate. I'm not going to. I'm just going to say I don't think Matt George said anything about Russell Westbrook that was overtly disrespectful. He may have said something that painted him in a poor light in terms of basketball, in terms of his career. He stated that he doesn't want him back here next year. That's all fine. That's his opinion. That's what he's paid to do. Like, give it. That's what we do. I don't. And if Russ wants to call him on that, that's fine too. Y'all go ahead and have a conversation about it. Talk. If Russ wants to yell at every member of the media and they're going to allow every member to yell back, then that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But if you don't want Russell Westbrook to play basketball, who the hell is going to play the point guard position? Because Doug Christie does not want to see Devin Carter on the floor. You want to hear something about this basketball team? Devin Carter's not good. He's not a good basketball player. And the Kings are doing absolutely nothing to make me think they think different than I do. That's my opinion that I'm starting to think is their opinion. Bro cannot get off the bench. And when he does, he ultimately winds up back there. And that tells me another story. Those who might be scrolling through Twitter and catching this at the wrong time, let me bring you context. That absolutely tells me a story. We're not going to play him. All right, you know what, man? Season's in a different place. Let's get Devin out there. Oh, he's going to run around and jack up these BS shots. All right, dog. All right. Throw him back to the bench. He's not going to play the type of basketball we want him to play. Put him back on the bench. There's multiple stories that could be playing out with Devin Carter, and I don't know none of them. I don't call nobody. Here's something. Let me tell y'all something about me real quick. I have never once. I take that back. I take that back. It was one person. One time, one person. I have never called anyone about a Sacramento Kings story that I have reported. Not once. Or, I'm sorry. One time. And it was to confirm a story I already had. And that was very much how the call went. The call was, hey, I was told this, and this. Can you add, word of the day, can you add any context to this? That was the De'Aaron Fox story. And I called a person the only time I've ever made a call. They always call me. They always feel the need to tell me something. I'm not a reporter. I never have been. I'm not Sean Cunningham. I'm not James Ham. I'm none of those people. I'm not a reporter. I do this. I talk with y'all. And sometimes people are happy to share something with me. But I got 2 messages about De'Aaron and called someone who I needed to confirm this. And still didn't report it. I got that De'Aaron Fox story I got it confirmed at like 8:30 in the morning. And for those who remember that day, I did nothing with it. I did nothing with it until it was right before I went on the handoff. It was like 11:45. I did nothing with it because I gave one more entity an opportunity to speak on it. And once I got that, it was just like, all right, I already know this is going to Sham, so let's get it out there. So I work to provide context for what I'm talking about. In the Devin Carter situation, the context is my eyes. Or maybe it's my self-preservation because I refuse to believe I'm an idiot. I refuse to believe that Devin Carter's minutes or lack thereof is just completely random. I'm seeing something. That basketball team is telling me something about that player, and I'm listening. Listening to TC2 here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
Sir, hey, what's up with my bro? Actually, what's up with my 2 bros? Jesse in the back, bro. It's all good. What's up, man?
Always, man. Jesse, the hardest working man in the game. What's going on?
He's a dog, bro. So listen, check it out. Hey, I want to say about Russell, right? I kind of told Kenny and him earlier, I see both sides, D-Lo. Like, I see the whole like as far as fans, that goes back to the Zach LaVine thing when I was talking about like, bro, we know you don't want to be here. We don't want you here. Like, you know what I mean? So it go hand in hand. Like, we say what we say, and then they can feedback like Russ did. Like, hold on, bro. And I like that. That's what I was talking about with Russ when everybody thought TC was crazy. When I said, Russ, I like what Russ is showing Neek. He's showing him, hey, youngster, I need you to be a dog. And if that's what he got mad about last night and said, you know what, y'all talk too much about us. Y'all talk too much about our youngsters. That OG role that him and DeMar's playing and doing, I have nothing but respect about that, bro. And I'm not going to take nothing from that. But listen, D-Lo, this is real. In sports and sometimes in life, when things go bad and things start going bad with like your favorite sports teams, sometimes it can cause friends in the media to fall out, bro. And that's crazy. So that's why I say I go back to the tanking crowd. I'm asking all Kings fans, bro. This ain't TC talking crazy and none of that. Do y'all really want to do this another year? Everybody asking for it, but look how people falling out, getting into it. Don't nobody want to see this again, bro.
TC, I hear you. First of all, third person TC
twice
is
yeah.
wild.
Hey, we got to dial it back.
Hey, TC. Oh, TC went third person twice. That
back
is
when you guys thought TC was crazy.
Man, that is look as Pray for Mojo says. Third person confirmed. Goodness gracious. Right on TC. No, right on TC. But Terrence, this team, maybe they're tanking, I guess, now by like the league definition of this, but it wasn't tanking that got this team here. TC, it was a bad basketball team. It was a bad basketball team that wasn't cohesive enough. My dumbass thought that the talent would override that perhaps lack of cohesion between them. I thought like DeMar's talented enough. Zach is talented enough. I thought Dennis was a fine addition to this team. I was like, there's enough here to where they're going to win some basketball games. It's probably not going to be pretty. It's probably not going to be super exciting. We might have some moments that we get up about, but it's probably not going to be the best, but their talent is going to be enough. And when you talk for a living and you share your opinions for a living, you better be prepared to call yourself a dummy. Because I sure look stupid with that thought. And that was absolutely my thought process going into the season. And I couldn't look any dumber. Because that is exactly what killed off this team, was its lack of cohesion. Like even as the season started, I think I referenced, I don't think I did. I referenced that Warriors game at the Golden One Center in November where Katie and I were there. We just had a blast, and Russ went crazy. Like, I had so much fun at that game because I was a fan. I wasn't working. I was there as a fan. We had the company tickets, and we just had a really good time. And Russ was playing the way that he was, and it was Katie's first time seeing seeing him light the beam and do all of that. Do you remember what happened next? Because they were 3-5 at that time. And I still thought, it's not that bad. Like, the schedule's about to get a little sketchy, but it really wasn't that bad. They were 3-5. You remember what happened next, though? I don't expect you to, because we're all desperately trying to forget this season. So I'll fill you in. They got their ass kicked by the Thunder. They lost by 31, and that was the first time all year that they really got beat, like bad. Like it was a full-on, like, oh. They had lost to Denver a couple of games prior in a close game. That game against the Suns opening night was a close game. Even a previous game against the Thunder earlier in the year, because remember they played the Thunder 40 times to start the season. That was a close game. So it hadn't really truly gotten bad yet. And I remember they beat the Thunder. I remember they got their ass kicked by the Thunder. It was kind of like, all right, okay, we kind of thought that was happening. No big deal. And then they played the Timberwolves, and that's where everything went to hell for me. That's not only where everything went to hell for me, that's where everything went to hell for them, because they got their ass kicked by the Timberwolves, and that started that stretch of like 2 weeks. It was like, I think it was 13 days that they played game after game after game where it ended so abruptly. The season was over. They fell to like 5-11 by towards the end of November. It was over. And the conversation, that's where I had some very strong remarks for Vivek Ranadive. It's where I felt like they quit. And Casey has pointed this out a couple of times, and he's right. I don't think the story of this Sacramento Kings basketball season is that they quit. I think the story of that stretch of basketball is that they quit. The other option is they suck. Like they are the most dreadful group of professional basketball players in history. Now, they're a 14-50 team. They're not good. Like I understand that. But what I'm saying is they are routinely in that 13-day stretch losing games by 30 points. 30 to 40 points. Do you know how hard it is to lose by 40 points in an NBA game? Do you know how regularly the Sacramento Kings have lost games by 30 points? And you want me to believe it's just because they're bad? No, they got into some sort of like mental yips thing. They got flustered, and one thing would go wrong and it would end. Now, after that Grizzlies game, it kind of settled a little bit where it's like, okay, the games go from like winning, losing, competitive, non-competitive. Like it was a little bit more sporadic. It wasn't a stretch of 13 straight days and 8 games or whatever it was that they were completely non-competitive. And then I remember they beat the Timberwolves. They beat the Timberwolves at the Golden One Center. I think that was the Malik Monk Steele game. And I remember DeMar DeRozan. Being asked post-game. The Kings were maybe 5-13 at the time. Like, hey, could this be a catalyst to kind of turning things around? And I remember DeMar saying, yeah, like, that's what you hope. And then they lose their next 4. And again, like, you lose the next 4. They ultimately lost, like, I think it was like 9 of their next 10. It's all been very, very bad. But back to what TC was talking about tanking, you don't want to see this another year. What I think fans don't want to see is another year of truly bad basketball. That's what Kings fans don't want to see another year. The Golden One Center was empty last night, not because this team is losing, but because this fan base is fed up with this entire organization. We're going to pretend like winning matters to this fan base? The same fan base that turned out to the original Arco Arena, the same fan that turned out to Arco Arena 2 to watch the likes of Walt Williams and Lionel Simmons and Dwayne Coswell, and a team that lost 40 straight games on the road and routinely was just awful. And that arena was sold out. We're going to act like winning matters to a fan base that was chanting, beat LA. A capacity crowd that was chanting, beat LA on like July 1st at a California Classic game? No, man. It's this team. Not the Kings. This version. And this version of the Kings stretches from Doug McDermott and Devin Carter and the last players all the way on the bench, all the way up to Vivek Ranadive and the people he keeps around him. And now, like I saw, again, it's my fault. I didn't use Twitter as a proper source today. I started scrolling and started reading, and I saw, how the algorithm works where you get tweets from 10 hours ago, and I'm seeing Kings fans frustrated at the closing lineup from last night. And Malik and DeMar and Russ and those guys were out there, and everybody noticed, and they're like, yo, what is this? And Doug was asked about that post-game. He was like, yeah, it looked like Nikki and Max were tired. Doug's still coaching, man. Drew Eubanks was out there last night. Drew Eubanks played really well yesterday. That's a crazy sentence. Drew Eubanks had 15 and 11 yesterday. Oh, what's Doug doing? He's coaching. He recognized two of his regular closers weren't up to par. It's like, all right, we got to put someone else out there. This is a bad basketball. If this team is, if we're talking tanking, and this all goes back to TC's phone call. If we're talking tanking, yeah, you've got the Domas surgery, the Levine surgery. We all saw what happened with DeAndre's eye. You've got the situation involving Keegan. Like, all of that is whatever. But in the end, it truly hasn't started yet. Because, man, James, I tried to, James started talking about 2027 so long ago. Again, this is the longest season in NBA history. James Ham started talking about 2027 so long ago, and he didn't make that number up. He didn't create that thought himself. James knew what time it was, and we are not in 2027. And you start talking about contracts and the difficulty, and this is just where I get really frustrated about this whole thought process. Every general manager in the league, that's a little extra. General managers in the league have been able to move bad contracts. But all of a sudden, you're trying to tell me we literally have 2 immovable contracts? Again, every general manager at some point has been faced with something like this, and so many of them have been able to move off of a bad contract, whether it's a bad contract for the league or potentially just a bad contract for that team. They've been able to do it. But now, for the first time in NBA history, the Sacramento Kings have been faced with 2 contracts that are literally immovable. I don't believe that. I don't. The league has taught me not to believe that. It's either, and it goes back to what I was just saying. Maybe that's self-preservation, because I just refuse to believe I'm an idiot. An entire history of the league says, no, this doesn't happen. You can move bad contracts. Now, what do you do to move those contracts? And this is where some of this Zach LaVine stuff gets stupid. Because think about the discourse around moving Zach LaVine's contract for the Sacramento Kings. And then think back to that story, and don't get me wrong, I'm not questioning whether Mark Stein was told this. I'm just telling you I don't believe it. The story around Zach LaVine was that the Chicago Bulls were offering 2 first-round picks. It was before the De'Aaron trade, so a year and some change ago. Maybe not even that far, but a year. But we'll say a year and some change, because the De'Aaron trade was a year ago, so had to be a little bit over that. So we'll say a year and a half ago. You expect me to believe in today's NBA, the Chicago Bulls offered 2 first-round picks to take Zach LaVine's contract, and the whole league said no. I don't believe that, man. I don't question whether Mark Stein was told that. I just don't believe it. But you see contracts get moved. You see deals get done. You see complicated deals get done. You see multi-team deals get done. And I just question whether this front office is the group that can do it. Now, I hope that they are, and I'm going to give them an opportunity to do it. But what I'm not going to give them, and maybe this is unfair of me, and I'll just take that. I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. No, man, go do it. And we talked yesterday about the presumption of failure, and this was about Doug Christie, the presumption of failure or the acceptance of failure. Both might be at play for the Sacramento Kings, which is why 2027 has been floated around this entire basketball season. The acceptance of the inability to move those contracts, which means, Kings fans, if that winds up being true, we're in for another year of exactly what we got this season. With the lone hope being that there's an exciting new rookie involved. A 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, James Ham, joins us for a Friday visit here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Securin, I know you love to tell me that I'm wrong at everything I do. I know you do. And I understand what Bobby Marks said. Please look up Mark Stein's report. Please look that up. I promise I didn't make it up. I think I need to grab some water real quick, squad. Hang tight. James will be with us in a second. Don't go anywhere. God damn, this is a short break. I'll be right back, y'all. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're here. Shout out to you guys. Lizzie, if you're talking Kings, I've been to a couple. I'm going to the Warriors game in April too. All right, thanks back. You guys got it now.
Enter Sandman is playing on 98 Rock, and I genuinely believe that's a terrific song.
No, Polo. I'd rather him just sit on the bench for the rest of his contract. I'm not attaching any pick to two. I saw that first round pick nonsense too. Steven Ross can afford it. Let him pay for it. Appreciate you, David Jackson.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he sure did. What did I see? What did I just see? I tell James 4? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure.
Lock in, everybody. Make sure you got all the snacks you need, everything. Lock in.
Oh, is the game on?
It's about to be.
Oh, I already it's ESPN, right? I already got it on. Okay, we're good. I forget these games be happening like so early in the show. I guess we're halfway done, but expecting James Ham to join us here in just a couple of minutes, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Of course, I can expect whatever I want to. Who knows if he'll actually join us? But I did ask him to, and I firmly believe he will be here shortly.
I'm sure James didn't expect yesterday to happen the way it did, but things unexpectedly happen.
I'm guessing he didn't.
And shout out Ham, too, because this is probably nothing to James Ham over just a decade plus he's been covering this team.
Yeah, I tapped in to the Locked On Kings podcast this morning, and I had a feeling he would tell the DeMarcus stories of DeMarcus summoning him and telling him to come here, and he certainly didn't disappoint. He told that story. I'm sure he'll repeat it here for us as he had many times. But James, a lot like Sean Cunningham, he's a pretty level guy. Like I don't agree with a lot of James' assessments on the basketball on this particular basketball team. Or in basketball in general, but I know James appeared to be a little agitated about the way Russ and I could absolutely be wrong, and I'll ask him about the way Russ and DeMar started the game, and because they obviously got a lot of shots up. Russ was really aggressive offensively, and that's something we've seen several times in the first quarter, particularly from Russell Westbrook, but. He wrote in his 6 quick thoughts, like, those guys really aren't taking a back seat. But I don't know that's really what he wants to see. I just don't know, like, what else you could do at that point. But I'll ask him because he's here. It's our man, James Ham. James, how was your night?
Interesting. Like at the end of the day, I think I've been through so many different versions, just not what that was like in front of an entire room full of people where things got weird. Again, like as someone who was in the locker room when DeMarcus Cousins went off on Andy Ferrillo or grabbed the microphone and started interviewing Aileen Boyson in the middle of, that was classic, or kicked Leo out of the locker room.
Also classic.
As somebody who did who was there for all of those things, I do think that this was just a little different. That's all. And I don't, sorry, my camera was weird. I think I understand why Russ. Well, I think, but I'm not 100% sure what set him off and what made him walk into a room and do that. And so, kind of a difficult evening for some people, and for others, it was like, okay, that was wild.
For some people, is that Russell Westbrook? Oh, he wants a piece of James Ham right now. Go ahead, take the call from Russell Westbrook.
We're good.
And I appreciate you, James. James normally not with us here on Fridays. Definitely not normally with us at 4:00. So I appreciate you. Can you confirm? Were you one of the people that Russell Westbrook pointed at when he was like, "What about you?" I obviously he pointed at Matt. I couldn't necessarily hear what Matt was saying off camera. But were you one of the people that Russ asked, like, what do what about you? What do you think?
Okay, so initially, it was kind of like hot potato, right? So Jason Anderson had the mic. He asked the first question, and then Russ sort of started to answer the question, and then, gave him some sort of answer. And then that's when he started in on well, what do you think? And Jason said, I don't really know. And we didn't know where it was going to go from there. Then it went to Chris Peterman. And then Russ didn't worry about who had the mic and just went at Matt. And then eventually he did ask me, and I said, well, look, man, I've covered this team forever, and I've covered the NBA for a long time. And at the end of the day, this is the worst season I've ever covered. And I said, I don't blame you for that or the other players. It's just like I was in the middle of saying like a collection, a huge, like ton of things that added to this. And then he cut me off and went back at Matt as soon as, to be honest, I didn't back down. And so, like, look, it's a weird situation, and I just got done with the podcast with Sean Cunningham and Brendan Nunez for the Kings beat that we'll have for later on tonight. I did a podcast on this last night on Locked On. Like, look, I've done this for so long, and I've seen so many different situations that just get weird and all that stuff. I didn't truly understand the process of what Russ was looking for. And as someone who can be rough on Russ, the basketball player and the decision maker on the basketball court, I've never once talked about Russ's life outside of basketball. I haven't talked about his clothing line or his wife or his children or anything like that. And there's something else that I think that I will continue to draw out of this. And that is like, as a journalist, we say things all the time, right? As someone who had a radio show for 2.5 years and comes on with you and Kenny all the time. And, like, we say stuff all the time. Sometimes that stuff gets clipped and gets put out and packaged in a different way. And it doesn't always capture the nuance of what we say. I think everyone who listens to this show or listens to the Insiders or listens to me talk in general understands that, number one, I'm pretty thorough with trying to add context just about every single thing I do. And sometimes that means it's way longer than a 60-second clip that you can go put on Instagram. And so I think there are moments where these things happen, but there is a layer of defense against what happened last night. And that is that as journalists, as people who cover a team, as people who get to go to a game for free, eat food for free, have a badge that lets you go anywhere in the building, there's an accountability issue an accountability point that comes with that. And that is, if you want to talk trash and you want to say something about a player, you better walk into that locker room and take accountability for everything that you've said. And I've said that for so long. There's a big difference between running your mouth and saying whatever you want when you're some guy at a bar stool somewhere, and somebody who is on the radio and on podcasts and writes. Because when I walk into that locker room, there are plenty of times where I have had to answer for everything that I've said, that a player's been upset or a coach has been upset. And the job is to walk in there and give them the opportunity to have a response to you personally, and to have that response. It is something that I go to the locker room every single game, and I've been that way for 16 years. And it's something that if you're not going to do that, then you can have a situation like that, where if you're not going in there and owning up to what you say, somebody might come after you for it in a different way that you're not ready for. And I've only had, like DeMarcus Cousins used to literally like give me the finger wag, like, come here, I want to talk to you. I would walk over, we would sit right, I would stand next to him in his locker, just the two of us. He would shoo everybody else away, or media relations would shoo everybody away. And we'd have a one-on-one conversation about something I wrote or something I said. Very specifically, I remember he pulled me over one time. He goes, "Why do you always write about my facial expressions?" And I said, "Because you look angry all the time." He goes, "But that doesn't mean I'm angry." And I'm like, okay, man, like, we're splitting hairs here. Like, what do you mean? Like, if every single picture that I have to go through in Getty or USA Today is you with the scowl on your face, then people think you're angry. And I get it. The reason why you get technicals all the time. One time he pulled me over. He said, "Hey, did I deserve that technical?" I said, "I did not think you deserved the technical when you got it." I said, "But the play before, where you berated the official for 30 seconds, I thought you deserved it then, and you didn't get it. So when you did get it, I expected it to come because you opened your mouth again." He goes, "Okay, fair enough." One time he said, "Hey, why do you always write about all the technicals I get? And I said, hey, I'll make you a deal. You stop getting technicals, I'll stop writing about the context of why you get technicals and how many technicals you have on the season and how many technicals you have on your career and how many technicals you have until you get suspended for a game. You don't get any more technicals, I won't write about them anymore. How about that? He goes, fair enough. So there's this accountability thing that goes back and forth. And that's where I think some of this gets lost. I think some people aren't going into the locker room and aren't putting themselves out there to get blasted by a player who is angry with them about something they wrote. And I told you guys before, earlier this season, Zach LaVine did not like something I said on the radio about the team quitting. And he said, I've never quit anything in my life. We're off the record, but like I'm giving to share this for context. I'm not like violating some trust or anything. Like we had a discussion after a game in the locker room where he said, hey, come here for a sec. And I said, okay, what do you got? And he goes, hey, I saw, and realistically, it was a clip that had been cut down and cut down and cut down. And so all the context was stripped out of what I had actually said. And it just said, these guys quit. And then it might have even been Kyle taking it from there and going a different level. But sometimes that happens. And the point that I would make is I'm in there every game. And Russell Westbrook will not talk to anybody. And I just talked about it on a podcast. He literally I came in on Tuesday, he had an ice pack on his eye. I said, everything okay with your eye? No. Blew me off. Wouldn't take his earbuds out of his ear, wouldn't say anything. He sat there the entire time I was in the locker room, never said a word to me or anyone else. And you're supposed to have media availability where you can talk to players, but players only have to talk at either shoot around. They have to choose two of the three, shoot around or pregame or postgame. He doesn't talk in pregame. Okay. The next night, which was last night, walk in the locker room. He comes in again. He's got an ice pack on his face. I said, everything okay with the eye? Didn't respond to me at all. Acted like I wasn't there. And I sat like 3 lockers down from him and had a 5-minute conversation with Killian Hayes about where he grew up in France and where I've traveled in France and how he grew up in the same town as Rudy Gobert and how I watched him during the pandemic. We watched all these clips of him and I watched a ton of him play in the Bundesliga. And like we had like a real conversation right there next to Russell Westbrook. So again, there's an accountability thing that I take personally that I will go in there, and it hasn't always gone well, but there's also the player has an avenue. If he needed to say something, maybe the person he wanted to say something to doesn't go into the locker room, and maybe that's part of the issue.
Yeah, we speculated that perhaps because I don't think I know you, and I don't think that be it Matt, certainly Chris Biederman, or truthfully, too many guys in our media contingent would take anything that resembled a personal shot at a player. There are guys who I believe would do it, but none of those guys who are addressed, and I don't even know that the person who I don't think very highly of has even been around this season. So like, I just don't think that that's a thing. But you talked about clips, and when you're scrolling social media and you've got the Kings in your algorithm, yeah, maybe something from Matt George popped up. And I wonder if, given the talk about, the players, the team, the direction, I wonder if there was a question about him being a leader or his leadership ability, and that came across his feed, and that's what he got frustrated with. I don't believe that Russell Westbrook is sitting around reading articles about himself or this basketball team or listening to radio shows or podcasts about this basketball team, but Russell Westbrook could be on social media, and the way the algorithm works, something was fed to him. He saw it. He wasn't happy with it, and maybe he took another loss on a 50-loss team, the worst season of his basketball career. Maybe he just found that at the wrong time and reacted in the moment.
No, I think so. But I also that was pre-planned. Like he was coming in there to do that last night. And there's a couple of things that got under my skin a little bit while he was doing it. Number one, I thought it got a little over the top with Matt specifically. Like Matt had nowhere to go except for to sit there and fight for his life. But again, we're talking about an 18-year NBA veteran that's going right into the Hall of Fame and that is, one of the greatest guards of all time, right? So it's tough in that moment to actually like vocalize. I was sitting there like, first of all, they were bringing out Russ, and I'm like, okay, I don't have any questions for Russ because I don't have any questions for Russ. Like this season shouldn't be about him from here on out. It shouldn't. It should be about Neat Clifford and Maxime Reno and Precious Achua and whether Killian Hayes is a basketball player or not, whether Patrick Baldwin Jr. is a basketball player or not. These players, they had their opportunity to make something of this season in the first 50, 60 games of the season, and they just flat out didn't. And again, I'm not blaming one person for the way that this season has gone. It is a bunch of issues, a collection of issues that led to where we are today. But like I was sitting there like kind of laid back, like, okay, this is different. But as someone who's been through, again, the Andy Ferrillo situation with DeMarcus Cousins and other situations like that, I'm like, okay, this is going sideways. And eventually he's
the DeMarcus Cousins situation, I think, was really different because they were standing in the locker room and they were as much face to face as Andy Ferrillo could be with DeMarcus Cousins. That was a different situation than Russ being at a podium.
No, it was for sure. But I watched the whole scene play out because I watched DeMarcus Cousins come in to the locker room and Andy was sitting there talking to another player on the side, and DeMarcus went around behind him while wearing a towel and chirped in his ear and then went and sat down in his seat. Andy was a boiling point and he was angry and you could see it. He turned around and he was very disrespected. He walked over to DeMarcus, said something, and then left. And we're like, okay, that was averted. Then Andy Ferrillo came back in the locker room and like started to let DeMarcus have it. And DeMarcus still in a towel. And I'm standing right there, right next to this whole situation playing out. That's when the bee started rolling. And it was like this confrontation that ends up happening. And like I'm standing there, Garrett Temple was standing right there. Chris Clark was standing right there to make sure that it didn't get out of control, like physical out of control. But I never felt like it would. And there was only one time where I did feel like not that I was in danger, but I had felt like DeMarcus had a moment that like he wasn't himself. And that's the night where he started talking about God's plan. And I was standing in front of him asking questions about the basketball game. And he's rocking back and forth. And I'm like, this is not the DeMarcus Cousins I know. Something's way off. And I don't know what it is, but this is getting like super out of control, like very quickly. And that's when he, again, like said God's plan stuff. And then I don't know, the journey continues or what, what I'm talking about. And then he just bolted out of the locker room. And it was like, okay, that was a one time. But outside of that, like, look, it's our job to walk in there and to have conversations with these guys. And it's our job to talk about them on the radio and talk about them on podcasts and write about them and all that stuff. But there has to be a level of accountability. You have got to, if you write something or say something, you've got to be able to own up for everything that you say. And, there's only one time that it almost got crazy and got physical outside of the DeMarcus Cousins thing. Well, I never thought he was going to actually hit me, but I was at least sitting there going, okay, this is weird. This is different. But there's only one player that I've ever got into a full-fledged argument with, and that was a long time ago. And I don't typically get into who that was and all that stuff because it was outlandish and also premeditated by the player like this was, but just with me in the locker room. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
I don't have an issue with players doing that. Of course, I'm not in the position you guys are. I don't feel the need to be at every game. I certainly don't need to be at press conferences or be in the locker room. That's not what my job entails. That's what I have someone like you for, and Sean and Chris Peterman and all of that. And you guys are very, very good at what you do. And I don't need to get in there and bog down this whole thing. But if players are going to be allowed to do that, or if players do that, it should be universally understood by everyone involved that should he have chosen to, Matt George could have gotten up and responded to him. It's like, because I think especially listening to Chris Biederman talk, it was more like I think there were a lot of people, and Matt's probably one of them, was trying to process exactly what was happening and what specifically he was talking about. And there were probably a lot of people in that room running through their head like, okay, what did I say about Russell Westbrook recently? What could he potentially be talking about? Is he talking about, okay, wait a sec, what did Matt say? What did Chris say? Because when Chris started talking, I was really confused because my first thought was that is not Chris Biederman. Chris Biederman does not talk like that. He is not a hot take guy. He is not, that is just not him personally, nor certainly professionally. So when I started thinking he was talking to Chris, that doesn't make any sense. And then I realized, oh, Chris responded, but he's talking to a variety of different people. Okay, I get it now.
Chris just happened to have the mic. And that's when it was like, who's got something to say? And everyone's looking around. I'm like, all right, I wasn't going to ask a question anyways, but if it does come to me, like I'll ask a question, like I'll sit here and we can try to get to the bottom of what exactly is going on. But I also, like, one of my problems with the whole situation is, like, I think the media as a whole is relatively kind to the team for a 14-50 team. Like this is the worst team I've ever covered, and I've said that a bunch of times. This has been atrocious to watch, and because it's not even competitive on most nights, right? But I also know that, is there a person out there that doesn't love Max Reynaud or Neat Clifford or Precious Achua, Dylan Cardwell? And that's where I started to be like, okay, wait a sec. I think I've been very upfront that I think the transformation that I've seen from DeMar DeRozan is spectacular. Like spectacular. Like he understands what's happening and he's figuring it out. Now, did I tweet out at the 5-minute mark of last night's game that we're 5 minutes into the game and there isn't a player under 36 years old who's taken a shot? Yeah, I said that. But it's factual.
Yeah.
Not a single, like, this is supposed to be about the young guys, man. It is. It's supposed to be about bringing along young players to transition, the building up, the putting players in the right position. Go ahead.
But Hammer says who? Like who says that? Who says this should be about the young guys?
Oh, the franchise has been very clear about that. Like whether it's Doug, whether it's, even players.
Do you think Doug is coaching to win basketball games?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, last night he finished a game with 5 veterans on the court, but a couple of games before, or in the first quarter, I think he played 11 players in the first quarter, including a guy you just signed to a second 10-day contract and a guy that you just signed to a 2-way contract and brought up, and another 2-way player, and the 42nd pick in the draft and the 24th pick in the draft. So, like, yeah, are they trying to win games? No, they're trying to develop young players. And does that mean that you're trying to lose? No, I don't think, like, you're never going to ask players to go out there and, like, Russell Westbrook has never been asked to, hey, I need you to go out there and turn the ball over 3 times in a row. Has he done that? Yes. But was he asked to do that? And did he do that intentionally? No. I don't think Russ has ever intentionally thrown a basketball game or done something. What he's doing is because he is one of the most accomplished players in the history of the game, and he believes that he's the best player on the court at all times, and he believes that he is the way that they can win a game is by him doing more. And sometimes it's like, okay, less is better, but if you want to do more, okay, I get it. But I still don't think that, like, the intention of Russell Westbrook it looks different than what it actually is on the court. I don't think he intends to just be an all-consuming guy who shoot, like, what was it, 4 games ago, he shot 14 times in the first quarter. And like, and he shoots what?
Well, in his defense, he hit like 8 of them or 9 of them or something.
Yeah, but I mean, no one else on the team gets to get in a rhythm at all when that happens. And again, I'm not saying, hey, you're just a bad person, because I don't believe that. And again, I've never once talked about his family or anything else. That's, to me, it's always been off limits. I don't talk about any of that stuff.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's not. I don't, because I just don't feel like anyone in that room would ever have any sort of discussion like that.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was a discussion about him as a leader, and perhaps even subjects like the one that you're discussing right there about shooting 14 times in the first quarter, him finishing games, him leading in minutes, something along those lines, and someone saying that's not leadership or whatever. And suddenly now you have like, wait, you're questioning my leadership when these guys are coming to me, day after day asking for advice. You're questioning my leadership when my coach is telling me this is how we're approaching this game. This is how we're approaching this game. And I think it's why things like film room and practice and stuff like that came up from Russell Westbrook last night. And people hear, the part where Russ says, do you know me? No, you know me, the player. You don't know me. And I think everybody took that as the husband, the father, the philanthropist, all that, and maybe didn't take it as, no, you don't know my impact on this locker room. You don't know my impact with these young players, not only in Sacramento Kings uniforms, but in uniforms around the league, which I have demonstrated a number of times this season. And you guys have asked me about a number of times this season.
Yeah, and I also,
I don't know.
and part of what he said too was, hey, look, I mean, he was asking Matt specifically, I don't see you in practice. I don't see you in the locker room. I don't see you, like, you're acting like you know me and what my intentions are and who I am as a person. And you're not here. You don't actually know any of that stuff. It's not truly fair for him to say, hey, are you in our film study? Because no one is in their film study except for them.
Yeah.
And it's not fair for him to say, are you watching my practices? It's like, no, because we don't get to watch your practices, man. But it is, again, if he wants us to know him and to like break some of these walls, we're there. Like I've been there every single game, and he has no interest in any of that. Like, this is a stop on his journey, and I get that. And he will go on in the Sacramento Kings, Russ. People will forget it ever even happened. It'll be like Hakeem Olajuwon playing for the Toronto Raptors or Patrick Ewing playing for the Seattle Supersonics. People don't remember that one. That's what the Sacramento Kings visit will be for Russ. He will be known for his time with the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Houston Rockets and probably the Clippers, maybe for his bad situation that happened in with the Lakers. But this is going to be like an afterthought in his entire journey. And I get that, but you can't expect people to know you if that's not who you're going to present yourself as behind the scenes when you have an opportunity for us to know you. Because I got more words out of Killian Hayes last night in the locker room than I ever have out of Russell Westbrook in the locker room. And that's just, it's factual. Like, you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. That's who you are. That's what you want to do. But then don't act like I should know you and that I shouldn't be able to say something because I don't know you well enough. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense because you've had opportunities to get to know me. And I've done this forever, that like, I know so many players that, you have to try to break walls. Being in the locker room is about, like, don't get this wrong. I'm not part of their culture, but it's part of watching their culture and being in sort of inundated in their culture and seeing how they interact with each other and all that stuff. That's what you're doing. You're trying to get the best content possible. And in order to do that, you have to break down walls. You have to be vulnerable. You have to talk to people. You have to approach people. And sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's not. Going and talking to Keegan Murray is never easy. Going and talking to Malik Monk is like the easiest thing ever. You just know he's going to call you an MFer like 8 times, but that's okay. It's all in fun and you understand where you're going with it. But if I were to walk down the street and see Malik Monk, he would know exactly who I was. I have players walk in that building that are barely there and they know my first name and they greet me. And then you have other people who don't take that time either. And so, like, that's one of those things that sticks out. It's like, man, don't tell me we don't know you and you don't know me either. And you've had every opportunity to get to know me and you just kind of turned it down. And that's fine. If that's who you want to be, that's okay. But then when you come out and you try to blast us and say, you don't know me, it's like, okay, that's fine. Who does? Who does know you? because I don't think the answer is a lot of people. And that's okay too, because he's a superstar. He has been for years and years and years. His life is very different than anyone else's that you know. When he goes out to dinner, he gets bombarded by people.
Sure.
You know, I always go back to the Michael Jordan thing. He was riding around in his Corvette with a guy that was writing a book with him at the Jordan rules, right? They got off on the wrong exit and they got stopped at a stoplight. And while they were stopped at the stoplight, people started like, oh my gosh, Michael Jordan from the apartment complexes. By the time the light turned green, there were hundreds of people standing on the street screaming, oh my gosh, it's Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his life. He didn't even flinch, didn't act like anything was happening. It's kind of like a convertible Corvette. There's people all around him. Just drives away like nothing's happening. So I can't put myself in the situation of being Russell Westbrook. That's just not going to happen. But I also know that, like, if you want to get to know people, if you want people to like write at least give context with what they're writing, what they're talking about, you have to actually open that door too.
Great stuff, James. Appreciate you joining us on this Friday, and we'll see you next week. We're tapped in, Locked On Kings.
If you need me to hang out, I know you're here by yourself all day. I can stick around if you want.
No, man, I think I'm set for the rest of the day, but I may call you in a time or two, man. I appreciate you, friend.
Sweet. Awesome. You guys have a good day.
Hammer. That's our man, James Ham, right there. James always looking out, man. We'll come back. I got nervous for a very weird reason. I'm going to tell you guys what that is. There's some NFL news we should probably discuss. And James said something right there. It made me realize there was one thing I wanted to mention, and it's this odd dynamic that all of us have covering these games and these athletes. And we'll do that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man, that's great stuff. I told y'all James was going to tell that DeMarcus story. I didn't know the God's plan thing. I got to look that up. That's weird. How everybody doing? How everybody doing? What's up, Mitch? Nah, you good. You good, Lazy. Don't worry about none of that. Just keep doing you. Keep doing you, baby. We're good. Appreciate you cutting that one about Russ. That was a nice timely clip right there. Good work. Good work. Good work. Nice that James offered to stay. My man, James Ham. Now that I think about it, dumbass, I probably should have taken him up on that because we really haven't talked about the basketball game yet. And I guess I don't know. I guess there's nothing to talk about as it pertains to the game, but I always feel like some guys play well. They deserve some credit, or at least acknowledge them. Oh, there you go, Norm. There you go, Norm. It's good stuff, man. No, we got a little time here. this game on in front of me so I don't have to keep looking to my right. Yeah, Dr. David, I think players actually love Russell Westbrook. I mean, I'm sure every single player doesn't love Russell Westbrook. I don't mean to speak in generalities, but just in general, I think Russ is a very popular player in the NBA. Obviously, Domas having a closer relationship with him. Hope y'all don't mind when I'm alone, man. I know it's a little bit different without impressions and certainly not as much laughter. It's really a whole different radio show, but, you know, kind of the way we're made up, we had to kind of just had to get, we had this kind of just what we have to do when people take vacations. Scooter, we'll bring this one up. Hold on, Scooter. Couple of things here real quick. Do want to try to at least throw some NFL stories out there, at least for a minute. We also got Kings tickets coming up, so stay put for that. Again, we'll get our jokes off about the Sacramento Kings, but if you could get free tickets to the game, it's going to be a pretty fun experience. Admittedly, while talking to James Hammond, big shout out to James who offered to stay for a little bit while I'm alone. I didn't want to punch that ticket yet, because I'm alone for the next 11 shows. I thought, there might be a time. I feel good today. I'm cooking today. I feel like there might be a time where I'm gonna have to make that call, and I just didn't think it was today. But big thanks to James who offered to spend some time with us here on a Friday. I got the Celtics Mavericks in front of me. I wanted to see, Tatum. I wanted to see his return. I was admittedly nervous. I'm nervous watching him like, oh, man, is he running okay? Did he land okay? Is everything all right? It looks like Jesse, did I got this right? Did he came out his number with, he's on the bike?
Yeah,
is that what they just showed him? Yeah, he's on the bike. Okay.
It looked awkward to start. I mean, it's going to look
a little
awkward
bit.
too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Blew out his Achilles last year, catastrophic type of injury. So it's gonna take some time. He airballed the shot, a couple barely touched the rim. Like, it's gonna take a little bit for him to get comfortable again.
Yeah, they keep showing him over there on the bike, man. Salute Jason Tatum, Cooper Flag out there also. Is this Cooper's first game back?
Second, he played yesterday.
Oh, he played yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, back to back for Dallas. Okay, I missed that. I didn't really tap into what Dallas was doing yesterday. But yeah, Jason Tatum is back on the floor. The Celtics and Mavericks are underway. And I'm going to close this out because I get nervous and I don't want anything to happen to my man Jason Tatum. During that conversation with Hammer, he mentioned something about, it's our job to talk about these guys and critique them and all of that different stuff. And with Russell Westbrook being in his press conference being, national news that made TMZ, it made awful announcing. It absolutely, the video that Hammer posted went crazy last night on social media. It actually went so crazy that people from other radio stations are reposting it. So salute to those geniuses. But it was, it reminded me of what a odd profession this is. Like, sports media is interesting, especially for someone like me. I've been around professional basketball for a long time, but I wasn't a professional athlete. And the idea, the dynamic of talking about athletes and talking about a game, and this doesn't even pertain to professional basketball. This is like sports. Like we talk, basketball. We talk football. We talk, quarterbacks at the highest level, shooters at the highest level. Like, think about the conversation about Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine has been good enough in his profession to earn upwards of what? $300 million in his career. And yet we sit here, me particular, I'm not going to use anybody else as an example. Some of you might be high-end athletes. I'll talk about me I'll use me as an example. I criticize his inability to play defense. Or we watch another player. Devin Carter, perfect example. Devin Carter can't shoot. I don't feel like Devin Carter does anything well on the basketball floor. Me, someone who does not do anything well on the basketball floor, sits here for 4 hours and talks about professional athletes, the literal best at this particular thing, playing basketball, playing football. And I can't do none of it. And that is such an interesting dynamic that I'm positive, 1,000% positive, a lot of athletes resent. Because I know there are many occasions where an athlete wants to say, who are you to criticize what I do? You can't do it. And I'm not saying that's a fair way of thinking. All I'm trying to point out is the dynamic. It is an interesting dynamic. Someone telling me, man, your radio show is terrible. The topics you do are awful. Okay, you're right. When's your radio show on? When do you do it? When do you talk for 4 hours? When do you have to try to come up with content that's both entertaining and engaging for 4 hours? When do you do that? But that doesn't matter because that's not how this works. You have a public profession, you open yourself up to criticism because everybody can see it or everybody can listen to it. And as a basketball player, like millions upon millions upon millions of people are watching.
I guess there's an aspect too when you bring up like the radio show example of how much, I guess, validity you give to it. Because it's like the guy can say, oh, yeah, it's a bad radio show, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, that's just an opinion.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
I mean,
the next guy
and
thinks,
see,
oh, yeah, it's a good one. And in reality, it's all just opinions. And that's
And
all
that's-
everyone's just giving out at this point.
And that's the game. Like you have to, you have to have thick skin. It's the Twitter stuff. Like you'll get a 100 comments telling you, man, that was so great. Man, you're on point. Man, what a take. Man, this is awesome. And then there'll be one like, man, you suck. This is stupid. This doesn't make sense. And you lose the 100 and focus on the one. And that's tough. And I know I've done it. We all do it. You get wrapped up in feedback. And the best, the best idea is to shut off. But there's only so much you can shut off. That's why, Doug Christie said last night, I can't remember the specific question, but he was asked, something along the lines because Doug spoke after Russ. So he was asked about, reading about what's happening, hearing all of those types of different things, what people are saying about the team and the players and all of that. And Doug was like, to be honest, I don't see it. And I believe Doug to a certain degree because he didn't necessarily backtrack, but he acknowledged, well, I'm not seeking it out, but sometimes stuff is sent to me. Stuff is sent to me by, and we've talked about this before, wives, friends, girlfriends, homies, whatever. Like stuff will make its way back to you. I always tell the story of my man Chef Q at Q1227. He sent the clip of me cutting a promo on De'Aaron Fox to De'Aaron Fox. There's a little bit of context behind that, but because of a conversation that those two had together, and Q didn't do it maliciously. Q was like, hey, this is what people are saying. And I appreciated that, and he shared with me what De'Aaron responded back to him with. But like that happens. Doug acknowledged it happened. Like it happens to him. But it is such it's just such a strange dynamic that exists in this world of sports media. And I think there's another weird dynamic that exists in sports media that we talked a little bit about yesterday, and we'll talk about that as we enter the final hour of the show here coming up in just a bit. Also, how different might the NBA look next season? We'll have that for you coming up. That's going to be right near the top of the hour. I do feel the need to point this out. Raider fans, I think, are rejoicing. Sorry, Geno. But the Raiders are set to release Geno Smith, barring a trade before the start of the new league year. Adam Schefter reported today. This is a lot like the news that we got from Kyler Murray, or a lot like the news that we got from the Arizona Cardinals regarding Kyler Murray, that they would cut Kyler, barring a trade, and he would, be a free agent. Much like the Cardinals, the Raiders are going to open up a little cap space. They're going to eat some of this dead money, but the Raiders will open up $8 million in cap space with this move, man. I will never, as much as and I promise everyone who has taken the opportunity to listen to this radio show live or on demand, I have attempted to understand how the salary cap in the NFL works. I have asked agents who have studied the salary cap for help, and literally, very, very literally left those conversations more confused. I don't understand it. I don't know what dead money means to salary cap space, but it exists for the Las Vegas Raiders. And I don't know that this is a tip of the cards to what the Raiders plan to do in the draft, because I feel like we already knew what the Raiders plan to do in the draft. I don't believe that there is a trade out there. The reason someone messaged us earlier, like, why did the Raiders, like, why would the barring a trade thing be a part of this conversation? And it's if a team, this is going to sound funny, I recognize that. And it's true for Kyler Murray too. If a team didn't feel like they could sign Geno Smith or Kyler Murray in the open market, you put an offer together to go get them now to assure that he's a part of your basketball team, or a part of your football team. Nobody wants to take on that financial responsibility. That's why you're able to just go, yeah, unless we're able to trade him, we're going to release him. And maybe it's to drum up interest in the trade. It's literally never worked. But ultimately, to get the news out there for the fact that both Kyler Murray and Geno Smith will be free agents this offseason, and the Las Vegas Raiders will have a new quarterback under center. 916-909-1320. That is both the Mojo's Local Tap in Kitchen text line, and it's our phone lines. Works just like a regular phone. Call or text. 916-909-1320. My man, Jay. Jay, always good to hear from you. What's up, man?
Well, I've been listening to talk radio because I've been a fan since the beginning, since you were probably in first grade. Mm-hmm. And, I've heard you guys, you and KC, since your very first show, and I try to listen every day. And, this is just this whole season. All this talk is basically, it's water under the bridge now. And let's go into a little something about, it's March Madness coming up in the NCAA tournaments. Mm-hmm. And, we got two conferences out there called the Big 10 and the Big 12 that got way more teams than that. What are they going to change their names to here in the future? Because I think it needs to be changed. I just wanted to break the subject.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Jay. I get it. Talking about the Kings can be exhausting, and the conferences will always be funny. Ultimately, I wonder. I feel like conferences are eventually just going to go away. And we're going to wind up having some other form of like super conferences where all of those names are gone. Maybe you keep some of the prestigious ones. I'm not really sure. But Yeah, the NCAA tournament is coming up, and that actually the NCAA tournament suffered a blow today, as did North Carolina. Caleb Wilson hurt his finger. I guess I think Shams reported it was a non-contact injury. We'll talk more about Caleb, not necessarily about the NCAA tournament, but about college basketball as the show progresses. Actually, I take that back. It's not really even about college basketball. It's something that's happening regarding the draft. And it's making me really, really nervous, but it ties into the theme of today's show because I feel like the thread is sports media. You know, starting with the Russell Westbrook stuff last night and the conversation we're having now, I feel like the thread of today's show is sports media. And there is something I picked up on regarding this upcoming NBA draft that is making me a little bit nervous. Back to the lines, 916-909-1320. Mitch, what's up, buddy?
How you doing, David? How are you? Happy Friday.
I'm terrific, my friend. Happy Friday to you, too. What's on your mind?
You always are. Had Kyler Murray been released last year, I would hope the Raiders would jump on that. I don't understand why the Cardinals couldn't get something for him. And I think he'd be great with Minnesota. JJ is kind of a bust. Or even Jesse's in Miami, because I think they're going to walk away from Tua. You know, with a lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't think you is the answer. Or DJ Youngale. But I would love to see Kyler Murray in one of those two teams.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting things there that you said. Like if he had been cut last year, could he have been a Las Vegas Raider? Yes, certainly. Like, I mean, they signed Geno Smith. They cut Geno Smith this year. It obviously didn't work. So, yeah, like he absolutely could have been. But the conversation around Kyler is certainly it's really interesting because there's Kyler, there's I think Kirk Cousins, Tua Tagovailoa. You know, Kirk's older. Aaron Rodgers' future is undecided. I imagine if he's going to play, it's going to be for the Steelers and it's going to be for Mike McCarthy. I don't know if he's going to play though, but if he is, I'm going to guess that it's with them. Kirk Cousins is a little bit older. I don't know that he has a true next phase in his career. But Kyler and Tua are a little bit more interesting. And I'm actually going to lump Geno into the Kirk Cousins category because the Geno bubble may have just burst, especially when you look at the fact that Seattle willingly moved on from him and went out and won the Super Bowl the next year. I don't know that that's necessarily an indictment on Geno Smith, but it's part of the story. But I do wonder in the case of Kyler Murray, to a certain degree, Tua Tagovailoa, a little less Tua because I worry so much about his history with concussions and what his true NFL future might look like. But I'll throw him in this conversation with Kyler Murray are those guys' days as being a potential franchise quarterback, are they over? And I might put Daniel Jones in that conversation too. And obviously, I mean, you could make an argument. I think Kyler Murray was brought in to be the franchise quarterback, and you could certainly make the argument that never materialized. I think Tua Tagovailoa was brought in to be the franchise quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. You could make the argument that never materialized. Daniel Jones was brought in to be the franchise quarterback for the New York Giants. Obviously, that absolutely didn't materialize as he just got hit with the transition tag for the Indianapolis Colts, an Indianapolis Colts team that he was playing very well with last year prior to his injury. Now, I'm not going to rewrite history. Their season started to go a little bit south before Daniel Jones got hurt and was out for the season. But I look at Daniel Jones and I look at the way that he played at the beginning of last season, and I kind of want to believe. Whether it's with Indianapolis or someone else, like I want to believe, hey, maybe there's something there. Kyler, I struggle a bit with a little bit more just because he has the unique characteristic of being a short quarterback. And you're always going to face a different set of challenges, not insurmountable, but you always are going to face a different set of challenges when you're a shorter quarterback. But I'm not willing to write any of these guys off. But as a franchise quarterback, could any of them do it? And if I had to pick one, man, I really struggle with this. If I had to pick one that could wind up as a franchise quarterback, I think I would choose Kyler Murray.
You sure not Tua?
I want to pick Daniel Jones.
Tua's had the best peak, shortest, but best peak out of all of those three. And I mean, it's up to you if you want to do the whole Tyreek Hill and things like that. But I mean, Tyreek Hill hit his career highs with that offense too, which is kind of, can he get
Did
back
he really?
to that?
Were those Tyreek's careers high?
I'm pretty
highs?
sure the yards was
Wow.
career high because he was chasing
Wow.
2,000. So, I mean, do you think Tua can kind of get back to that, the on-time type of quarterback, or is he more of what he was last year? Couldn't read a defense, and his athleticism looked like it was shot.
Is Tua a guy, and this is probably the case for Kyler and Daniel Jones to a certain degree as well. Is this the perfect coach, perfect system type thing? Like, can one of those quarterbacks land? And I don't even know who that is, by the way. I mean, Mitch brought up Minnesota. I don't know. I maybe.
Honestly, like answering the question, I think if I'm Minnesota, I might look at Tua before I look at Kyler. Kyler's always just been talent and potential that's never been realized. And again, like he's never had a year really close to what Tua, I think, was in that 2023 season. And even I think 2022 Tua was fine, but he had a bunch of concussions and stuff, so he's in and out. But point being, it's like we've never really seen Kyler kind of reach those heights ever.
Yeah.
Granted, it was short-lived, like I said, but it's just we're still waiting on Kyler.
That's fair. I want to get Leezy before the commercial break so he doesn't have to wait. 916-909-1320. That doubles as the Mojo's local tapping kitchen text line. If you want to hit us through text, again, 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo.
My
Jesse
man.
from the jump. What up, y'all? What's poppin'? Happy Friday, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Hey, D-Lo, man, I just wanted to call in, man. I just wanted to, talk about two things. Well, it's really one thing, but I want to compare the national NBA media and the local NBA media just real quick.
Okay.
For me personally, this year watching basketball has been the hardest because every day someone's complaining about tanking, the draft, the All-Star game. We got to change this. We got to change that. There's just so much negativity. But then when I listen to local radio like you guys are always trying to build up the players, whether it's Dylan or Neek or Maxime, whoever. And I just wanted to bring that up because I thought it was just so odd that, Westbrook was so upset because I feel like here, at least in Sacramento, we try to build up the team and support them, even in a year when they're doing so bad,
Yeah, that's good stuff, Leezy. That's good stuff, Leezy. I'll address that. And we'll do that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff, Leezy. Celtics need to bench Tatum. It's over.
Yeah, I think he went up for a dunk and got rim checked.
Ooh.
I think, if I saw the replay correct.
Ooh. Nah, Leezy, no shot clock for you, man. You're clear. That was a good topic, though. I wish that would have been a good one to have you in for. It was a good one. Oh, no, they said, oh, David, come on, man. Playing like a future Sacramento King. Stop. Give Tatum a chance to get going. Norm, I saw this. How's the wedding planning going? It's actually going pretty well. We're cooking on a few things. We're working on honeymoon plans and little intricacies. Yeah, we're having fun doing it. We want to have it planned pretty far in advance. But it's going great, Norm. Thanks, man. Thank you. Jalen dribbling the ball like crazy. Right into a three. Man. Take that off the screen, dummy. My bad. Oh, man. Last hour, y'all. Last hour on a Friday, baby. Last hour on a Friday. Go home, pour some Uncle Nearest. Have a nice little Friday night. Oh, there you go, Norm. Yeah, make that a good one, man. Make that a good one. Let me know if you need some help, man. I'm a good planner. Oh, let's go. I'm going to try to make my way out there. I don't know what our plan is for Sunday. I think it's free. And I know little ones are always running around, so I might be out there. All right, if you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. The Mojo's local tap and kitchen text line. That's 916-909-1320. Coincidentally, that's the same exact number that you call in on the phone. As a matter of fact, use that number right now. Use that number to win you some tickets to see the Sacramento Kings. While it may be a frustrating time at the Golden One Center, I can assure you it will be a lot less frustrating when the tickets are free. And we've got the tickets for you right now. Shout out to Norm, #GirlDad. He took the babies out to the game last night. We want to get you out there right now. Call the number 13. Jesse will get you info. Take care of you. It's 916-909-1320. Again, call the number 13, and we'll get you out to see the Sacramento Kings. Leezy asked a question before the commercial break about the differences between national media and local media, and how it feels like a lot of the national media has spent a good chunk of this year complaining about one thing or another, be it tanking or the All-Star game or something along those lines, while local media has been working to, hype up players, do different things like that. And I don't know how. I think that's a little selective on Leezy's part, in the fact that we probably have been. We're trying to find. I'll speak for myself, and I think I can confidently speak for me, Casey, and Jesse. I just don't have the energy to come in and do this show for 4 hours mad every day. Like, this is we take. We feel like not only is it a privilege, but it's a responsibility to be here for you guys. Every day throughout your work schedules. Like, I know how frustrating it was when I had a show that I liked and they weren't there. And like, we take that seriously, and we work to build content. We work to make it fun and entertaining. And it's not fun nor entertaining to talk about a 14-50 basketball team. So we try to find, like, what are the positives? Like, are there any? And man, I promise you, it is work to find them. But yeah, if we can I really like Dylan Cardwell. KC loves Dylan Cardwell. If we could latch onto that and make it into something, man, perfect. Great. We got something right there. I really like Maxine Reynaud. All right. I can latch onto that right there. Obviously, I love watching Russell Westbrook. I love Russell Westbrook, the basketball player. That's a positive for me. I don't have any problem talking about bad stretches that he has or bad games that I don't have any problem doing that. But he's still my favorite player, and I can still find something to latch onto. Now, admittedly, this sucks. It is brutal to sit. Like, I do not look as much as I started watching Kings basketball games with an attitude because I always felt like I'm missing other good basketball games. Like, I can't watch, the Spurs versus the Nuggets because I have to watch the Kings and the Jazz, or the Kings and the Lakers, or the Kings and anybody. And then it becomes that thing like the story we told. What game was Sunday? Was the Lakers game on a Sunday where we were doing something at the house and I'm like, hey, telling the 12-year-old, like, we've got to get this done. We'll get this done, but I have to watch basketball. So we'll head upstairs. We'll hang out. We'll watch basketball up there. And we get up there and it's like 35-11. And it's so like deflating. And it's the first quarter is 35-11. And it's like I don't even know what I'm watching the rest of the way. But I'm trying to find something that can help us build the show where we're not. Now, there are moments, plenty, and they do get clipped and put on social media where we're frustrated or we're angry about something, whether it's the way that they play, whether it's a scenario, whether it's like whatever. Like, that happens all the time. But really, we just try to find something that people enjoy or don't mind listening to or can engage with. Because you'll get the diehards. Like, let's just try to make the diehards happy. What's tough is, like, the casuals aren't really going to tune in because who wants to hear about a crappy basketball team? And then you go to the national media perspective, and this is something I was talking about earlier. This is something I was kind of, like, hinting at earlier. And it actually doesn't necessarily involve the NBA, or at least it wasn't the NBA that kind of sparked this thought in my head. It actually started with a conversation we had yesterday about Lonzo Ball and how, there was a narrative surrounding Lonzo Ball this offseason when it felt like someone wrote a story about a potential trade for Lonzo Ball. I keep saying Lonzo. I'm sorry. Talking about LaMelo Ball in Charlotte. My apologies. There was this conversation about LaMelo Ball and how anonymous executives said he's worthless. Oh, there's no value. There's this. Oh, they've got to trade him. They got to move on for him. Then there's the other side where it's like LaMelo's got to ask out. He can't be a part of Charlotte. What a disaster organization. And then half a season passes, 3/4 of a season passes, and it's like, hey, look at this. Three really good young players, arguably the rookie of the year, and an organization that kind of said from jump, like, yo, we're not trading LaMelo. Like, we're happy with LaMelo. LaMelo said publicly, I'm very happy in Charlotte. And it's like, yo, where did all of this come from? And where it came from is someone wrote about it, and a series of national reporters started to regurgitate it. Now, national reporters can do that with LaMelo because he's a really good basketball player. He's, just short of superstar level, but he has a superstar persona. And there was a cycle of it just getting used over and over and over and over again for articles, surveys, in podcasts. And you find, and this happened, and please don't misunderstand, we're guilty of this too. You read like, oh, this interesting article on LaMelo Ball. Then all of a sudden you've just read 5 interesting articles on LaMelo Ball, or perhaps some of them weren't interesting, but you read the 5 articles, and then you listen to 2 podcasts about LaMelo Ball. It's like, wait, Boston's going crazy right now because I think Tatum just hit a 3. Like, the TD Garden just turned up. He
just hit a 2-pointer and hit a 3. He's back. Hey, tell your friends, Jason Tatum's back.
I thought the Celtics just won the championship.
No, they did. They did.
I looked up at the screen, and the TD Garden is going crazy.
Man was rim checked in a dunk in the first quarter, and then it's a 3
Oh,
in the
he's
second.
back. He's got 5, 5, and 5. He's back, baby. And TD
Derek
is
White
turning
and
up.
one. Oh yeah.
Hey, congratulations on the 2026 NBA championship, Jesse. This is a big moment for you guys, and good for Tatum. I'm sure getting that weight off his shoulders feel pretty good. I promised I would. Oh, it was a putback dunk. Let's go, Tatum. Let's go, baby. Oh yeah, he's back. He's back. I'm sorry I allowed that to get me sidetracked. I was so confused as to what was happening. A putback dunk and a 3, and Tatum's up to 5 points, and TD Garden turned out. But what I was saying is I'm admittedly guilty of the same thing. Like it kind of falls into like wait, why is everybody talking about this? And then it becomes, hey, did you read the LaMelo Ball article? Did you hear the LaMelo Ball podcast? And it just becomes a thing that just gets talked about over and over and over again. The same thing was happening during the tanking conversation when the fines were levied by Adam Silver in the NBA. And everyone for 8, 9, 10-day stretch was talking about tanking, the problems with tanking. How do you fix tanking? Going into Adam Silver's press conference at the All-Star game, and then reacting to Adam Silver's press conference coming out of the All-Star game. And it's like we're all in a dryer, just kind of spinning around, saying the same thing. And that brings me to what really caught my attention this morning and admittedly made me nervous. And I'm going to look here because I want to have the title correct. The Hoop Collective Podcast. The Hoop Collective Podcast with Brian Windhurst. It's his podcast, and he has some Vince Goodwill and other draft experts on it. But it says full breakdown of this historic 2026 NBA draft class, plus the DeBonsta versus Peterson debate. Don't mind the last part at all. It's a regular part of the conversation, right? AJ versus Darren. All good. But that is the third time this week that I have heard the word historic tied to this upcoming NBA draft class. And we have heard for months how good this NBA draft class is. And that's fine. I have always been a bit guarded because I, like you, have lived through this. I have lived through the draft that was going to change everything. Andrew Wiggins and Jabari Parker. I lived through that. Andrew Wiggins, really good player. Didn't necessarily change things. Didn't change the league. In fact, didn't play a single game for the team he was drafted to. Context, I know. True story, though. Jabari Parker looked like he was finally looked like Jabari Parker was starting to get himself together as a pro, gets hurt, never really becomes that guy. All right. That class wasn't what we were told it was going to be. You go back to the Luka Doncic draft. This isn't a shot at anyone, though it could be perceived as one, or it can be a shot. I don't care. For those that remember, that was a 2-person draft. It was DeAndre Ayton and it was Luka Doncic. That was a 2-person draft. I don't know why DeAndre Ayton was in the conversation. I've maintained that to this day. I'm sure there's radio shows and podcasts out there somewhere that said, I didn't understand it then. I don't understand. I didn't understand it then, and obviously it doesn't make any sense now. But it was a 2-person draft. The day that the Kings moved up to 2, I got a call from a prominent basketball personality who was like, you guys are going to get Luka Doncic. That's insane. You guys are getting Luka Doncic. It was less than 24 hours later that all of a sudden it wasn't a 2-person draft anymore because the Kings were talking about someone else. But you go back to that draft for a second. There wasn't noise about the draft.
There was noise about the top 2. And it's like, hey, Trey is good. Man, admittedly, I really like Jaren Jackson in that draft. But you look back, there was no noise, or there wasn't a high level of noise around the draft as a whole. There was just a lot of noise about those top 2 picks. Or what was thought to be the top 2 picks in DeAndre Ayton and Luka Doncic. Point being is, it makes me really uncomfortable when there's a class that is talked about as being this good, and then suddenly everybody becomes a draft expert.
Well, we're up to 3 generational prospects as well in this draft.
Oh, we're on the third. Is the
Aaron
third?
Peterson is the first.
Yes.
And the way they talk about AJ, he's the second because it's
That's
hand in
fine.
hand. Okay. Sean Miller, Texas head coach, called Darius Acuff Jr. A generational prospect as well the other day after he lit them up.
So we're up to 3.
And
we haven't gotten to Cam Boozer yet.
Haven't.
Caleb Wilson is out with the report was it was a thumb, and he'll be back during the draft process that starts in June.
I'm old enough to know the saying, if you have 2 quarterbacks ready to go, you don't have one.
Man.
If you've got 3 generational prospects in the draft, hey, you might not have one.
I'm not saying
who knows, but it's just that term's getting thrown around a lot this
see,
draft.
and it's like, I'm not saying any of them are wrong. I'm just secure enough in what I do to admit I'm not a draft expert. I'm not a college basketball expert either. I watch big games. I don't watch meaningless basketball. I don't watch what looks like meaningless college basketball like Bobby Gerald does, like KC does. I would rather. Yeah, you give me some of them big dogs that Jesse was just talking about. You give me some of those big schools. Oh yeah, I'll tap into that 10 times out of 10. But I often work off of film, synergy, and highlights. Film and synergy are the same thing. I don't know why I repeated it, but you get the idea. That's what I work off of. And still, at that, no expert, just have an opinion. It seems like everybody is a freaking expert on this draft. And it's making me a little uneasy. Because I can't remember the verbiage. And I don't. I'm not even going to pretend to. I don't remember the verbiage around. Was LeBron's draft the last true legendary draft? I mean, how many stars came out of that draft? Like, and maybe it's not. Maybe I'm missing an obvious one. I don't know what it is, but maybe I am. That was a long time ago. And maybe this truly is a historic draft, but it all falls into what we started to talk about yesterday, to what Leezy brought up there a second ago on the phones. And it's in sports media, you feel like people look to other sports media members for topics, and the same thing just gets regurgitated. It just gets talked about over and over and over and over again. And you're taking pieces like, I got a little antsy this morning. I don't always do this because me and Kyle Madsen don't, like, we have just completely, we have different views on sports. Like, you know, we can have regular conversations with very differing opinions. I tapped in this morning to the Jump for a little bit, mainly because one, wanted to support my guys, wanted to hear Jesse, do his thing. It was fantastic. But I realized as I was listening to Jesse and Casey talk, it was kind of like, all right, I need to turn this off because I've got a 4-hour show to do by myself. And the last thing I want to do is just repeat the stuff that they're saying over and over and over again. And if I had started hearing them talk in the way that I wanted to talk, I would have to come up with something different. And so I made the conscious effort to turn this off. We were talking about Lonzo and, or excuse me, LaMelo and Trey Young. And it's one of the reasons why I have the Hoop Collective. I have different NBA podcasts on my phone, like a lot of you do. But sometimes I just look at the titles
because sometimes I don't want to. Sometimes I just don't want to hear what they're talking about, because a lot of the times I just don't believe it. Like the idea that Trae Young had no value. Trae Young, we get we make these grand sweeping promises. Trae Young has no value. He has value to the Washington Wizards. No, you asked an executive friend of yours who told you he has no value. You've got to give me more than that. And I get anxious when I listen to some of them, because I don't want to fall into that same trap. I want to be caught up on what the national story is, but I don't want to fall into that same trap where I'm just repeating stuff that I heard that they just repeated from someone else who did something on it that they just repeated. And it's this constant thing of sports media just being in the tumble cycle of a dryer. What's the next subject? I'm curious. I wasn't paying attention. Were people talking about that press conference today outside of Sacramento? Obviously, it was on TMZ. It was on Awful Announcing. I get that. Was it on NBA Today?
I don't know if it was on NBA Today, but I know it got picked up a bunch on social media, like a worldwide wild.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Some of the NBA Twitter heavy hitters got James's video, and shout out to James. Had the Kings Beat logo and the ESPN 1320 logo up there. And it's just a cycle of the same stuff. I want this draft class desperately to be historic. It would be fantastic if this was the greatest draft class we've ever seen. And I don't know where the Sacramento Kings are going to finish when it comes to this season and ultimately the upcoming lottery on May 10th, Mother's Day. Shout out, Mom. But I hope they're all right. I hope there aren't more injuries like what Caleb Wilson suffered that's going to take guys out leading into the draft. I don't want that for him. I don't want that for anybody, because that serves nobody any good purpose. And now the microscope is going to be on him because everybody's going to want to see him play. Now, granted, it's a thumb injury. It's not. That's certainly nothing catastrophic. It's a procedure you got to go through. It ultimately ends the season. That's a bummer. But now I guarantee you the Darren Peterson conversation is going to start back up. And it's like, well, why is Darren Peterson having these struggles staying on the floor? Well, we just saw what happened with Caleb Wilson. Maybe he shouldn't play. There's another one I didn't even mention. It felt like a string of, for like 3 or 4 days, the big story was Darren Peterson. And I get it. There's big stories in sports that are topics. I'm not naive to that. Which ultimately is what I think, especially when football's over, the NBA season is going on. You're kind of at the midway point of the NBA season. Yeah, tanking is going to be a conversation. I understand that. And we're kind of in this awkward phase of the NBA season where it seems like the playoff and in the play-in teams, and there could definitely be some movement in terms of 6 and 7s and such, but it could for the most part be set. And you know, like we were talking about with Eddie Gonzalez earlier, you kind of just wanted to get here. I just want this to be done with. Want the playoffs to get here. Want to keep it moving, but we're not there yet. So we're in this, 18 to 20 game stretch where, shout out Malik Monk. We're just trying to get to the end of the season. You got teams trying to lose games. You got teams that are just trying to get to the finish line. And that opens up the conversation about, all right, what's happening what's happening with this draft? AJ, Acuff, Darren Peterson, Caleb, Cam. Now this player. Wait a minute. Watch this player climbing up the boards. Now we're getting into the March Madness tournament, and it's going to get even crazier. It's going to get even more intense now that March Madness is about to get underway, and college basketball is going to take center stage. And some of these names that we've been talking about, some of these names that we've been hearing about, some of these names who have been tied to this historic draft, they're going to be on. And we all know nobody worked Thursday, Friday. At least not efficiently. Nah, TVs are on. Wraparound coverage is up. We cooking. Let's see. Multiple TV screens, multi-view, whatever YouTube offers us, we're off and running. And for some people, that's going to be the first time actually watching games of them, of these players. It's not just going to be the Instagram highlights or the Twitter highlights or whatever you highlights you find of that particular player on YouTube. Yo, let's sit down and see this guy in a game. What's it look like? But they're telling us it's historic. In the worst in the worst season in Sacramento Kings basketball history, we're walking into a draft that has been labeled historic on multiple occasions. All right. I'm with it. And whether it's 1 or 2, whether it's 5, 6, 7, or 8, can't miss. Can't miss. I mean, Scott Perry from April 12th, April 13th on is not afforded the luxury of making a mistake. He is not afforded the luxury of a Dennis Schroeder signing. He is not afforded the luxury of a bad trade. He is not afforded the luxury of a bad draft pick. Starting on April 13th, Scott Perry has to do everything right. It starts with Doug and what his future is. And I am adamant, either fire Doug or sign him to a real contract. Do not put Doug in a position. Don't put this fan base in a position. Don't put this organization in a position where you're marching him out there on a lame duck deal for whatever minimal dollars you're giving him and delaying this process even another year. Because I get it. Contracts, 2027. I get all of that stupid stuff. You can make the argument that Scott Perry in this front office, they don't have any control over that. Fine. I hear you. I'm listening. I got you. They have control over the head coach. It's either Doug or it isn't, but it needs to be rectified this offseason in the terms of a full, real contract or just fire him. Because you are wasting precious time that this organization does not have. 2027 is you can frame 2027 as your first opportunity to adjust this roster. It's not your first opportunity to make this organization better. And Doug Christie being on the contract that he's on is not making this organization better. Sign him to a real contract or find your real coach. The NBA, I don't know how different it's going to look in Sacramento, but it's going to look a lot different next year. At least it could. I'll explain on the Victory Lap next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jason Tatum got a new tattoo. I just didn't quit. It's on his leg. That's terrific. Good for Tatum. Dilo, you brought up the Hoops Collective and got me thinking, what do you go to podcast? Sports or not? Looking to broaden my horizons. Let's see what podcast I got here. Oh, well, there's Pablo. Pablo just updated. Oh, God, is this a bomber? Oh, my God, it's another Steve Ballmer podcast. Bombers, Tree Money, The Whistleblowers, and the document you've been waiting for. Kawhi Gate Part 9. Jesus Christ. I got Pablo on here. See, I got the Heat Check. The Athletics NBA Daily is on here. Locked on Raiders is on here. I got a podcast. Oh, I like these podcasts. One's called Hollywoodland. One is called Disgraceland. They're like music, Hollywood. They're like crazy stories from Hollywood and music. There's a podcast called What Went Wrong that I like listening to. It's about the making of movies, and they talk about all the things that go wrong during the making of the movies. Got Zach Lowe on here. Dissect. And then like Candlestick Chronicles, Let Her Shoot, all the homies podcast. That's about it. I spend so much time listening to the radio between Katie and Jesse and Kyle that I don't have a ton of time to listen to podcasts. And I like audiobooks. I'm listening to this book about The Godfather right now. I think it's called Take the Gun, Leave the Cannoli. Really good book so far. Really, really good. Yeah, I love that podcast, man. I legitimately love that podcast. Only 30 minutes. Yeah, right on. Appreciate you, Manny. Yes, sir. Sorry, Lazy. I do not. Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I was actually going to try to counter you, but I think you're right. You're right. Yeah, I can try. I've asked a couple of times, and the timing just hasn't worked out. I didn't want to frame it like I've asked twice. Timing didn't work out. It's tough. There's so many home games coming up. He's got a lot of responsibilities, but I wouldn't say it's likely, but always love with Deuce. Why did you stop Corners of the Culture? None of us had time. Like, Don took a pretty dope job in Oregon with Nike, and great point. Great point. I try to get to those. Those are two podcasts, actually, two of the only podcasts I think that I actually get to on YouTube. Most podcasts I listen to in audio form because I'm walking Sprout so much or in the car or whatever. But those are two podcasts I kind of pull up on the computer and watch from time to time. Oh, right on, G. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody hanging out on this Friday as we close down the work week. KC is going to be in with Jesse Tapia on the jump for the next couple of weeks with our man Kyle Madsen out enjoying some travel time. So he'll be out a couple of weeks. So it's going to sound a little bit different for the next little bit. But we've got you covered during your normal time slots with the jumping off from 7 to 9 a.m. And, of course, you can hang out with me here every afternoon live from 2 a.m. to 6 p.m. Lots to talk about the NBA today. Lots of conversations about NBA media discourse, all of those different things coming off of the national news that Sacramento made last night with the Russell Westbrook press conference. And I don't know. I think I started this thought earlier, but got a little derailed with it. I don't know that story from last night. I don't know that situation from last night with Russell Westbrook and we'll just say the Sacramento media in general. I don't know that. I don't know that happens if it's not Russell Westbrook. Like Russell Westbrook, he's kind of like that personality that draws people in and gets a reaction from. I don't know if that had been Malik. I think if Malik does that, it's a note for Sacramento, not really so much the NBA, probably not TMZ or Awful Announcing either. But it's Russell Westbrook. So it hits a little bit different when it's Russell Westbrook. It would have hit if it was DeMar DeRozan. If it was anyone else, probably not. Probably not. But Russell Westbrook was certainly a key character in all of that went on last night. And we're talking about, just a moment ago, we were talking about the draft and how the conversation around the draft is how historic, how incredible this upcoming draft is going to be. And it made me think how different the NBA might look next season. When you look around and you look at a team like Washington, and admittedly, I'm probably a little bit too high on Washington. But
welcome to the club, pal.
You are too?
Yeah, we're on the Wizards next year. We're on the Wizards.
Let's get hurt together. Because like I like their young players, and I like the acquisition of Trey and Anthony Davis a lot. Anthony Davis, by the way, kind of buried in our personal news cycle yesterday. Anthony Davis is set to be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm not really thinking of Anthony Davis when I look at this Wizards team. Like, if he shows up and he's healthy, like, fine. But I wonder if Kenny brought it up this morning, too, on the job. Like, I wonder if Anthony Davis is going to be a Wizard going forward, like, next year and things like that.
If somehow he's not, I know who you can call.
Oh, yeah. Kings have a center.
But I also think some of their best trade pieces were probably already moved. And that would make any sort of deal for any sort of deal involving Domantas Sabonis probably a little bit difficult if you're able to unload Anthony Davis somewhere else. But my thought with Anthony Davis in this equation was, by the way, finish that thought, Anthony Davis reevaluated in 2 weeks. I don't know what that means. There'd be about maybe 3 weeks left in the season, a little less than that. When that process is done, but the Wizards did give an update on him as he is progressing. Of course, Trae Young made his debut for the Washington Wizards. Is that last night? Last night. So I like them. I like what they did. I like their young players. I like they've picked the direction. They're going with it. And whether Anthony Davis works out or not, I don't know that it really matters. I think the focal point of Washington is still their young players. With the addition of Trae Young, I think Trae Young and Anthony Davis will work out if all parties choose to go that route. But if Anthony Davis doesn't work out with Washington, I don't think it's in the end of the world. And oh, by the way, Washington's getting a solid pick this year. Their whole season, and this is where some of the reformation of the draft has come into play. Their entire season has been based on holding on to this top 8 protected pick. And right now they're in prime position to be able to do that. You finish with the 4th worst record in the league, you guarantee that you hold on to your pick. Or, fourth, third, second, or first. You guarantee that there's no scenario where you will not keep your pick. Finish any better than that, you're going to have to cross your fingers a little bit. And maybe me and Jesse are a little too high on the Washington Wizards, but I think they're going to look differently next year. I think they're going to look different, next year. And that doesn't, think about Indiana. Tyrese Halliburton back. He's not on the Jason Tatum plan. There's no point in any of that. Indiana going to wind up with a really good draft pick and the return of Jason Tatum? Or the return of Tyrese Halliburton? Looks different. Then you got Charlotte. Is Charlotte really emerging? Is this a good stretch of basketball? Is this lightning in a bottle this season? Again, it's not like they're not 50-14. They're like 32-31. But this was 17 wins, maybe it was 19 win team last year. It was a team with wins in the teens last year, though. I know that for sure. It's like, yo, they turned around here. Now, are they, again, is it lightning in a bottle, or are they building something? Are they emerging as a true, why wouldn't they be? LaMelo young, Brandon Miller young, Con Knippel rookie of the year, perhaps. It's a young team that's emerging. Right there, you got 4 teams look different. I'm looking at Dallas and Boston right now. What's Dallas look like? I'm never going to bank on Dallas signing a free agent or making a spectacular move in the offseason. But you do have Cooper Flagg there. What's he look like his second season? What can they add around him? What can they do in the draft this year? Do they get a little lottery luck? Do they move up? Do they draft perfectly? What about the team? And this is one I really get stuck with. And we had a pretty lengthy conversation at the end of yesterday's show about the New Orleans Pelicans heading into that game last night. Zion Williamson will almost certainly finish this season with either the second or third most games that he has played in his career. He has that very odd contract where years are not guaranteed. The years become guaranteed based on games that he's played. They become guaranteed based on meeting certain weight requirements. You look at Zion on the floor yesterday at the Golden One Center. He looks great. It doesn't appear he's going to have any trouble making that. But do you move off from him to try to expand that roster? Again, it's a team with Trey Murphy is so good. He's so good. Derek Queen is just, again, another fantastic young player. Jeremiah Fears, those last 2 guys that I just named, they're coming off the bench for them. You still got Herb Jones, who I like, but I've said this repeatedly. I don't understand why this basketball team is 20-44. It does not make sense to me. But maybe that's the development of young players. It's not like Derek Queen and Jeremiah Fears are averaging 25 and 20 points respectively. That's not what they're doing. I think they got a good young nucleus right there. How can Joe Dumars, because we know he's not doing it through the draft, how can he attack this offseason to potentially make them better immediately? And if you can do that, does that include moving off of Zion Williamson? Does Zion playing 61, 2, 3 games, something along those lines, does that net you a big return? Does that net you a handful of guys that you could put around Trey, Jeremiah Fears, Derek Queen? If so, what sort of step forward do the New Orleans Pelicans take? Then there are all the teams that are headed to the playoffs that could wind up looking a lot different if the playoffs don't go their way. One that we talked about yesterday, Minnesota. One that we have talked about all season long in the New York Knicks. What do those 2 teams look like if it doesn't end in an NBA Finals appearance? And I think for those 2 teams specifically, it doesn't have to end in the Larry O'Brien Trophy. It doesn't have to end in an NBA championship. But it might have to end in the finals. Because for the Timberwolves, will this be their 3rd straight loss in the Western Conference Finals in this fictitious scenario I'm creating? Knicks, 2nd straight season? What if the Timberwolves don't make it back to the Western Conference Finals? What if the Knicks don't make it back to the Eastern Conference Finals? Is this where Giannis comes into play? What do those 2 teams look like? Does Minnesota wind up taking a step back? You'd hope not, because they want to build around Anthony Edwards. You've got the guy there. I think the New York Knicks are probably asking themselves a lot more questions if they fall short than the Minnesota Timberwolves are. Because in Minnesota, you have the one. I think you have the one in New York. I think you do. You do. Jalen's the one. But I think they got a lot of questions if they don't get to the NBA Finals. And, of course, there's the Lakers. The Lakers are going to have cap money. They're going to have Luka Doncic. They might have a new general manager. They might still have Rob Pelinka. They're probably not going to have LeBron James. I'll go a step further. There's no way they're going to have LeBron James. LeBron James is absolutely not playing another year in Los Angeles. I hope he's playing another year, but I don't think there's any chance he's playing another year in Los Angeles. And does anything, we were talking about podcasts during the commercial break, and I noticed that another Pablo podcast dropped about Kawhi Leonard. He calls him Kawhi Gate. It's Kawhi Gate Part 9. And it's like, is anything ever going to happen with that? If so, what? And what's that do to the Clippers? What's that do to the state of it? The Clippers might be jumping for joy should that happen. Should, there's speculation about avoiding contracts, making him a free agent, him being Kawhi Leonard, of course. LA might be ecstatic about that. They're 30-31 right now. Then you got the Warriors. The Warriors are going to be a question mark until Steph Curry retires. Jimmy Butler's not going to even be healthy enough to be back until the middle of next season. And again, this is a team I praised earlier, but this is also a team that's just kind of stuck. And it's different. Like if the Sacramento Kings were 32-30 and just kind of stuck in the playing position, that's one thing. Not that we wouldn't be asking ourselves questions. That's one thing. The Golden State Warriors, the goal is one thing and one thing only. And every year they don't do it, it's a failure. And I know every team's goal is to win an NBA championship. I understand that. But I also think a lot of NBA teams quietly set expectations for themselves. And not all of them are setting the expectation for winning a Larry O'Brien trophy. And that's okay. But Golden State's expectations are to win an NBA championship. And they're not going to do that. But will they be worse next year? Can Phoenix continue to ascend? Does Memphis continue to decline? And what the hell happens with Ja Morant? The league could look very, very different next season. Can you imagine an offseason where Ja and Zion Williamson get traded? What if Houston really flames out? Like, I'm talking like first round exit flames out. A team with championship expectations just gone. Third week of April. No, I guess it'd be the fourth week of April. Does San Antonio take a crazy swing? Does San Antonio go get another star? Will Orlando ever live up to the, like, Orlando had so much hype and they have not lived up to it, like, at all. Atlanta quietly above 500 right now, by the way. 32-31. Does Brandon Ingram continue to stay healthy and Toronto continue to ascend? Cleveland's got one more year with these second apron restrictions. Can this team can they do it? What happens if they fall short this year? Where do they fall short? What happens with James Harden next season? What happens with Keon Ellis next season? How does Detroit follow this season up? Like, there are a lot of questions, but there are so many things that could look different when you look at the potential trades that could be out there. When you look at, and of course, I haven't even brought up the Milwaukee Bucks. That's a terrible basketball team right now. Or the Giannis Antetokounmpo situation, but it feels like Giannis will linger over a lot of these situations, particularly the bigger ones, like maybe San Antonio, maybe New York, maybe even the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know, man. It's and none of that accounts for the historic draft class that everybody tells us is coming in June. And how much impact can these young players make on bad basketball teams, on good basketball teams? What did I just see? Points out the Bucks were 8-2 before Giannis came back, and now they cannot win. 4 straight losses. Giannis is throwing the ball at the basket extension. It's like, oh man, it's so bad for them right now. That's also a 26-35 basketball team. They are comfortably, the Milwaukee Bucks are comfortably out of the play-in conversation. The East has the opportunity. Got a ways to go. 19 games, 18, 19 games, depending on who you are. But the East does have the opportunity to take 10 teams to the postseason, all above 500. That's as it stands right now. As it stands right now, in the West, the Portland Trailblazers are 30-33. That's a team that I can't quite figure out what they might be completely indifferent next year. The Clippers are currently 30-31. They're in the 9 spot. And then you have Golden State, who was flirting with that 500 mark, but got that dub yesterday. They're sitting at 32-30 right now, with Phoenix comfortably in the 7 spot. And I really think they might push for that 6 spot. They can't do it if they continue to have bad losses like the one they had last night. You can't have that. By the way, Charlotte's winning again. They're up right now. They're not winning big. Remember, they've won their last, I think it's 6 by 15 or more. They're up right now on the Miami Heat. Headed into the fourth quarter, 101-98. I chuckled because each team put up 40 in the third quarter. Brandon Miller with 22. LaMelo Ball with 21. Con Knipple, 3 of 5 from three-point range. He has 18 right now. Kobe White's got 10. He took a lot of shots to get that 10 points, but salute. Tyler Hero going crazy. He got 27. He's 6 of 7 from 3. Goodness gracious. Houston and Portland are playing right now. I actually didn't even know that one was on. What we got going on over here? What's KD doing? Oof. KD got 6 points in 11 minutes. New York and Denver's tonight. That's a good one. Phoenix, second night of a back-to-back against the Pelicans. Second game of the ESPN doubleheader is Boston's now up 10 against Dallas as we're about to head into the fourth quarter here of Jason Tatum's return. Second half of that doubleheader, the Clippers at San Antonio. And then you've got the Pacers, the 15-win Pacers, taking on the Los Angeles Lakers in L.A. That would be a really, really fun game for the Lakers to lose because the Pacers and the Nets are right there at 15 wins each. Look at this, man. 7 straight losses for the Wizards. 10 straight losses for the Brooklyn Nets. 7 straight losses for the Indiana Pacers. Didn't even realize this Dallas Mavericks team that's playing right now has lost 5 in a row.
The bottom 10 teams had lost, I think, about 40 in a row, 44 in a row up until yesterday. Because
Chicago won?
Well, Chicago won, the Jazz beat the Wizards, and then the Pelicans ended up winning. So they were all kind of part of that. But yeah, bottom 10 of the league has been gross this year.
Goodness gracious. Like we said this the other day. We've repeated this a few times. The Pacers, Nets, Wizards, they're not winning another game against anyone unless it's one of those teams. And I might.
Yeah, I wonder if the Wizards just Trae Young, you're going to play 20 minutes a game the rest of the season, get acclimated with the guys, but we're still trying to lose ball games here.
I think you're close. I don't think he's going to play the rest of the season. It's like, oh, we're going to give Trae what's it called? Injury management. Trae Young injury management here. So maybe he plays not quite every other game, but, something along those lines. And then you have Sacramento right there. They've lost 3 in a row, and they have this this really interesting schedule. We just mentioned Chicago a minute ago. They'll play the Chicago Bulls coming up here Sunday at the Golden One Center, and then it's the Pacers, the Super Bowl of the Tankathon. The Pacers on Tuesday night, first night of a back-to-back. The Charlotte Hornets will be here. I didn't originally intend on going to that game, but I think I'm going to be there to see Charlotte. And they got a game against the Clippers, and then they'll have Utah after that. And Brooklyn's right around the corner. They do have one 5-game road trip left as this season starts to wind down. It is at Charlotte, at Orlando, at Atlanta, at Brooklyn, and at Toronto. That's at the very end of March, headed into the first day of April before we start to wind this season down. And they'll close out with games at the Golden One Center against New Orleans and the Clippers. Quick trip to Golden State, back to play Golden State a second time. And then they'll close out the season in Portland. And this nightmare of a season will finally be over on April 12th. Appreciate you so much for hanging out here today. Make sure you're locked in to the jump beginning at 7 a.m. That's where Casey's at, for those who haven't been tapped in. Casey's working with Jesse over there in the morning. Also, a quick note, Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Sky River Casino has just expanded their 20,000 square foot gaming floor. They have added a ton of new slot machines. They're adding new things every day. The parking lot is about to get unveiled. It's going to be a really exciting spring into summer over at Sky River Casino. And we couldn't be more thankful for our very lengthy partnership that we have with that amazing casino in Elk Grove. Shout out always to Sky River Casino. Shout out to you for spending your day here. And we'll see you Monday morning at 7 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Nice job, team. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. All right, love the ones. All right, y'all. Gonna roll. Y'all have a great weekend. Appreciate you as always. See you on Monday.